Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This police unit is trying to box him in, but instead he just crashes into the tree, and away he goes. But let me widen out. I don't know how far this will take him. Yeah, he's basically cornered. Wow, look at this. Off the road and onto the freeway. Oh my gosh, so he is on the freeway.
You especially won't go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out.
I'm looking for a soundbite. Hey, are you guys there? There I am. I'm here. Why is it so loud in my ears? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I'm looking for a soundbite and I can't find it.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.
There we go. That was it. It was horrible, and I think that was just horrible. Well, the other one was Walmart.
In front of the Walmart.
No, that wasn't it. Somewhere there's another.
I don't think that's him, Mark.
That's not it.
I don't think that's him.
It's not him. All right. Well, we're here anyway. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. I think I said that part already. Good to have you here. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. The Monday is behind us, and the craziness that was true crime, I think, is behind us as well. What a day yesterday. What a day. Especially if you were watching the Young Thug trial, or at least a part of it with us, where a lawyer got thrown in jail. The lawyer, and his departing wish, it's like, can I say something on the way out the door with the bailiffs? I'd like to be locked up with my client so I can at least work with him over the weekend. The judge, last I checked, and it could be different this morning, the judge ordered him to serve 20 days. 20 days. He will be, because he can't deprive the client of the counsel, because that would sort of go against the client's rights. He's going to be out during the week so he can be there in court, and on weekends he has to report to the jail and serve Saturday and Sunday in the jail. Then they let him back out Monday to come back to court. 10 weekends in a row he's going to be in jail, and his parting wish was, I'd like to be housed with my client so over the weekend we can at least work on our defense together. What a boss move. Wow. Attorneys across the country are tipping their hat to him. Wow. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Where are we today? Well, we're starting a new trial today. That's fun. We'll be starting and then dropping and then going back to. So it's going to be a speed trial. It started yesterday-ish, maybe the day before. I don't know. We've got a little bit. What are we doing? You know what's wrong? Mrs. R.A. and the kids were gone when I woke up. I kid you not, they were gone. They're in Raleigh. They're in Raleigh for the day. So I woke up and it's like, oh, it's peaceful and quiet. I look at my watch. It's 7:50. I'm like, what? Oh, crap. In the silence, first of all, I didn't sleep well last night. I went to bed maybe just after midnight. Had a terrible, terrible nightmare about owning a huge house in an Airbnb where everything went wrong. And it seemed a lot like real life. Woke up, couldn't sleep for about an hour and a half. Went back to bed. Woke up again at like 5. And then up again today. Yeah. Anyway, it was rough. So I slept in a wee bit. I have a wee bit of a headache, but I've taken something for that. And any minute now that should go away. So we're going to start a new trial today. We are not watching Querr and Reed because Querr and Reed is off today. They have a break in the trial. We are a day behind. We're going to pick it up tomorrow. It's going to be as spicy as you can possibly imagine tomorrow, so much so that I have to edit out words or else it will financially impact the channel. Okay, I'm just saying. There are some things you just can't say and expect YouTube to say, yeah, we'll let that roll and we'll play ads in the background and everyone will be happy. So there's probably going to be one word that I'm going to make a valiant attempt to edit out at least a portion of. I think it's just going to be one word though. So yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, where are we? We're right here. Welcome. Good morning. We have to welcome. Let's see who's first. Who's first? Oh, would you look at this? Kim R. Oh. That's not working either. Hang on just one second. Connecting. We have to wait. It's thinking. There it is. There we go. Kim R. Kim R is first in chat. Descript can do it for you. Happy to do it if you need on. Vicky, what are you talking about here with the Descript? Oh, to get the word out? Let me know how that works. I've never heard of that before. I was just gonna mute it as it goes through because I can do that on the fly. I can do it live. Anyway, Kim R. first in chat this morning. Good morning, Kim. You've dethroned Greeners, who was going for 7 in a row. Did you get 7 Greeners? Did you get 7 or was it just 6? I forget. 7 mornings in a row. But Kim, just proving that she still is the queen of the internet. Congratulations, Kim. Instead of awarding you a prize or anything else, we're just going to send it to you with internet ownership. You've done this before. You've pretty much got the manual. I think you wrote the manual on internet ownership. So great. You're gonna do fine. I have no concerns on this end, which is great. Let's see. Do we have any birthdays today? Ooh, as if on command. Listen for the buffer. There's the sound. Birthdays this morning. Charles is celebrating a birthday. We're going to celebrate a birthday with Charles. Everybody, do you know how we celebrate birthdays? We celebrate birthdays by saying happy birthday to Charles, and we do it in the form of a song. So if you would raise your voices with mine, take a deep breath, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with those of your neighbors. Warm up with me, that's important. La 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 la. There we go. Happy birthday to Charles. Here we go. Everybody, dancers, ready, set, go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charles. Happy birthday to you. Charles, today's your special day. I bet somebody else will come in and say, hey, it's my birthday too. But right now, it's just your birthday. And because of that, I'm going to personally invite you to go to Denny's and tell them that I said you could have some free pancakes. If they take issue with that, have them call me. I got you on this one. So, free pancakes at Denny's as long as they still offer it. And let's see, many places you could be, many people you could be with. You've chosen to be here with us. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit better. Let's see, as we fade out the music, but don't let the party stop. Don't let the party stop. Thank you, dancers. You did a great job today. Oh, that was a slow fade. That was pretty good. I could be a DJ, I think. All right, as we begin the day, let me just say the thumbnail, I didn't like it. And a few other people mentioned they didn't like it either. So we're going to open up the room for suggestions, I guess we could say. And I'm going to go ahead and just paste a link here in chat. A couple people would rather that the defendant's face not be on the screen. And realizing that this is a murder trial, there are 2 female victims here that were brutally murdered. If we can find a respectful way to the victims and to the process and to the fact that currently the defendant is innocent in the eyes of the law, as they should be in the eyes of the jury, clothed in a cloak of innocence, I think is the term. Let's see if we can come up with a new design. I'll leave that in your capable hands to do that. Maybe cartoonish. I don't know. I think you can't avoid the tattoo talk. We have to have the tattoo talk. Now let me just say really quickly. Paula Mack has a great idea. Thumbnail idea: the shape of Florida, a star in the location of the trial. That might be a large portion of it, but when it comes to this trial, I don't want to label it the face tattoo trial, because tattoos are an interesting topic. There are people who get tattoos for different reasons, right? You've got some who will do it to show commitment. It might be somebody that, to a relationship that they formed, and they're showing that this relationship is going to last. I'm in it for the long haul, so I will do something permanent to commemorate that. And that's one of the ways that a lot of times there are tattoos to show brotherhood. And we see that both inside criminal activity and outside criminal activity, whether it's a military unit that you served with, where everyone gets matching tattoos, or law enforcement sometimes, various different things, different communities, even in gangs. There's some gang tattoos that are similar across the gang as a member. There's some people, and yes, my next one, honoring a death. There might be a loved one who's saying, this is my way of keeping them close to me. I'm not saying that there's a problem with any of that. What you choose to do is and why you choose to do it is up to you. And I've seen some beautiful ink that is just absolutely amazing artwork, absolute artwork. And some that might not have the artwork quality, but the meaning behind it is powerful, and not just to the person who received it and who exhibits it. So some people get tattoos for different reasons. Some just hey, it was a night out on the town. I made a spontaneous decision. I've got a friend who made a decision, and he got his favorite band tattooed on his arm, 3-letter acronym for a band, and he did it himself, which was something else. He did it in the mirror, and it turns out that in the mirror it looks right, but on his arm it looks wrong because the letters were flipped, and he didn't know because he could only see it in the mirror. That's how he was doing it. But it was a little bit funny that way. But some people get tattoos, I think, and this is just my opinion, and these probably qualify more just to the face tattoos, but they get tattoos just to make themselves ineligible in certain job markets. I can't think of any other reason, and it seems like the gentleman who's on trial here, if we use that term for him, was in that last category. It seems like a regrettable decision. But I have heard, and I have to say, I'm speaking from a point where I don't have any experience. I don't have any tattoos, and I've heard from a lot of people who do have tattoos that they can almost be addictive. That it's something that people who get them find they really enjoy having a tattoo, and they like having additional artwork done. And sometimes it can be changed. Sometimes they'll even remove stuff, and sometimes they'll cover something else as they want to exhibit something else, and it takes some work and commitment. But anyway, so that's the talk. He has face tattoos. You're going to see it on there. I don't know his reason. But all right, there we go. We are beginning. We are beginning with the the beginning is the best place to start. So what we're going to do is reset that. Go here. Turn that off. Back there. Play. We're going to listen just to the charges. We're going to listen to the opening statements, and we're doing it on speed trial because we're trying to get caught up. So give us just a minute while we get everything set up. Looks like people are coming into court right now.
All right, please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. By a show of hands on the jury, was there anyone, or jury panel, was there anyone who was not able to adhere to the court's instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discuss anything about this case with anyone? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. I will at this point have the jury clerk come down and swear you in.
The defendant did ask the judge if he could use makeup to cover up his tattoos
raise your right
in the
hands.
trial. It looks like that was denied.
You swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant, Wade Wilson, and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
We had a few I do's and I think one yes.
All right, then. So, are we ready? Is the state ready to proceed to trial today?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
And is the defense ready?
Yes, sir.
It was
All right.
approved.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as a jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Wade S. Wilson. This is a criminal case. Wade S. Wilson is charged with count 1, first-degree murder, count 2, grand theft of a motor vehicle, count 3, battery, count 4, first-degree murder, count 5, burglary of a dwelling, and count 6, first-degree petty theft. The definition of the charges will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, and that's as far as we're going to go. We got the charges. I'm going to skip all the jury instructions because, quite honestly, I've listened to them and they're the same. They're the same as we hear in every other trial. We're now going to jump ahead to about 20 minutes ahead. Well, 12 minutes ahead. To 21:56. There we go. We're going to jump to right here.
Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. With that, state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And the defense is ready to proceed with opening statements?
Yes, Judge.
All right. State?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're on 1.25 speed. We're in Florida,
Good morning.
Cape Coral, Florida.
Christine Melton was 35 years old when she died. She was found in her South Cape Coral residence, wrapped in some bedding, tied with some shirts and leggings and a bathing suit top. Her face was black and blue. Her fingernails were broken. She had marks around her neck as she lied on the floor between her bedroom and the kitchen area of her residence. Diane Ruiz was 43 years old. She was found on an empty lot under some shrubs, under a tree, just lying there. Her nose had been broken. Her hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage had been broken. She had suffered multiple rib fractures, not only front, but also in the back. Now, what you're going to learn during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ms. Ruiz and Ms. Melton had three things in common. Both of them died on the 7th of October of 2019. Both of them had been strangled. And both of them, before they were forever silenced, the last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson. Now, the investigation into their deaths begins a little bit later on the 7th of October of 2019, midday. It begins with a 911 call from a gentleman by the name of Joshua Lukich. Joshua Lukich ran a business known as Mateo's Graphics. He describes his contact with Mr. Wilson. When he sees him, Mr. Wilson, the only thing he had on was a pair of pants. No shoes, no shirt, blood on him, and he wanted help. He was frantically looking to get out of town because he told him that he'd killed some people. He wanted Mr. Lukich's help. Well, Mr. Lukich does make that 911 call. Kind of spooked him a little bit. Cape Coral Police Department arrives on scene. They search the building. They search the exterior of the buildings. Mr. Wilson had since fled. they come across a black Nissan Versa, which is the car that Mr. Lukich says that Mr. Wilson arrived in. They look inside to see bloodstains. They're scared. For concern of the well-being of another, they go ahead and break into that car for fear that the person whose car that is actually in the trunk of that car. They search, no one's there. They do a records check. They find out that this car belongs to a young lady by the name of Christine Melton. They also find out what her phone number is. They find out where she works. They find out where she lives. They go to these locations. She is nowhere to be found at that point in time. They contact her emergency contact that she has, a young lady by Samantha. Samantha directs law enforcement to another young lady, Christine Melton's best friend, Stephanie Johnson. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where it all begins. Stephanie Johnson was Christine Melton's best friend. They've known each other for years. They came down here from Illinois. The night before, the 7th of October of 2019, Miss Johnson and Miss Melton had decided to go out that night. They were going to go to a place called the Buddha, which is in Fort Myers. It's a live music venue. It's a bar. They left around 10 o'clock that night. They get there. They're drinking. They're socializing. They meet Mr. Wilson and another young gentleman by the name of Mr. Jason Shepard. Except Mr. Wilson was introducing himself as JR that night. So what winds up happening is Mr. Wilson proceeds to socialize with Miss Melton. And as the night winds down, the bar begins to close. Their socialization didn't end there. So Mr. Shepard, Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all decide to get into a car and go to Mr. Shepard's residence on Sunbury Drive. When they get there, they all go inside. Mr. Shepard's mom's there. She's not exactly excited that, Mr. Shepard's bringing people home. It's late. Nonetheless, they go back towards Mr. Shepard's back bedroom, which leads out to a backyard, and Miss Melton and Mr. Wilson become intimately acquainted. Mr. Shepard and Miss Johnson go out back. They're just talking, hanging out, whatever, while Mr. Wilson and Miss Melton are getting along. There comes a point in time when they're then asked to leave. There's too much noise going on. It's getting late. Mr. Shepard's got to get up that morning. So what they opt to do is they try to get back into that car, which is a Dodge Hellcat, and it's also a stick shift. Mr. Wilson tries to get in. He can't drive that car. It's making a lot of noise. It keeps revving the engine. Can't get it in reverse. Can't get it to drive. They opt to call an Uber. And Miss Melton, her friend Miss Johnson, and Mr. Wilson all go back to Miss Melton's residence on Tudor Drive in Cape Coral. It's a little bit later on in the morning. Miss Johnson has to get to work. She's got a kid that she needs to get to school. So she leaves and asks Miss Melton, "Are you okay?" Yeah, there's no warning signs, no red flags, no nothing. So Miss Johnson leaves. Miss Melton is left alone with Mr. Wilson. You know how that morning ended. Miss Melton, once again, had broken fingernails, her face was black and blue. She had marks around her neck. She had been strangled. He then proceeds to wrap her up in some bedding, ties the bedding, ties it with her shirts, her jeans, her leggings, her bathing suit top, and tries to pull her out of the bedroom. Except at this point in time, the sun's beginning to come up. It's getting light outside. She's heavy. He wants to get rid of the body. He thinks the better of it, and then decides he's going to leave her there. He gets her keys to the black Nissan Versa. But before he leaves, he gets Miss Melton's iPhone, proceeds to hold it up to Miss Melton's face, so that way it has a face recognition ID, so that way he can utilize the phone. He leaves Miss Melton's car. He leaves with that phone. He proceeds to call the girlfriend that he'd gone to the Buddha with earlier that night and wanting to know where she was. He repeatedly calls. She tells him to meet her at her spa, which is located right on 1st Street. Her name is Miss Melissa Monz. He arrives at Miss Montez's business called Mia's Spa in that black Nissan Versa. When he arrives, he makes contact with Miss Montanez. It's not nice. He's trying to pull Miss Montanez into the car. Miss Montanez tries to fight him off. He gets out. That car rolls back, hits another car. Physical altercation takes place between him and Miss Montanez. Miss Montanez isn't anything but 5'2", weighs barely 100+ pounds, soaking wet. She's trying everything she can to fend him off. Comes a point in time when he punches her in the face. Blood flies everywhere. There's also a point in time when he holds her up against the wall. His hand, so she can't move. People see this. People in the next building that she shares this business with see this. One of the ladies was bold enough to come out and confront him. Ms. Montanez was able to get away. He thinks the better of it. He then proceeds to get back in that black Nissan Versa and leave. While that's ongoing, law enforcement is called. The Fort Myers Police Department arrives. They conduct an investigation on the battery and assault that happened in front of Mia's Spa. Meanwhile, Mr. Wilson decides he's going to go to Cape Coral. He goes over the bridge, heads over into one of the neighborhoods near Hector Cafferata Elementary School. Who does he encounter? Diana Ruiz. Diana Ruiz works at the Moose Lodge. She was a bartender there. She didn't live very far away from that particular location, so she always opted and chose to walk to work. She was wearing a light blue shirt, jeans, some black shoes. She also had a very colorful purse she was carrying. Mr. Wilson, in his black Nissan Versa, comes across Miss Ruiz. Now, we don't know exactly how Miss Ruiz ultimately wound up getting into that particular car, but if you believe how Mr. Wilson tells it, she got in willingly. But remember, Miss Ruiz had a broken nasal bone. She had multiple fractures of ribs, and she had broken thyroid and neck cartilage injuries to her. We know that Miss Ruiz lost her purse because it was ultimately found and turned into that elementary school. We know that Miss Ruiz was actually in that vehicle because of the bloodstains that were found in that vehicle. Because we know that DNA forensics that was conducted on that bloodstain came back to Miss Ruiz. What we learn is that we know that Miss Ruiz was in that car. And what we know also, and that you'll learn, is that she was then taken to an area off of Northeast 4th Avenue, whereby her body was dumped. And there was a neighbor that just happened to live directly behind where her body was dumped. Didn't think anything of it that morning because he was having breakfast with his wife, and sees a car going backwards and forwards, and then ultimately winds up leaving that location. That wasn't until the next day when he sees crime scene tape all over the place and he realizes, oh, that was the one in the same car. What we know is that Miss Ruiz had been strangled. And what we also know is that she died as a result of blunt force trauma. because of the multiple rib fractures. And if you want to believe what Mr. Wilson told law enforcement, was that he had driven over her repeatedly and tried to make her look like spaghetti. You'll learn from the medical examiner's office testimony that when one drives over a body repeatedly, rib fractures are likely to occur. Multiple rib fractures are likely to occur. Now, Ms. Ruiz's body wasn't found until a couple days later. But what we know is that when she was missing, there was a frantic search for her that was being conducted. Okay? And after that search was being conducted, Ms. Melton, her search was being conducted right around the same time. Mr. Wilson leaves Ms. Ruiz on that empty lot, underneath those shrubs, underneath that tree. Gets back in that Nissan Versa. He leaves. He goes back across the bridge, and he goes to a place called Joe's Crab Shack, which conveniently enough is just right across the street from Mia's spa. Law enforcement gets there, and the reason why he goes to Joe's Crab Shack is because he and Melissa Monz were communicating. She was trying to get him to a particular location so that way law enforcement could make an arrest. So when he arrives at Joe's Crab Shack, you're also going to learn that law enforcement gets in contact with him there. He plays dumb. He has absolutely no idea as to why he's being asked about any type of battery. He doesn't know why about anything. But what he does do is he does manage to get away from the officer who had tried to go ahead and block him in. He wasn't snaking around. So he gets back into stays in his car, and then he backs out and leaves Joe's Crab Shack's parking lot. You all know where he headed there. He heads to Mateo's Graphics. He needs to get out of town. So now we're back to where we began. At Mateo's Graphics, when he leaves, before law enforcement gets there to search that building, he proceeds to go off into a neighborhood behind Mateo's Graphics. He goes to a place northeast 1st Avenue, which is actually the residence of a young couple by the name of Fanny Amlin. And the Amlins, conveniently enough, had just left their house the day before to go to Ohio. It was empty. He'd broken in through the back. Helped himself to some food, helped himself to some clothes, helped himself to some drink. While he was there, he needed help. He calls his dad. I need to get out of town. I need your help. Send me an Uber. While that was happening, law enforcement is conducting an investigation. They knew who he was. They were researching, trying to figure out who his next point of contact would be. They'd already reached out to his dad. They needed to know where his whereabouts are. Dad tells them, he's conflicted. It's his son, right? But when he starts describing what he had done, he describes it in such a way where he's bragging. He wants his dad to feel that excitement. He made his dad sick. His dad gets the address, tells him, I'm going to send you an Uber, passes that information along to the marshals. Marshals descend on that particular location. Mr. Kent Amlin and Miss Fanny Amlin are contacted and asked, hey, is this guy supposed to be in your residence? They're like, absolutely not. You give us permission to go in? Absolutely. His dad is encouraging Mr. Wilson to come outside. He finally does, subsequently arrested. Now, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, you're going to hear from various witnesses. You're going to hear what they saw and what they heard. You're going to hear about the investigation that ensued. You're going to hear about the autopsies. You're going to hear about the crime scenes. You're going to hear about all of the admissions that he made not only to Mr. Lukich, not only to Ms. Montanez, not only to his father. You're going to hear what he told law enforcement. And you're going to hear that when they asked him why he killed Miss Melton, he said, I just wanted to do it. And then they asked him, well, what about Mr. Weiss? His response was, F it. Did you kill her? I got one down. You're also going to have DNA analysis for you. You can find that those shirts, those leggings, a curtain rod, all the ties. DNA comes back to Miss Melton, of course. Also comes back to Mr. Wilson. That blood stain in the car, that's Mr. Weiss. You're also going to find that there were 2 phones in that car. Guess who those were? Miss Melton's. Second one, Mr. Weiss. You're going to have phone records. Those phone records are going to show you that Mr. Weiss's number and Miss Melton's number were also on Miss Montanez's number in her phone records. You're going to hear the confession from Mr. Wilson about the method of the killing, ladies and gentlemen, and you're also going to hear his admission to the actual killing itself. You're going to have photos. You're going to have videos. You're going to have exhibits to examine. When you take all of that and you put it together, the state wants you to return the only verdict that the evidence is going to support, and that is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder for the strangulation and killing of Miss Melton, guilty of grand theft of a motor vehicle for taking Miss Melton's black Nissan Versa, guilty for battery on Miss Melissa Montanez, guilty on first-degree murder of Miss Diana Ruiz for strangling, killing her, and running her over with that car. Asking you to also find him guilty of burglary of a dwelling, of breaking into Mr. Kent and Miss Fanny Amlin's residence. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to return a guilty verdict for petty theft, for helping himself to the food, the drink, and the clothing inside of that residence.
Seems interesting to tack on the theft.
The defense is going to reserve, Judge.
Okay. Very well.
That means we start.
State, we call their first witness.
State would call Mr. Joshua Lukich.
Interesting. You might ask why we're in court if we have a confession and all the evidence. I'm wondering. I don't know. Did he try to recant his confession? He wore a suit that screams for attention, which is a bold move. It might be.
All right, sir. If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Might be similar to what he was trying to do to show off to his dad.
The testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Sorry, we'll take the stand. Please watch your step.
Defense reserves the right to use to give their opening when they start their testimony at the second half of the trial, if there is a second half. They might not do one at all. Zimmy from the bus stop, thanks for the super chat. Missed yesterday. Oh my goodness, got to go back.
Good morning, sir. Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Joshua Lukich.
And Mr. Lukich, what do you do for a living, sir?
I own a screen printing and T-shirt and sign company.
And what is the name of that screen printing and sign company?
Mateo Graphics.
And where is that business particularly located?
Hancock Bridge Parkway.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes.
How do you know him?
An acquaintance through a friend of mine who had a business down in Conkey.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
It was a normal business day. I was just dealing with clients that morning.
And so were you at your business at that time?
Yes.
Would that be at 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway?
Yes.
Did there come an occasion when you came into contact with Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Could you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that came about?
Wade came in a black car. He backed up to one of the buildings on the property there, and he came up to my truck, my vehicle, when I was on the property, and I was with a client at that time, so I told him to give me a moment, and I'll be right with him. And once I went into the building, he was there trying to get a plane ticket or a bus ticket or whatever he could from me to leave town.
And when you saw Mr. Wilson, could you please describe for us what he was wearing at that time?
He was wearing sweatpants only, no shoes, no shirt. He was bloody, and he was missing a couple of teeth.
Could you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury about what his demeanor was?
His demeanor was frantic, in a rush to leave as quickly as he could, because he had just done something horrific and killed people.
When he was speaking to you and asking you for your assistance, did that give you any cause for concern?
Not right away, and once I took a look at him again, I started to believe what he was saying.
And what exactly was he saying to you?
He said he killed people, and he rolled up someone in a carpet or bedding or whatever it was, and that he also needed to get out of town. He needed a plane ticket and a bus ticket or anything he could.
So was he frantically asking you for assistance?
Yes.
Was he pacing back and forth inside of your business?
Inside of the building, yes. Okay. Yes.
And were you inside that business at the same time that
Yes.
he was? Were you two the only two people in that building
Yes.
at the time? When he was asking you for your assistance to leave, to get that plane ticket, how were you responding to him?
I responded to him by telling him that a friend of mine called and said that he was beating up Mila in the parking lot that morning, and I confronted him on that. I said, if that's all that it is, you're okay if you guys just got into a fight. But then he continued to talk crazy as far as, no, you don't understand, I killed people. And once it kind of set in, I threw a cigarette at him. I said, why don't you smoke a cigarette? I'll be right back.
Now, at that time, were you frightened?
Yeah.
And you were scared?
Yes.
Were you unsure of Mr. Wilson's intentions at that point towards you?
No.
What did you do at that point in time when you threw him a cigarette and told him to relax?
I told him that I needed to go pick up an employee of mine at a job down the road, and I would be back.
Was that just an excuse to separate yourself from Mr. Wilson that morning?
Yes.
Is your business also equipped with video?
Yes.
Camera surveillance?
Yes.
Now, what did you do after you left Mr. Wilson's company and went outside?
I drove to my other building, which is adjacent to 2309, 160 Hunter Boulevard, and has a big concrete wall around it. And I called the police at that time when I was at the other building and let them know that everything that he just came in and said.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Lukich, I'm handing you some previously marked as Stacy exhibit number 2, asked you to take a look at that item. So do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is my business.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict your business back on 7th of October 2019?
Yes, it does.
State would move Stacy exhibit number 2 in evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Publisher?
You may.
Thank you.
They keep wandering away from the mic, so I'm going to try to control the audio a little better here. Sorry about that.
So this photograph would be taken from the road there on Hancock Bridge Parkway, and then your buildings is in the back. Is that correct?
Yes, there's two buildings. There's one on the left side, and then there's another one behind the water tower. So there's two buildings on that site, and he came to the building number 2 behind the water tower.
Okay. Now you indicated that you contacted 911. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked as Stacy exhibit number 1. Commissioner Poshuk.
You may.
Mr. Lukich, I'm getting been marked as Stacy exhibit number 1. I asked you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is what I signed off on the 911 call.
And does that 911 call fairly and accurately depict your conversation with the 911 operator on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, it does.
Judge, State will move Stacy exhibit number 1 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Commissioner Published, Judge?
You may.
TC, congratulations on 10 months from Sydney. Welcome. Lucky it's his choice on those tattoos, and apparently he went with, instead of trying to hide it, it almost looks like he's trying to flaunt it or draw attention to him. We're not supposed to hear this. Yeah, gotta mute that. I go back, I'm in his face. Yeah. Whoops. We're waiting for the audio feed to come back. They need to.
911, what is your emergency? I have a stable man that's, I guess, wanted at my office, 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway. He's got tattoos, he's shirtless, he's killed people, and he just hurt a girl, 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway. Okay. What is the phone number you're calling from? 239-313-8164. Okay, what is your name? Josh. W-K-I-T-S-2-H. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. The gentleman's name is Wade something. I have no idea. I went back to my office, my business there, and he was there. He was just a cordial friend of a friend associate. Just did something bad, I guess. He was running from somebody. I need to get him out of my place. And he's saying he's done all these crazy things to somebody and has a stolen car there. It's very odd. Very, very odd. All right, one moment while I put this information. Okay. Yeah? Yes, one moment, sir. Okay, there was an incident that happened at Legacy, or at, across the street downtown at Legacy Harbor this morning. Okay, all right, one moment. At a place called Mila's Spot. Okay, I have a call for dispatch. I just have 2 additional questions as well to wait the time response. Give me one moment. All right, thank you. Okay, what weapons involved are mentioned? Yeah, he said he stabbed somebody, I guess. Can you know what kind? Can you describe the weapon to me? I have no idea what that. He was in my shop. I just left him right around the block. I helped those kids with the there. He won't leave. Driving a little black Nissan car. There's a business Any tattoos on his chest? He's not wearing a shirt right now.
Not wearing a shirt?
Not wearing a shirt right now. I think he was wearing jeans.
How old is he? About how old is he?
I would say 25, 26.
And you said his name was Wade?
Wade, yeah, I don't know his last name, but I know his name's Wade.
How did he arrive?
In a black car, in a black little four-door car, Nissan car. He was already there, and I told him to my office. It was a surprisingly schedule.
Are you anyone else in danger right now?
I'm sure everybody is around him right now.
Okay, do you know if that's the person?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay, go ahead.
I'm at 160 Hunter Boulevard, which is my other property right behind the one I just gave you, the address. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. And we do a copy of it or something like that. Well, they're already there, or I can't see over the wall.
Okay, one moment. The officer by anything at the scene, an officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. Do you want an officer to contact you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, call us back immediately if anything changes or any further information or as you leave. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Thanks.
And Mr. Lukich, you also indicated that your business has video surveillance. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Number 3.
That 911 call is hard to hear.
You may.
Basically, he said everything that happened.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the video footage I signed off on.
Okay, does that video footage fairly accurately depict the video of Mr. Wilson arriving at your place of business on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, it does.
At this time, Judge, the state moves State's Exhibit number 3 in evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Looks like this happened 10/7 of 2019. It's been a while. Dominated. Congratulations. Congratulations on your successful commitment to the channel.
Mr. Lukich, when you had made that 911 call, you indicated that you went to a property behind the Mateo's graphic. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go after you made that 911 call?
I stayed at 160 Hunter Boulevard until the officers called me back over to 2309 Hancock because they could not find him in the building. So I walked through the building with them to kind of show them some nooks and crannies that he could have been. And from there on throughout the day into the later hours, I was at Hancock with the officers.
Okay. And Mr. Wilson was nowhere to be found. Is that correct?
No.
Did you know where he went?
No.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Wilson here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there in the blue jacket.
Judge, let the record reflect Mr. Lukich is identified Mr. Wilson.
Okay.
And did everything you testified to occur here in Lee County, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions at this time.
saw the video. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. We saw the video of him getting out of the car. He went in through a door. Is that the entrance to your business?
To that building business, yeah.
Or are there multiple entrances?
There's multiple entrances, yeah.
You described him as, let me ask you something. How well did you know Mr. Wilson?
I didn't know him very well. He was an employee at a friend of mine, marina in Conch Key. And,
down in the Keys?
Down in the Keys, and I've only met him maybe a handful of times before that.
Let me ask you, if you were acquaintances, why would he go to you to get money for a ticket or a plane?
I have no idea.
You said that there were just the two of you. Wasn't there a third employee in the building?
No.
You said he was frantic. Could you describe that more?
He was pacing around.
Kind of manic?
Getting back and forth close to my person and needing a ticket. Any kind of ticket, bus ticket, money, or anything. And I told him I couldn't help him.
Okay. And did he lash out at you when you said you couldn't help him?
No.
You said he was talking crazy. What did you mean?
Crazy as far as, no, you don't understand, Josh, I killed people last night.
Did he say he stabbed those people?
I don't recall.
Did he ever work for you?
No.
During the 911 call, there was no mention of him being covered in blood. Did you leave that out?
I don't remember.
But the 911 call would be the best.
To refer?
Right.
Sure.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to try to replay the audio from the 911 call really quickly. Let's see. If we can. So noisy. Let me export it. Let's do that.
Goes with either of those videos?
I wouldn't. I don't know if the audio is with it. No.
Okay. This is your video system, security system, right?
Right.
You don't know if it records sound?
No, I don't.
How long have you been in that location?
That video system was actually taken from a tenant's video system, wanted dead or alive, on my property.
I'm sorry, explain that again?
The tenant?
Yeah.
From the building that we were renting to, it was wanted dead or alive. It was in the 911 call.
All right. That was the towing company.
Right.
All right.
Wanted dead or alive was the tenant.
Mr. Wilson live at your condominium?
Just an unfortunate coincidence in names.
He did not live there.
Did he visit there?
He has maybe been there once or twice before that.
And what, he stayed maybe a week or 2 weeks, or?
Not at my property, no.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Can you redirect?
Briefly, Judge. Mr. Lukich, when you described Mr. Wilson talking crazy, was that because of what he was telling you or how he was telling it to you?
pretty crazy what he was telling me.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
No recross.
You may step down, sir.
What he was telling is important.
I think we're going to ask that he be excused.
No objection.
All right, he's excused. May call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. State Call Officer Chris Anzelone.
Let's see if this makes it any better. Hang on. I'm going to play some audio over this in the background.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Is that a little clearer?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We'll play that at the next break.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen jury by telling them your name?
Officer Christopher Anzelone.
Sir, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
6 years.
And in what capacity, sir?
I'm currently a school resource officer.
Now, were you a school resource officer back on the 7th of October of 2019?
I was not. I was on road patrol in Zone 1.
And what does that mean?
That's just a little precinct that I had worked in at the time, which is where the incident occurred.
Okay. And which incident are you referring to, sir?
The Mateo Graphic at 2309 Hancock.
And did you have an occasion to go to Mateo Graphics there at 2309 Hancock Ridge Parkway?
Yes, I did.
What was the reason for you to go to that location?
I was the primary officer, and I responded after Josh had called 911. I went there to make contact with Josh.
Okay. And did you ultimately make contact with Mr. Lukich on that date and time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what happened when you made contact with him?
I spoke to Josh. He told me that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
After you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Lukich, what did you do in response to the information that you received from Mr. Lukich?
I went to the blue building that was on the property to search for Wade Wilson.
Okay. And what can you describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you went about doing that?
So it was basically set up. It was a tow yard. So we had a bunch of cars in the parking lot. There was a blue building full of cars inside as well. Myself and a canine officer, Officer Reese, had gone into the building and searched the entire area and searched the inside of all the vehicles at the tow yard.
And did you ultimately direct your attention to the inside of the buildings as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say you went into the buildings, was anyone directing you to where all the various locations would be, or any type of hidden locations or anything along those lines?
We searched the building in its entirety.
Okay. Did you also search the exterior of the buildings?
That's correct. We searched the perimeter.
And during the course of your search, did you locate anyone?
We did not.
So you didn't locate an individual by the name of Wade Wilson?
No, sir.
What did you do after you went ahead and searched the buildings on that property?
At that point, we had called for a detective. The vehicle that Wade Wilson had arrived in, we heard to have blood on it, and there was front-end damage. When we ran the license plate, it came back to Christine Melton. So we knew the vehicle did not belong to Josh. We tried to get a hold of Christine Melton, but it was unsuccessful.
After you tried to make contact with Ms. Christine Melton, what did you do next?
We sent officers down to Christine's house to try to locate her.
And was that you who was doing that?
I was not. I stayed at the 2309 Hancock address.
So when you looked at this particular vehicle, you indicated that you noticed something inside?
Correct. There was blood on the passenger door.
So what did you do in response to when you saw blood on the interior of that vehicle?
We ended up breaking Officer Amato broke the driver's side window of the vehicle, and due to the circumstances of us not being able to get in contact with the registered owner, we broke the window and popped the trunk, and we checked the trunk to make sure that there was nobody inside.
Why would you break the window?
Because Wade Wilson had made phone calls from Christine Melton's cell phone, which we knew at the time, and we weren't able to locate her.
Judge, let the record reflect on certain facts.
Rebecca, thanks for that huge gift of 10 memberships. Appreciate you.
Counselor, can you recite those numbers again for me?
Yes, 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, 5F. Permission to question?
You may.
Officer Anzelone, I'm sure you was previously marked as stations in 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, and then 5F. I asked you to take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
Yes, this is the vehicle.
That's one of the same vehicle that that had its window punched out because you saw blood on the inside?
That's correct.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicle back on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, sir.
That you recall? Judge, at this time, the state will move stations number 5, 5A, 5B, 5C, 5E, and 5F into evidence.
Any objections?
None, Judge.
All right, be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Officer Anzelone, I'm showing you what's been previously published or admitted as station number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you had to punch the window out?
5 what?
Yes, I agree.
It's just station number 5.
Is it A, B?
It's 5, and then we have 5A, 5B,
Okay.
5C, 5E,
Okay,
5F.
so you're moving to have Exhibit 5 also admitted.
Yes, Judge.
Any objection?
Is this 5?
Yes.
Apparently. Any objection?
Objection.
All right, be admitted.
Officer Anzelone, I'm showing you station number 5. Is that the vehicle that you had encountered on the 7th of October 2019 that you had to punch the window out of?
Yes, sir.
5A, that's the back of the vehicle?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you also searched the trunk of that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And there wasn't anything in that trunk?
There was some beach equipment. I believe there's a beach chair in there.
There was no body, correct?
No body.
5B, does that reflect the window that had been broken out on the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Look at that adhesive cling film they
And
they
5C,
stick so that nothing
that the
gets
interior,
blown away, no evidence
the
gets
aftermath
destroyed.
of punching out that particular vehicle with the
In
window
transit.
shards on the inside on the driver's seat.
You guys watching up there in Canton?
Then as we're looking here at 5E, specifically right in this area here, which is a third away from the top on the passenger side door, and then on the right side of the photograph. Are those the blood stains that you had observed?
Yes.
And then 5F, near the belt buckle itself, little mark that's located directly to the left and down on the black
I love having
portion
Elmo.
of plastic, which supports the frame. Is that the blood stains that you were referring to?
That is correct.
And when you saw those stains, those gave you cause for concern?
Absolutely.
And you could observe those stains from the exterior of the vehicle?
Correct.
And that was the reason for why you went ahead and broke out the window?
Yes.
You indicated that you had gone ahead and conducted a record search for the registered owner of this vehicle?
That's correct.
And you determined it to be Ms. Melton?
Yes.
What did you do with that information after you obtained it?
We passed it on to the South District Sergeant and spoke to our major crimes and gave them the information.
Do you know what they did with it?
They sent officers to her address and they held it as a potential crime scene. So they were able to make entry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Until they were able to make entry into the home.
Were you part of that entry team?
I was not.
After you had gone ahead and broken out this window and learned that there was no one on the inside of this vehicle, what was your next duty at that point in time?
So at that point, we held the car as a crime scene and we waited for a tow truck to arrive to transport the vehicle back to the Querr Police Department for processing.
And was that the extent of your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this case, Judge.
So the defendant's lawyer died pre-trial, so they had to delay to start over. I think this also might be the trial that has the most cameras we've ever seen in court. I'm counting 4 so far. 4 distinct angles. We might have more.
What time did you get called or dispatched?
I was dispatched at 1:37 in the afternoon.
What time did you arrive?
I do not recall.
And was it an hour later?
No, it would have been shortly after I received the
Were
call.
there other officers there before you?
There was a sergeant and another road officer that was there.
When was did Did you maintain contact of the car, the vehicle?
Yes.
When did that get towed?
I don't know the exact time off the top of my head. It was later on in the afternoon.
Okay. Was it a couple hours later? I mean,
that's correct.
All right. From your observations, were you able to tell when that alleged blood was placed there, got there?
I couldn't tell you how long it was there for.
Did you touch it?
I did not.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Nothing further from the State Judge.
All right, you may step down. Any objection? To be excused.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Everyone's approaching. First sidebar of the trial. I haven't been counting anything in this trial. I'm not sure actually what we should. Whoa. Defendant gets to go up too with an escort. 2 bailiffs hot on his heels. Every court does this differently, but apparently defendant is unrestrained. And if I was the judge, I'd be like, that's close enough, right? Stop right there. Defendant's jacket is loud. I think it's intentional. I mean, so is the court recorder. I mean, she's probably mortified that they're both, they're doing a who wore it best activity here in court. I think she did. I think she wore it best. But
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
there's a little spot on the ground. The bailiff is directing the witnesses to stand up. It looks like a tiny trap door. If you say the wrong thing, I think the judge has the button to just open the floor. Go straight to the jail.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Patricia Bell.
And where do you work?
The Cape Coral Police Department.
And what do you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a detective in the Major Crimes Unit.
And how long have you been a detective for the Major Crimes Unit?
16, 17 years.
Were you working as a major crimes detective back on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you become involved in the investigation of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did.
And how did you come about being a detective in that particular case?
I was the on-call detective for that day. I received a telephone call from Sergeant Gleason, who was on the scene at Mateo Graphics, and he notified me of what was going on up there regarding a subject. According to the complaining party, a subject showed up in a black Nissan Versa. He said that that person was known to him.
Sustained.
And after he provided information to you, what did you do with that information?
He provided information to me. Then I provided information to other detectives within the unit to facilitate the investigation. I asked another detective at the time, Detective Nick Malone, to run the person's name, who happened to be Christine Melton, into what's called NCIC FCIC, to see if we could gain some emergency contact information for her.
And ultimately, were you able to obtain that emergency contact information for Ms. Melton?
Yes, we did.
And when you received that information for the emergency contact, what did you do with that information?
Detective Malone contacted the emergency contact, who put us in touch with another person who was the name of Stephanie Johnson, who was out with Christine Melton the night before, into the early morning hours leading into this date that we are.
So in essence, you essentially went ahead and facilitated the coordination of that information to provide around to road patrol officers as well as other detectives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you also facilitate the determination of who that black Nissan Versa belonged to?
Yes, patrol had run the tag on scene, and the tag returned to Christine Melton at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape Coral.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any questions?
The nasal examination cam is functioning properly this morning.
Detective, did you interview a Jason Shepard?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he provide you with a cell phone belonging to Mr. Wilson?
Yes, he provided a cell phone that belonged to Mr. Wilson.
Did you ever place that into evidence?
I'm sure the phone was placed into evidence, yes, sir.
No, that's not what I asked you. I said, did you place it into evidence?
I don't recall, sir.
What did you do with it?
I don't recall if I collected said phone or if another detective on scene collected the phone. It may have been collected by forensics.
Did you go through the phone?
It was forensically examined, I believe, sir, yes.
Wow.
Did you go through it first?
No, sir.
You didn't go in and scroll through anything?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Should be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused. All right. Before you call your next witness, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break. Be about 10 minutes. We'll send you back to the jury room. Just leave your notepads there, and just remember my instructions.
All right. All right. I'm re-exporting the 911 call to make it a little clearer. I actually accidentally only got the first 2 minutes of it on my first video, but let me check and see. Let's see what we have here. Let me shrink this down. Let me see if this works. Ready, set, go.
911, what is your emergency?
I had a stable man that I just wanted at my office, 2309 Hancock Ridge Parkway. He's got tattoos, he's shirtless, he's very still people, and he just hurt a girl, 2309 Hancock Ridge Parkway.
Okay, so I think that is a little bit better. We'll let it finish exporting. We'll get the rest of it for you. Let's see. We're in a quick break, so we're going to skip ahead because we can. That's what the beauty of speed trials. What do you guys think so far? This is a little bit crazy. Let's see. We're almost done with the break. Let's see. Okay, I think that actually completes portion 1. Okay, give me a second here. I've got too many cables connected to too many places. Yeah, the break just extended. It was a long break. That's why. All right. So next we go. Next we go here.
Call Stephanie Johnson.
Oops. Stephanie Johnson. Let's see if she stands on the trap door and answers correctly to the oath, the witness oath. Misty Harris, thank you very much. Welcome. Congratulations on 5 months. Coming in, I owe a couple other people a quick shout out. Andrew C. says, have a great day. Thank you very much. Taminator says 9 months. Thank you. Thank you. Rebecca Zucks says, love being here watching from Melbourne, Australia. Thanks, Scott and RA community. That's awesome. So we had TC earlier from Sydney,
face the clerk,
Australia.
raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
There she is. She's standing on the trap door.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Also, Chris Wallace just gifted a membership. Thank you very much.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Stephanie Sailors.
What was your name back in 2019?
Stephanie Johnson.
Have you since gotten married?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Do you know someone by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes, Christine and I have been friends since we were in high school.
Where did the two of you meet?
In Illinois, where we grew up.
When did you meet?
When we were about 15 years old, and we became friends through her cousins, who I'm also very close with, and we were inseparable, moved across the country together, lived together all through our 20s, and then ended up moving to Florida to be close to all of our family down here.
Where else did you live across the country with Christine?
We lived in Colorado together as well.
Then did you both end up here in Cape Coral, Florida?
Yes.
Back in October of 2019, were you working?
Yes, Christine and I both worked at Duffy's in Cape Coral.
What type of employer is Duffy's?
It was a restaurant and bar, and we both waited tables there.
Was Christine dating anyone back in October of 2019?
No, Christine was not dating anybody.
Were you dating anyone?
No, I was not.
Where did Christine live at the time?
Christine lived in Cape Coral off of Tudor Drive.
What type of home did she live in?
It was a duplex apartment.
Did she live with anyone?
She lived alone.
Did she have any pets?
She did have one cat.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 4 and 10A.
Are we seeing the cat?
I'm going to show you these photos and ask if you'll take a look and tell me if you recognize them. Starting with State's Exhibit 4, what do you recognize this exhibit to be?
That's Christine.
Okay. Is that how she looked back on October 6th and 7th of 2019?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10A. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that is the apartment that Christine lived in.
And does that fairly and accurately show the apartment that she lived in back in October of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would move 4 and 10A into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Is that Christine?
Yes.
I'm showing you her duplex where she lived at the time. Which door is hers?
The white door on the left. So there's a window and then the door right next to it, to the right.
Okay, so the door to the right of the window is her door, or the door to the left of the window?
To the left of the window.
So the middle window?
Yeah, the far left door.
Right, thank you.
There we go. Far left door.
I want to take you back to October 6th of 2019. Did you see Christine on that day?
Yes, Christine and I had planned to meet up later that night and to go out drinking at the Buddha bar in Fort Myers.
Had you ever been to the Buddha bar?
I had not been there before.
Where is the Buddha located?
It's located off of McGregor and I think College Parkway.
Is that in Lee County, Florida?
Yes.
How did the two of you get to the Buddha?
So I met Christine at her apartment that night and we took an Uber from her apartment to the Buddha.
About what time did you Uber over to the Buddha?
Around 10:30.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the record, I'm
Courtney
showing defense counsel
or
what's previously
Helena.
marked as State's Exhibit
Oh, wait.
7.
Helena? Courtney, congratulations. 7 months. That's awesome. Thank you so
Showing you
much.
State's Exhibit 7. Will you take a look at it and tell me if you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is the Buddha in Fort Myers.
And is the bar behind the big statue of the Buddha?
Yes, that's the main entrance to the bar.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 7 into evidence.
Any objection? No. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Elmo's getting a workout today.
Do you have any specific
Unfortunately, they've
reason
got
the two of you
high-gloss
chose the
photos.
Buddha on that night?
There was live music there that night, so we wanted to go see a band play.
When you got there, what was just sort of the general environment of the bar?
It wasn't overly crowded. There was, a decent amount of people there that night, dancing, drinking, nothing out of the ordinary from a typical bar.
Was there a band playing?
Yes.
Now, were you friendly and did you talk to other people that were there?
Yeah, we socialized quite a bit. There's a couple of different bars in the main bar, and we were down at one bar. We danced. We got drinks at other bars. We talked to the people that were there. Pretty standard going out night.
Now, obviously you're drinking and listening to music this entire time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had been drinking pretty heavily that night.
And is that why you chose to get an Uber?
Yes, yeah, we both knew we were going to be drinking, so we didn't want to be driving at all.
Now, while you were there, did someone approach you?
Yeah, towards the end of the night, as we were walking up to the upstairs bar, somebody jumped out in front of me, kind of just like to get my attention and said, "Hey, who's your friend?" And gestured towards Christine. He seemed friendly and introduced himself, and I grabbed Christine and said, "Hey, this guy wants to meet you."
What was his demeanor?
Friendly, charming.
Is there any red flags that popped up when you were talking to him?
No.
How did he introduce himself to you?
At that point, he introduced himself as JR.
Do you see JR sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Right there, in a bright blue suit.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
Now, has his appearance changed since the time that you met him?
Yes, he has a lot more tattoos on his face. He did not have any facial tattoos
May I
the night
approach
you
a
met
witness?
him.
You may.
At this time, the state showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39.
In the 911 call, we'll hear
Take a look
that,
at State's Exhibit number 39 and tell me if you recognize that
his
exhibit.
friend said he
Yes.
had
What do you
tattoos, but
recognize
nothing
it to
about the
be?
face either.
JR, the person who introduced himself to us that night.
And is he the same person sitting here in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately represent how he looked back on October 6th of 2019?
Exactly.
You know, at this time, the state would move 39 into evidence.
It'll be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
So he's had all those facial tattoos. Does he have some on his neck? He's got neck tattoos, but nothing on the face.
Now, after you introduced him to Christine, what happened next?
Christine and I and JR and another man, Jason, who we were introduced to by JR, talked at the bar, mingled. Christine and JR seemed to be interested in each other. Me and Christine had commented on how he had dimples, and one of the guys she had been talking to earlier in the night only had one dimple, and he had two dimples. And, she definitely was attracted to him, and he seemed attracted to her, and they were friendly and getting to know each other.
Now, you mentioned that JR introduced you to someone by the name of Jason.
Yes, so there was another man that he was with at the bar named Jason, and I was under the impression that they were there together as friends, just like me and Christine had been.
At some point, did you take your talking and socializing outside of the bar?
Yeah, so that was at the end of the night, and the bar was closing. So they were kind of shuffling everybody out the door. Christine and I went outside, and we're still continuing to socialize with JR and Jason until, it was decided to leave. And me and Christine had came in an Uber, so we followed Jason and JR to their car. JR had tossed the keys over to Jason, and we were going to go after party. I didn't know at that point if we were going back to Christine's house or where we were headed from there, but we were going together.
Now, when you went into the parking lot, everybody's talking. Again, describe the mood.
Happy. Everybody was cheerful, intoxicated, but, there wasn't anything out of the ordinary or scary by any means. Just typical end of the bar night.
Now, is this around 2 a.m. that the bar's closing and kicking everybody out?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
so everything was closing at that point.
Again, as far as JR is concerned, does he exhibit any kind of anger or any kind of red flags?
No, not at all.
And in fact, you and Christine thought he was charming?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned that JR threw the keys over to Jason.
Mm-hmm.
What type of car was it that you got in?
It was a Dodge Hellcat, I think it's called.
Whose car did you believe that
nice
was?
Car.
I believed it was Jason's at that point.
When you got it?
Yeah.
You believed it was Jason's car?
I don't really remember. I just know Jason was driving at that time, so my assumption was that it was his car.
Where did everybody sit in the car?
Jason sat in the front seat, Christine sat in the in the passenger seat, and then me and JR were in the back seat.
Now, where did you end up going?
We drove not very far. It was only a couple of turns, maybe less than 10 minutes in the car, but we ended up at Jason's house.
May I approach the witness?
May.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what has been previously marked as case exhibits number 8 and 9.
There's got to be a tattoo artist in jail with him. That's some impressive
Case
work.
exhibits number 8 and 9. Will you please take a look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize them?
This is the car that we left the Buddha in.
State's exhibit number 8.
8.
And does that fairly and accurately represent the way the car appeared when you got in it that night?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit number 9. What does state's exhibit number 9 show?
This is Jason's house.
Is this the house where you went to after the bar closed?
Yes, I remember that star on the house.
Your Honor, at this time the state will move 8 and 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
Permission to publish?
You may.
We are speed trialing, but they're a
You
fast
just told
court
the jurors
already.
this is the Hellcat that you all got in?
Yes, ma'am.
And
They're
then
fast.
state's
They
exhibit
they
number
often
9,
get away in police
that's
chases.
Jason's house.
Yes.
When you arrived at Jason's home, was anyone else present?
Yeah, his mom was home. So when we walked in the front door, his mom was awake and on the couch and not very happy that he was bringing people home. We tried to make small talk and, kind of ease the situation, but we just ended up going to Jason's bedroom, which was down the hall from there.
Now, when you got back into Jason's bedroom, what happened with Christine and JR?
So pretty quickly after getting to Jason's house, Christine and JR started having sex.
And when they started having sex, what did you and Jason do?
Jason had a bedroom that led to the outside, so Jason and I hung out outside most of the time, only to, really go in to use the bathroom maybe. Christine and JR were inside for a while. They came outside and mingled a little bit with us and went back into the bedroom.
You mentioned that they started out having sex. Did their sexual encounters appear to be consensual?
Yes.
Okay, so there was nothing that, again, at this point, that caused any red flags?
No.
Now, when you and Jason were outside, what were the two of you doing?
We were drinking, smoking, talking. He had a trampoline out there, so we sat on the trampoline and talked for a while, just mingling, talking.
Did the two of you have any interest in each other that night beyond just talking and friendship?
No.
So did the two of you hook up at all?
No.
Now, you mentioned that JR and Christine would go inside the house and come back out and kind of go back and forth. During these back and forth interactions, were they normal types of interactions?
Yeah.
Did they appear to be having a good time?
Yeah, they appeared to be having a good time with each other and, joyful and, nothing out of the ordinary or concerning.
Now, about how long were you at Jason's house?
I would say we were probably there for a couple hours, maybe 2 hours.
After about 2 hours, did you all leave?
Yes. So we were at Jason's house, and then kind of, quickly, JR was saying, oh, we got to go. This guy doesn't want us here anymore. And it was kind of at that point that I realized that Jason and JR didn't know each other before this night. The way JR was, seeming at the beginning of the night was that, they were there together. And then when we were leaving, it was, it didn't seem that way. It seemed like this guy wanted us out of his house, and it was kind of quickly an exit. But when we went to the driveway, we got back into the car that we came in, which Jason had drove at that time, but now JR was driving.
Okay, so when you are leaving Jason's house, was it somewhat abrupt as far as...
Yeah, it was quick, but it wasn't anything like, he wasn't mad that we were still there or anything like that. It was just time to go.
Okay. And this night that you went out on the bar, it was a Sunday night?
Yes.
So you're going into now Monday morning?
No, Monday. I had to work. I believe Jason had to work the next day. His mom obviously wasn't happy that we were there to begin with, so.
So the party, everything's kind of winding down for the night?
Yes, and we go and get in the car, and JR is trying to back the car out of the driveway, and he can't get it to go in reverse. It's just revving the engine in the driveway.
Is the car a manual or a stick shift?
It's a stick shift car.
Is it clear to you that he was unable to drive a stick shift?
Yes.
So what happened is you're in the driveway and he's revving the engine?
So Jason actually had come outside because he heard the engine revving, and said, you guys got to leave. You can't be here anymore. You're being too loud. It's, almost the morning. At that point, JR had actually gotten the car into reverse and into the street. He was trying to get the car into drive and go forward, and same thing. He couldn't get the car to move. He's just revving the engine in the middle of the street. It was at that point that I got out of the car and said to Christine, I said, get out of the car. Let's take an Uber. Let's get in an Uber and go home.
Right. So were you able to make contact with an Uber driver to have them come pick you up?
Yes, Christine called the Uber.
Now, once the Uber driver arrived, did you get into the Uber right away?
Yes, I got into the Uber right away. Christine and Wade Wilson were looking for his cell phone. He couldn't find his cell phone. So they started to walk back towards Jason's house to look for his cell phone. I don't know if they made contact with him. I was sitting in the Uber at that point with the Uber driver, and both him and I remember him saying, oh, they got 5 minutes or I'm leaving. And, both of us were ready to go at that point.
Now, to your knowledge, did Wade Wilson, or the person that was saying that he was JR, did he ever find his phone that night?
I don't believe so.
So when he and Christine got back in the car, where did the Uber driver take you?
The Uber took us back to Christine's apartment.
And then that's 10A, Christine's apartment?
Yes.
Now, what happened when you got back to Christine's home?
When we got back to Christine's home, the three of us went into her house, and I know Christine and I had this sense of relief that we had made it home, you know, that we got home, you know, safely, and, you know, just it was winding down. I remember sitting on the couch and taking my shoes off.
They just left the Hellcat?
I remember Christine standing in the kitchen getting something to drink. And I remember telling her, you know, I had to go home because I had to go to work the next day and take my son to school.
Now, where was your son staying that night?
He was with my mom.
And did you and your son live with your mom?
Yeah, we lived with her at the time.
Now, about what time did you leave to go home so that you could take your son to school and go to work?
About 6 o'clock.
Now, prior to leaving, did everything seem fine?
Yeah, it did. And I remember telling Christine, you know, I have to go home, I have to go to work. And she was like, okay. She hugged me and kissed me goodbye and said, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And again, when she told you goodbye and that she'd see you tomorrow, did you have any concerns for her safety?
No.
And in fact, if you did, would you have left her home with just her and Wade Wilson in that house?
Not at all. And if she was concerned, Christine would have never let me leave that house if she was scared. She would have said, let's get this guy out of here together.
So when you left, is it safe to say that really the night was over? The party was over?
Yeah.
It's already morning time?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, like I said, we had this sense of relief that we had made it home. You know, we obviously were in a car with somebody who couldn't drive a car. And I know for me, that was the scariest part of that night, was the being behind the wheel of a car with somebody who couldn't drive. And I know when we got back to Christine's house in that Uber, it felt like, you know, we were home safe.
And it seems that your concern was not driving while intoxicated because along the way you had gotten Ubers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, when you left, you said that you had to take your son to school, and you also had to go to work. Mm-hmm. What time did you go to work?
I had to work the morning shift at Duffy's that day. I think I was at work by 10:30 in the morning. My son starts school at 9, so I dropped him off and then went to work.
Now, you mentioned earlier that Christine worked at Duffy's. Did she have to work a shift that day?
She was not scheduled to work that day.
Nevertheless, did you reach out to her just to check in with her at some point?
Yeah, I had texted her in the early afternoon and just said, you up? And I did not receive a response.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 6, 5I, and 5J.
I need to know more about this car. There's our fourth angle right there.
I ask you to take a look at State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize the numbers on State's Exhibit 6?
Yeah, that's Christine's phone number.
Is that the phone number you texted her?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5I. What is 5I?
Christine's cell phone.
Okay, and 5J?
The back of Christine's cell phone.
And is that a pop-it that's on the back of her cell phone?
Yep,
That
the
would help
pop
her to hold
socket.
it?
Yep.
And is this the phone that she carried that night and carried with her at all times?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would seek to move 6, 5I, and 5J into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm more interested in the bailiff behind the defendant than the defendant.
Showing
Very
State's
expressive.
Exhibit 6. That was Christine's cell phone number at the time?
Yes.
That
Is
makes it hard
630 like a Chicago or an Illinois area code?
Yeah, that's an Illinois area code.
Makes
Showing
it
you
hard
5I.
to edit that out.
That's the front of her cell phone.
Yes.
And then 5J, that's the back of her cell phone with a pop socket.
Yes.
Now, when she didn't immediately respond to your text, were you concerned at all?
No. At that point, I was not concerned. You know, we had had a late night. She didn't have to work. I assumed she was sleeping.
Okay. Did you later on try to get a hold of her?
So when I left work, I called her again. She didn't answer. And then I got in touch with Samantha, who was her cousin. Again, not concerned that I hadn't heard from her. I asked Sam, I said, have you talked to Christine at all today? She said no. I had told her, you know, I was out with her last night, just kind of told her about our night and what we did, and ended the conversation. Maybe a few minutes later, I'm not sure how long, I got a call from the Cape Coral Police Department.
Now, you mentioned you talked to Samantha, who was Christine's cousin. Was Samantha also a good friend of yours?
Yeah. Samantha and I have been friends since high school as well.
And was Samantha obviously she was the cousin of Christine, but were they also very close?
Yeah. All of us have been like sisters, like best friends.
And Samantha had not gone out with you the night before?
No, Samantha was not with us.
Now, did you also try to call Christine?
Yeah, I tried to call Christine and text her that day.
When you called her, did the phone ring numerous times?
Yes.
Did it go straight to voicemail?
I honestly, I remember it ringing and going to voicemail. I don't remember how, if it went straight to voicemail or, rang for a long time.
But either way,
I know I did not talk to anybody. Nobody answered.
No one answered?
No.
Now, you mentioned that a Cape Coral detective called you, and what was the purpose of that detective's call to you that you thought at the time?
So at that time when they called, they were asking me if...
Your Honor, may I give a...
Yes.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener.
Response?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right. Sidebar. Jury's out. This is the first contested objection. I mean, like where she really is going for it. Other ones, she's like, yeah, you're right. Hearsay can't come in. But now she's saying not for the truth of the matter. Not for the truth of the matter, but for the effect on the listener, which is an exception to hearsay. The judge says, let's dig a little deeper, make sure we know. But if we get to watch the sidebar, we will do that. If we don't, we're going to...
The jury takes it to the courtroom. You can be seated.
Judge, I think it would be helpful if I just proffered a couple questions so that I could make my argument as to how this is not going to be hearsay.
All right.
All right. So you received a call from a detective, and what was the basis, or what was that conversation?
The police were asking me if I knew where Christine was or why her car would have been found in Fort Myers.
So based on these questions, what did it cause you to do?
It caused me to start being concerned about what happened to Christine after I left.
Okay, and then so based on your concern about what happened, what did you do?
Myself, Samantha, our other best friend, and Samantha's husband all went to Christine's apartment.
And when you got to Christine's apartment, what did you see there?
When we got there, the caution tape was already up.
So, Your Honor, the reason for asking the detective is not to prove that her car was stolen, but to prove that at that point, based on our conversation, the action she took and the steps she took, which were to talk to her cousin Samantha, to then actually go over to that home. So based on that, the state would argue that's an exception to the hearsay rule, and it should be admissible.
My objection is it's hearsay, and the relevance, there's no relevance. I mean, she can just say, based on what the officers told me, I went over to the house, without relaying what the officers told me.
Judge, if you're saying what the officers told me, that's again, it's still an exception to hearsay. What the officer told her is not used for the truth of the matter asserted. So therefore, it is non-hearsay because the exception is the information that he told her was used by her to then go to the house and to further try to find out where her friend Christine was. So what the officer told her, we're not using that for the truth. So therefore, it's not hearsay.
Second defense attorney is just there for moral support.
But the other objection was to relevance of the effect on her.
Sure. The relevance is that at this point, she realizes that she should be concerned that her friend is missing and that she goes over there. So it's highly relevant as to how this day took place and how she gets over to her missing friend's home and what she does. That's all completely relevant to this case and to the charges that we have before this court.
All right.
Go ahead. Sorry. While it may be interesting, it's not relevant to anything in this case.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Ooh.
You can ask her about getting a call from the detective. I think you could go as far as having an objection to her asking, the detective was asking questions about Miss Melton.
Correct.
And then what did you do next?
Okay. If it's just based on what the detective said, ask you, what did you do?
All right, so I'll ask her, did a detective call you, and based on what he told you, did you become concerned and then go to Christine's home?
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
We have agreement. Bring the jury. Look how cordial they were working that out.
Gentleman's chair that I pulled out, I noticed he had two books.
You will bring the jury.
He said, what's in the book? He said, it's my personal. And I said, I have to bring it to the attention of the judge. He said he didn't write anything in it. But...
Okay. So I guess one
waiting for audio. I'm not sure why.
It's an official notebook as long as that notebook.
As long as it stays here, he can't take it back. He can't take it back to the jury room with him.
Okay.
Any objection to that? No. Okay. And I can even just instruct them that I prefer they use the notepads that the court provided.
He brought his own notebook. The juror brought his own
notebook. Leave it out of the
notebook.
courtroom and just use the notepads in the courtroom and leave those in the courtroom.
Now it stays in the courtroom.
And now it stays here.
Yeah, he said he hasn't written anything in it.
May I hand it to you?
You had it?
Yes, right there.
No, just leave it. That's fine. Where is it? In his chair? Okay. No, I don't. What we'll do is. All right. Yeah. Let me take a look.
Okay. So what happened
is
is
blank. There's nothing in it.
The juror brought his own notebook.
So that's his personal one. There's nothing in here. Doesn't appear to be anything written in it. It's just got his juror summons. So just ask him to leave this back in the jury room and only use the note and pad that the court has provided. Yes.
Just so the record's clear, the bailiff handed the notebook that the juror brought with him to court. The court has reviewed it. There's no writing on the inside. You've given it back to the bailiff.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So just for future note,
bring
in this
everybody
court,
else out.
don't bring your own notebook. It will be destroyed afterwards anyway. So. The tattoos on his hands do give it a distinctive
I'll instruct
look.
all the jurors if they brought their own personal notebooks or anything, just to leave those back in the jury room and only use the ones provided by the court.
Please, thank you.
I think it looks, his hands look bigger because the suit coat is too small for him, sleeves wise.
Jurors entering.
That's a great soundbite. Jurors entering. It sounds like what is it? Oh my goodness. We need it clearer and louder. If he could do that up on the mic with the bump as well. He's got like a staff. I think he bangs on the floor. Jurors entering.
All right. Please be seated. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know some of you may have brought your own notepads. It sounds like the
voice from Jumanji.
I would just ask you, leave any of those personal things in the jury room, and when you're in the courtroom, just use the notepads that the court has provided. That way they can stay in here during any proceedings, okay? Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Going back to, I believe we were talking about a detective making contact with you. Once you had a conversation with the detective, did you become concerned?
Yes.
And what did you do?
When I received the call from the Cape Coral detective, myself, Samantha, and her husband and her other cousin all went to Christine's apartment.
What did you see when you arrived at Christine's apartment?
When we got there, the police were already there, and they had already put caution tape up around her house.
Did you know any information at that point about where Christine was?
No. We went from Christine's house to her mom's house, which was right around the corner from Christine's apartment. And we waited there until the detective came there and informed us that they found.
Sustain.
At some point, did you learn
Objection
that Christine
hearsay.
had passed?
Yes.
And what happened once you learned that Christine had passed?
It was devastating.
Did you stay at her mother's home?
No. I went straight from her mother's home to the Cape Coral Police Department and gave a statement.
Now, when you went to Christine's home and you found yellow crime scene tape around her property, did you see her car?
No, and in fact, it was pouring rain, and I remember all the detectives and police officers standing under her carport and seeing that her car was not there.
Now, when you and Christine had gone out to the Buddha bar the night before, was her car in that carport?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
If we get a second, I want to go back and look at about a second of body language right when they first start talking. I think it's right at the beginning of the opening statement.
I'm sorry,
what the defendant does. I think it shows a great degree of self-consciousness or insecurity.
Approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 5D. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, those are Christine's name tags from her Duffy's uniform.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move 5D into evidence.
Any objection? No. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You're just talking about Christine's car not being in the carport when you went to her home. Showing you Exhibit 5, was that Christine's car at the time of her death?
Yes.
Also showing you 5A. Is
Yes.
that the back of her car?
Yes.
And it's a Versa.
Yes, a Nissan Versa.
I'm showing you 5D. Are those name tags that she would wear to work when she waited tables at Duffy's?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned giving a statement to law enforcement. Did you detail everything to them about the night before and the events that took place at the Buddha all the way until you were contacted about her death?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, did Christine have any tattoos on her leg?
Yeah, she had a tattoo on her calf of a Gemini symbol with some tribal music notes on the side of it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibits 10E and 13.
E and
13. May I approach?
you may.
I'm going to ask that you take a look first at 10E. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what does it show?
That's the tattoo on Christine's leg.
And then I'm also going to have you look quickly at 13. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's Christine.
And is that after she had passed?
Yes.
And a permission. First of all, the state removed 10E and 13
Content
as
warning.
evidence.
Content warning. There
Be
might
admitted.
be some
Permission to
pictures here.
publish?
You may.
Judge, I would ask that 13 be passed around to the jurors rather than display that one.
Okay.
State did the right thing there.
Then I'm showing 10E. Is that the tattoo on her calf?
Yes.
When you went and gave your statement to Cape Coral, did they show you 6 different photographs of a suspect in this case?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing the State's Counsel was going to mark the State's Composite Exhibit 41.
It's a cool tissue dispenser.
Approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 41. If you would just take a look at this exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
Oh yeah, that's my signature there. And that they showed me the lineup photos.
Now, did a detective show you the series of photographs?
Yes, he showed me all those photographs.
And there's a series of 6 photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And did the detective in any way give you any idea of who you should pick or who you should identify?
No.
Did you have a fair amount of time to be able to look and see if you could ID anybody?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, ID someone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how were you able to tell who you ID'd?
By my signature.
And then did you also
And then
put
the date, yes.
And 10/7/19, that's the day that you learned that Christine was no longer with us?
Yes.
And did you identify photo number 4 as the person that had introduced himself to you as JR?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
Any objection?
Objection, can we approach?
Yes.
Quick approach here. Let me see if I can show you what I was talking about. If you get just a second, this is the beginning. I'm going to turn the audio off, but check this out. This is the very beginning. Look what he does here. Hands to the chest, sits up straight, sort of just a lot of contact. I think he's trying to present an image. that he wants himself. He's trying to portray himself in a way different than how he feels, I think. But anyway, that's just my amateur body language analysis. But and that would go with the face tattoos. I mean, this is something he's designed for himself while in custody. He definitely wants to portray an image, and I think it's much more braggadocio and different than how he feels inside. It's over the top, is what it is. It's over the top, and I think it's a bluff as well. I think he's scared to death of what he perceives as coming to him. Bri Bear gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Terry R. And if I was those bailiffs, they're on his tail. He will not be jumping over the judge's bench.
Number 4. Okay. Who is picture number 4?
JR.
And you see JR sitting here in court today?
Yes, he's sitting
Please
right
wait.
over there.
Okay, so the person sitting right over there is in a sort of a royal blue
He is wearing
jacket?
a royal blue jacket and a yellow tie.
And is that person the person that you knew as JR?
Yes.
And is that the same person that's in photograph number 4?
Yes, that is the same person in photograph number 4, JR.
And at this time, the state would move 41 into evidence.
No objection.
I would love it if one of the witnesses described his jacket as baby blue or sky blue or something different.
Wait a moment.
And see with the reaction of...
At this time, the state has no further questions and tenders a witness.
All right. You may. You've got the disc and everything else?
Pansy blue. Prison blue.
Ms. Johnson, Jason, did you know him? Do you know his last name?
I do not.
Did you ever see him again after that date?
No.
Now, there's come a point in time back at Miss Melton's residence that Mr. Wilson used. He couldn't find his cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he used Miss Melton's phone with her permission.
No.
No what?
I don't remember that happening.
He used the phone, right?
Not that I saw.
And you were there for what, 2 hours?
At Christine's house?
Yes.
No.
How long were you at?
Christine's house?
Yes.
When we returned in the Uber, I was only at Christine's house for maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. Oh,
Not long.
It was 2 hours at Jason's house.
At Jason's house, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Wilson and Jason and Miss Melton use cocaine or other drugs that evening?
Yes.
What drugs specifically?
I saw Christine, Jason, and Wilson using cocaine. Everybody was drinking and smoking marijuana as well.
Did you use cocaine?
I did not.
Yeah.
So we had some drug use happening that night.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right.
Brief, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just want to ask you briefly about the cocaine use. How much cocaine did you see being used that night?
Very little. I would say maybe a couple of lines each.
And was that an amount we consider like a party amount?
Yeah, it was not a large amount.
So based on that cocaine use, was anybody out of control?
No.
So would you say that, again, people are buzz, friendly?
Yeah, intoxicated, but everybody was, having a good time and nothing concerning.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'd ask that she be excused.
All right. Go ahead.
Ma'am, briefly.
Okay.
Who supplied the cocaine?
I'm not sure.
And where was it used?
At Jason's house.
Jason's house.
Yes.
obviously, once you left, you don't know if Ms. Melton and Mr. Wilson continued using cocaine.
I do not.
Or used anything else.
I do not.
Thank you.
So the question is, who supplied the cocaine?
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Sorry, that was really quiet.
I'm going to call your next witness.
The state calls Jason Shepard.
I'm just going to call it now that auto iris, auto white balance, and auto focus on these cameras are all turned on. And I don't think they should be. We'll be watching Karen Reed tomorrow. We're speed trialing to get caught up on this. It will be a short trial, and we might work late to follow this through to the conclusion. It might just be just 1 week.
Well, sir, go face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Oh,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You take a stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and spell your first name for the record.
Jason Shepard, Jayson.
Mr. Shepard, do you recall the night of October 6th into the early morning hours of October 7th of 2019?
Yes.
What did you do on the evening of October 6th of 2019?
Went to the Buddha.
Okay. And had you been to the Buddha previously?
Yeah.
How close was the Buddha to your home?
A little more than 5 minutes away.
Okay. And did you go to the Buddha with anybody?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
What did you do when you got there?
Had some drinks, hung out, and then she left.
Okay. And did you talk to other people while you were there?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
While you were there, did you meet someone?
Yep.
Who did you meet?
A dude named Junior.
Do you see Junior sitting here in court?
Yeah.
Could you please identify an article of clothing?
Blue suit.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Pictures from the
And
courtroom.
he introduced himself to you as Junior?
At the time, yeah.
Did you learn his name later on?
Yeah.
But you never learned it that night?
No.
Now, was Junior there with anyone?
Yeah.
Who was he with?
Blonde hair girl, real pretty blonde hair girl.
And did it seem that the two of them were together?
Yep.
Now, at some point, did she leave?
Yep.
Did you ever see her again that night?
No.
Now, when Junior introduced himself to you, describe his personality.
He was cool. He was fine. He was cool.
And if he wasn't cool or gave you any kind of weird vibe?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have kept talking to him.
Now, did he look different back then than he does today?
Yeah, he didn't have all this.
When you say all this?
Tattoos.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 39. Is that how he looked back then when you met him at the Buddha?
Yeah.
Now, what time did the bar close?
2.
At 2, did you all get kicked out of the Buddha?
I didn't get kicked out, but yeah, I mean, yeah. End of the night, yeah, we left. We closed it down.
Okay. And when you left, did you go out into the parking lot?
Yep.
Did you talk to anybody in the parking lot?
No, well, we ran into the 2 girls.
Okay.
Stephanie and Christine, I believe. Yeah.
And when you say we, who do you mean by we?
Me and Junior.
Okay. And
Junior?
showing you State's Exhibit 7. Is this the Buddha where you all were?
Yep.
You were in that parking lot?
Yep.
Now, at some point, you said you met 2 girls. Who were those 2 girls that you met up with in the parking lot?
Stephanie and Christine.
Had you ever met Stephanie and Christine before?
No, met them there.
And Junior, had you ever met him prior to that night?
No.
Okay, so you're all just hanging out, having a good time?
Yeah, just all ended up meeting up there.
Now, at some point, do you need to get a ride back to your house?
Yeah, I Ubered there originally.
And why did you Uber there?
Because I was going to be drinking.
So, you got a ride back.
this one's
Did
through.
whose car did you get a ride back in?
Junior's.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 8. Is this a car you took back to your house?
Yeah.
And was Junior able to drive that car?
No, he said he couldn't drive a stick shift.
Okay.
It's his car.
Now-
Can't drive it.
Who went back to your house?
Me, the 2 girls, and Junior.
When you got there, who was there?
My mother.
Was she okay with you being there at first?
Not really.
Not thrilled?
Yeah, no, it was late. Early, however you want to put it.
All right. When you got to your house, where did you all go?
Went back to my bedroom.
Is your bedroom in the back of the house?
Mine's, yeah, the way it is it's in the back left side of the house.
And when you get to your back bedroom, what happens with Junior at that time?
It wasn't long at all. Him and Christine were having sex pretty quick and getting to it, and me and Stephanie, I think, went out back.
So when you went out back, where did you go?
I had a trampoline out back, and we went out back. We just sat out there and hung out and talked for a while.
Now, you said that Christine and Junior were having sex. Did it appear to be consensual?
Yeah.
They were having a good time?
Yeah.
And you and Stephanie didn't want to necessarily stand around and watch?
Nope.
So you were outside?
Yeah.
All right. And were you and Stephanie interested in each other at all?
No.
So you're just talking?
Yeah.
Throughout the course of the evening, did they come outside and go back inside several times?
Yeah, once or twice, and then went back in and kept doing what they were doing.
And during any point of these interactions, did you have any concern for your safety?
Nope.
Did you have any concern for Christine's safety?
Mm-mm.
Now, did anybody use any drugs that night?
Yeah, we did a little coke.
When you say coke, you mean cocaine?
Cocaine.
Did you provide cocaine to anybody?
No, I had my own stuff.
I did my own.
Did you see any other drug use besides cocaine?
Nope.
And alcohol also?
Yeah, alcohol, yeah.
Now, at some point, did Stephanie and Christine and Junior leave your house?
Yeah, it was just getting too loud, and it was time to go. I had to work the next day. It was getting too late.
So party's over.
Time to go.
They're supposed to leave.
No.
What happens when they leave your house?
Well, like I said earlier, he couldn't drive a stick shift, so that car's loud down my driveway, revving up 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
So how did you feel about the car revving in your driveway?
I was pissed.
Okay. So what'd you do?
I went outside, confronted him about it.
Okay. What happened after you confronted them?
Kind of got the car out of the driveway a little bit.
You got it out?
No, he did.
Okay. He is and Junior?
Yeah, or one of them did. I don't know, because I was getting out by the time I went out there. I got in the car. I got in the car and moved it down the road just to get it away from my house.
Did you see where they went after you got the car out down the road?
No, I really didn't care.
Now, did you go to work the next day?
Yeah, I did.
And when you were at work, did detectives come and speak to you?
Yeah.
Did you know anything about how you wait? Just one moment.
Nope.
I know.
I don't know
I know
anything.
you're nervous. But when police came to your work, did you have any idea about anything bad that had happened?
No.
Did you agree to give them your DNA and prints?
I did.
And did they also ask you to identify the person that you knew as Junior?
Yep.
May I approach her?
May.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as State Exhibit 42.
This guy's a hoot. We're only on 1.25 speed, and he sounds like he's on 3x. If the defendant could please move so we can see the bailiff, we would appreciate it. The bailiff's facial expressions are great. Do you know anything? Nope. I don't know anything. Can I go now?
When the detectives came to your work, did you give them a statement about what you remembered from the night before in the early morning hours? Mm-hmm. That's a yes?
Yes.
And then did they also show you a series of 6 photographs asking you to identify the person that came to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to identify a person that came to your house that night?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the picture number 4?
Yep.
Are those your initials and a date?
Yes, ma'am.
Now this says 10/9/19, so that would have been a couple days later.
Days afterwards, yeah.
And is this picture that you identified, do you see that person sitting here in court?
Yep.
And is it the person with the yellow tie and blue jacket?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he the same person that identified himself to you as Junior
Yes, ma'am.
on October 6th? Now at this time, the state would move 42 into evidence.
Might have been some leading questions in there, but there were no objections.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing. Did you actually end up finding the defendant's cell phone in your room?
Yeah, I believe a couple days later.
And did you turn that over to the detectives?
Yes.
Nothing further.
If his mom is the next witness on the stand, I'm just going to die.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi, a minute. You said that when you first met with Mr. Wilson, he was with a pretty blonde girl?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that blonde girl was not Kristen Melton.
Right.
Okay. You said you had your own stash cocaine?
Yep.
Okay. Did everyone use it?
My own, for me.
Okay. What was everybody else using?
Whatever they wanted, I don't know.
You know where they got the cocaine from?
Well, I had my own, and that's all I was worried about.
This guy's
like
got
I
his
wasn't
priorities.
sharing it.
Okay, but you were using it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You leave Buddha Bar about 2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. What time did you get to your house?
Right, 10 after, if that.
Okay, so you're right down the street?
I'm right down the street, yeah.
All right. And what time did everyone finally leave? Did they leave?
They were there probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, if that. So
about-
before 4 o'clock, I would say.
All right. Did you have any further contact with
Keep
Mr.
your
Wilson?
hands off of my stash.
Well, he come back to look for his cell phone, and I don't think I answered the door.
Oh, okay. How did he get back there? Do you know?
I don't know. I was inside.
So then he left.
Yep.
About what time was that?
Probably a little after they left, about 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes after they left. I don't quite remember.
I'm sorry. What do you do for work, sir?
I install garage doors.
Okay. What time did you have to be up for work?
I wasn't working there when this happened. This was 5 years ago.
Okay. So what time did you go to work on Monday?
Probably 7:30, 8 o'clock. When I was there, I was at a flooring place then.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask that you be excused.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, sir, you're excused. Step down.
YouTube is giving me errors saying my encoder is sending data faster than YouTube could receive it. So apparently the internet's great on my end, but it's too good for YouTube. If you guys have problems, let me know. I can
That's a good
change
time
it.
for a break. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's a little past the noon hour. It'll be time for us to let you all have lunch. Please leave your notepads here. Remember my instructions. Don't look up anything. Don't discuss anything, even among yourselves, regarding the case. Don't watch any local news, read any local newspapers. And we will see you back here at 1 o'clock.
All rise.
During the break, we are going to skip through this, but first we're going to listen to the...
Actually, before you go, I'm going to make it 1:05. It's a little afternoon, so I'll give you a whole hour.
That's nice of you, Judge. We're going to listen to the 911 call. It's a little bit cleaned up. It's going to be... it's going to be fast speed. Dang it. I should have slowed it down, but I recorded it high speed. Let's just make sure defendant leaves. He is a tall guy. 6'4" is what that says on the jail records. 215 pounds when he got booked. Let's move the chairs, clear the way between defendant.
Anything I need to take care of before we leave for lunch?
No, we're just concerned because we have a lot of spectators in the case. We've got the jurors. They're not, we don't want everybody hitting that same restaurant every day all together.
I see.
So maybe we're
That's a good instruction. Just if you are here, obviously observing for the case, regardless of the purpose, the reason you're here, just make sure you don't have any contact with any of the jurors. If you see the juror tag on them, just please don't make any contact. You don't even say good afternoon or anything. So if you'll please obey that instruction, that will help ensure that we're able to continue on with the trial uninterrupted. So with that, everybody ready to go to lunch then? Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Look at the back of his suit. It's got some sort of... Does he have a shock thing on? Does he have a shock belt? I think he might. Maybe it's just a restraint belt underneath or something. But the way his suit is riding up, it looks like there's something underneath it. Okay, let's see if we can listen really quickly to the 911 call that the friend... And I apologize for not slowing it down. I should have slowed it down while I was doing the editing, but we're going to listen to it fast. That's how it goes. Here we go.
What is your emergency?
I got a stable man that's, I just wanted at my office, 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway. He's got tattoos, he's shirtless, he's very still people, and he just hurt a girl, 2309 Hancock Bridge Parkway.
Okay. What is the phone number you're calling from?
239-313-8164.
We're not supposed to hear that part.
Josh. WKIPS2H.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
The gentleman's name is Wade something. I have no idea. I went back to my office, my business there, and he was there. He
line for this information.
We're on catch up right now. We're trying to get caught up with the trial, so we're just finishing yesterday's.
Yes, 1 moment, sir.
Okay, there's an incident that happened at Legacy or at, across the street downtown at Legacy Harbor this morning.
Okay, all right, 1 moment.
At a place called Wheeler Farm.
Okay, I have a call for dispatch. There's a few additional questions as well, so there's a time response. Give me 1 moment.
All right, thank you.
We're going back watching The Friend. This is
Okay, what weapons involved were mentioned?
this is the one who called the police on him.
Yeah, he said he stabbed somebody, I guess.
Do you know what kind? Can you describe the weapon to me?
I have no idea what that. I used in my shop. I just left him right around the block. I helped those kids with the there. He won't be. Started a black Nissan car. There's a business right next to it called Wanted Dead or Black Tony. He's inside of a blue warehouse.
Okay. Okay, I need to get the person's description. Is he white, black, or Hispanic?
He's white, about 6'2". He has tattoos, left arm, full sleeve tattoos on his chest. He's not wearing a shirt right now.
Not wearing a shirt?
He's not wearing a shirt right now.
What color jeans?
I think he was wearing jeans.
How old is he? About how old is he?
I would say 25, 26.
And you said his name was Wade?
Wade, yeah, I don't know his last name, but I don't think it's Wade.
How did he arrive?
In a black car, in a black little four-wheel car, Nissan car. He was already there, and I told him in my office it was a surprising he's not scheduled.
Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
I'm sure everybody is around him right now.
Okay, do you know if the
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay, go ahead.
I'm at 150 Hunter Boulevard, which is my other property right behind the one I just gave you, the address. So, I mean, that's where I'm at. So, a copy of it or something like that. Well, they're already there, or I can't see over the wall.
Okay, 1 moment.
Just finishing up the 911 call. I just cleaned it up so you could hear it a little bit better. It's still rough.
Okay, do not approach the person. Do not disturb anything at the scene. An officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. Do you want an officer to contact you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, call us back immediately if anything changes with any further information as you leave. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so that was the cleaned up version of the 911 call. A little bit easier to hear. Basically, this was the friend who had met him a couple times. He was a friend of a friend, or actually was an employee of a friend, is how they'd met each other. He worked at a marina, and he just shows up at the shop, just wearing pants, bloody on top. He doesn't mention the blood on the 911 call. It says, hey, he just showed up, and he says he killed a couple people. He did attack this other girl. This is pretty crazy. And I've left. He's at this. He's still there. I've left. Come and pick him up, and describes him. Says he has tattoos. Didn't have any facial tattoos at the time, so those were not described in there. But that was the 911 call, and that's where the police started, or that's when the prosecution started this presentation. And then they went back and started the beginning. So we're now just finishing up the lunch break. Hopefully you guys had a great lunch, because we're going to jump back to live here in just a moment. Here we go. And we are back. Yeah, skipping lunch is part of my diet program, by the way. So, which, just for those, 13 pounds. I've lost 13 pounds in a short amount of time. I'm not sure if it's healthy, but I'm feeling better. So, yay. All right, we're back. Let's listen for some audio here. Make sure it's working. It is. There's our bailiff. We've got to get to know this bailiff. He's like the character of the courtroom, despite the fact that somebody else came in costume. I won't say who that was. But facial expressions are absolutely incredible here. Are you taking Olympic? I'm not. The only thing I had, Thal sent me some Karma water, a case of that. Early on in the diet phase, and I liked it, but it's way too expensive for me to drink. It's like $2.50 a bottle of water. I drink just the clear stuff, but I am drinking a lot of water, and just doing portion control and eating a lot of salad. Let's put it that way. Thal's my future ex-husband. Tisha. That's great. 13 pounds, that could buy you fish and chips. Rona, don't tempt me. If there was a place here, I would throw the diet out the window and go try those fish and chips. I've missed them so terribly since I've been in England. Don't eat past 8 p.m. That's a tough one. I've greatly reduced my milk consumption as well, which, wow. Is that a cross draw with a main firearm, or is that a taser? Okay, that's taser. For a second there, I thought his sidearm was a cross draw. I'm like, well, that's a bold move. But salads are amazing. I love them. I love them, although I'm not a big fan of romaine lettuce. I prefer iceberg because it's easier to get on the fork for me, and for no other reason. My motivation here is that I'm going to be traveling back to see my family that I haven't seen in the last 5 years, and I'd rather not be twice the man I was when I left. So that's my motivation. You guys, with all your stories of losing weight, that's motivation as well. I can do it. Ice cream's out. Ice cream's out. Okay. We're getting a quick view around the court. So here we can see that's where the jury sits. We could see 3 cameras from that camera angle. And then we cut to this one, which might be a 5th camera angle, because it wasn't a pan to this angle, it was a cut to this angle. Less sugar too, that's silent killer. Yeah, Mountain Dew is out as well. It's pretty much a list of things I can't do instead of what I can. But I'm going all out. The salads I'm eating, oh my goodness, they're delicious. They do have a lot of protein on them. Baby greens. Are you talking like dandelions and lawn clippings and all that you can buy, those mixed greens? They look like lawn clippings to me. I'd try not to eat food that I also pull up in my flower bed. My garden I'm okay with, but the flower bed I'm not. No Mountain Dew. Yeah. I'm trying to stick to that. Driving across the country might be I might need, for safety reasons, I might need Mountain Dew with me on that. But anyway, I thought we were coming back from lunch, but apparently we're not. Let me skip forward again. I'm not sure why we're still here. A few more minutes. Okay. Let's see if this works. The cameras are just going nuts all during lunch. There he is. He's back. Walks in like a boss.
All right, let the record reflect. State present, defense counsel, and the defendant are present. We're ready to proceed.
1.25.
Since ready? All right, let's bring in the jury.
Okay, we need the sound. That was a poor one. There was a lot of noise. He does sound like the guy on Jumanji. Jurors entering. Nigel. That's it. Is it Nigel?
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you were able to get some lunch. I have also put some coffee, snacks, other things back there in the jury room for you. So if you also, I would tell you, if you want to bring any of your own snacks or anything like that from home, there is a refrigerator back there and places for you to store those as well.
Eggs.
By a show of hands, was there anyone on the jury who was not able to adhere to the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discuss anything about this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State will call the next witness.
The state calls Charles Caruso.
Charles Caruso, next witness. We're going to have to work late today, by the way. I hope you guys don't mind. Because we're trying to get caught up. Test your might. Finish him. Begin. You know what's funny? Mrs. R.A. exercises to the Mortal Kombat song every morning. It's just one of the ones in the playlist that goes through.
Sir, if you'll just stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Charles Caruso,
Where are you currently employed?
the City of Cape Coral Police Department.
What is your assignment with Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a sergeant currently assigned to the supervise the Marine unit.
Sergeant Caruso, what type of training and experience do you have to be in your current position?
Aside from the academy training, which was about 4.5 months or so back when I did it. It's longer now. I've gone through about 300 hours, give or take, of advanced investigations training, and we get mandatory in-service training quarterly. So that over 26 years, it's quite a bit.
You said
So you've been with Cape Coral Police Department for 26 years?
Not with Cape Coral, but overall, I just started my 27th year in January.
All right. Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your assignment on that day?
I was assigned to road patrol, and I was the supervisor of the South District.
Did you become aware of an investigation involving someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And what was your specific role with regard to that investigation?
Specifically, there were a couple locations in South District that I was asked to check and to make sure they were getting checked. Looking for the welfare of Christine Melton because she had not been heard from and had not been seen.
And did you know who Christine Melton was at that time?
No, ma'am.
So when you got this information that she was missing, were you aware of any other scenes that were already set up?
Yes, I knew there was a location in either the North or Central District. I think it was right on the border between the two, where her vehicle had been found.
And was that vehicle at Mateo Graphics?
Yes, ma'am.
So were there already Cape Coral police officers at that scene trying to determine where she was or what had happened?
Yes, ma'am. And they were, from what I understood at the time, it was a.
Hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, if I may give an exception?
Okay.
Again, effect on the listener as to what he did.
Sustain.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Based on all the facts and circumstances, I knew that we had this was a very high priority. Several of my officers went to 4838 Tudor Drive, which is where we knew Christine Melton lived.
There's some other areas that were checked as well?
Yes.
What other areas?
I had an officer go to Duffy's Tavern, which was a place that I found Christine Melton was employed. I wanted to see if she was there. She was not. And I was given another address on Stratford Court that was had been somehow associated with Christine in the past. I went there and spoke with a resident, and there was no connection to Christine. So they were both of those leads had been exhausted, and we were left with 4838 Tudor Drive.
Now, at 4838 Tudor Drive, did you mention there were other officers that you had sent to that location?
Yes.
And I'm showing State's Exhibit 10A. Is that the 4838 location that you're referring to? Ms. Melton's house?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, looks like it.
Okay. And were they able to make contact with her?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever go to that location?
Yes, I did.
Now, what did you do when you got to that location?
I got there and had been notified over the police radio that.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, when you were at that location, did you, again, no one had made contact with her?
Right, that's correct.
And had her body been found in the car back at Mateo's?
No, ma'am.
So what did you and the officers at her home decide to do?
We forced entry into the house by knocking in the front door with a ram.
And what happened when you got inside of her home?
We were inside somewhere around 45 seconds. Long enough. It's a small apartment. Long enough to see there was nothing in the living room, nothing in the kitchen, but on the floor between the bedroom and the kitchen was a large bundle of. It was hard to tell. It looked like bed sheets and clothing. We couldn't see anything right away. We spread apart the sheets just enough to see a leg, the lower portion of a leg. I noticed immediately there was a unique tattoo on it, and at that point we backed out and left the apartment.
Okay. After you backed out, did you change your mind about staying out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am. I realized in my kind of desire to make sure we protect the scene that we really hadn't cleared the bedroom adequately, and from my experience, I know that this is going to be a very lengthy investigation, and we need to make sure that everyone who's going to be there is going to be safe. So we had to make sure there was nobody hiding, and we also knew at that point there were other charges, and I also realized that we hadn't really done anything to confirm whether or not the person in the blankets was alive or dead.
Were you able to confirm whether the person in the blankets was alive or dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that?
I've put on a glove to feel for a pulse, and I could feel that her arm was already stiff.
And you said that you cleared the home. Did you find any other person at all in that house?
No, ma'am.
May I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing you the marked State's Exhibits 10B, 10C, and 10D.
What were the number of the exhibits again? Ms. Miller? Yes. What were the number of the exhibits?
10.
10 what?
10B.
I'm sorry, what?
10, 10B, 10C, and 10D.
10, 10B, 10C, and 10E.
B, C, D, and E.
No, D.
E,
No, D.
and E.
Right,
D.
Okay.
T, C, G, E, and B. I don't know why they put those ones together. Oh, man.
Sergeant, I'm approaching you and showing you some items of evidence. If you could take a look at each of these pictures, please.
New gaming chair. It's sort of a funny comment, but he did get these tattoos
These items
while
fairly
in custody.
accurately represent the outside of the home and the inside of the home back on October 7th of 2019.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
presumably,
At this time, the state would move exhibits 10, 10B, 10C, and 10D into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Sergeant, you were testifying that when you first walked in, you saw what looked like a pile of blankets in between the kitchen and the bedroom. Is this what you first saw when you walked in?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 10C. Is this a closer up view of those blankets that you observed?
Yes, it is.
Then you mentioned seeing a unique tattoo showing you State's Exhibit 10D. Where is that tattoo? Are you able to see from there on that photograph?
Yeah, it was on the the lower portion of her right leg.
Showing you a close-up, which is 10E. Is that the tattoo on the leg you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually take a photograph of that tattoo on her leg?
Yes, I did.
What was your purpose in doing that?
Knowing how this investigation would play out, I knew that it would be it might help help making an identification.
So at that time when you saw this body, you weren't for sure whose it was?
That's correct.
Now, after you backed out the second time, did you have a crime scene prepared?
Yes, I instructed my officers to put up crime scene tape and start a crime scene contamination list.
What is a crime scene contamination list?
It's just a log of everyone who comes and goes and the times that they enter and exit the crime scene.
About what time was it that you arrived and entered Ms. Melton's home?
I got on scene about roughly 4 o'clock. We made entry, I believe it was 4:12.
So that's 4:12 p.m. on October 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10, and it looks like there's some yellow crime scene tape. Was that put up by officers blocking off that home and that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone went past that yellow crime scene tape, do they have to sign that contamination log?
Yes.
Now, about how many people, once you realized this was a crime scene, about how many officers would you say showed initially?
While I was there, I think it was just me and officers from my squad, so there were 4 or 5.
And was a homicide investigator assigned to come out and take over the actual investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you were on that scene, did any of Christine Melton's family members begin to show?
Yes.
And were you the one that actually notified them of anything?
No, I didn't.
Did you have a victim advocate come to the scene?
Yes.
And as far as the identification and the notification, was that assigned to other officers later?
Yes, that was assigned to a detective who was working on the case.
Once you cleared that house, was a search warrant signed off on so that crime scene could come in and do a thorough investigation and collection of evidence?
As far as I understand, yes.
So you weren't involved in collecting any of that evidence?
That's correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
All right. Jaclyn.
Sorry, just clarify something. You forced entry, the front door.
That's correct.
You went in, you located Miss Melton. How long did that take?
It was under a minute.
Okay. You and your officers came out of the house.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go back in to a second time to clear the house? Is that what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you in there that time?
About 3.5 minutes.
Did any of the officers disturb the pile that Miss Melton's body was under?
No. In fact, I told the other officers to stay where they were, and I knew it was a small room that really needed to be cleared, and there was no point in any more than one person going, so I did that myself.
Okay. You didn't find anyone else in the house?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Right.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'd ask you to be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can sit down and you're excused.
Thank you.
State calls Nicholas Malone.
Next up, Nicholas Malone. We're flying through witnesses.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take the stand.
What's your statement?
May I
You may
fire?
proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicholas Malone,
Where are you employed?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
Over 15 years.
Could you describe your training and experience that you've had?
Basic Law Enforcement Academy in Broward in 2007, 2008.
hired on with Fort Lauderdale, road experience for over 8 years, field training officer. Then I was assigned to the Professional Standards Bureau, background hiring of officers. And I was tasked with the, from there I went to major crimes, assigned to the FBI task force, tracking down internet predators.
Say it again, please.
Tracking down internet predators against kids.
Now, were you working on October 7th of 2019?
I can't.
Yes.
And what was your assignment on that day?
That I was assisting, I was in major crimes, assisting in information regarding a vehicle that had fled.
Now, as part of major crimes, are they involved in investigating homicide cases?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine, with regard to that car fleeing, who that car belonged to?
Yes.
And who did that car belong to?
Miss Milton.
Were you involved in any attempts to try to locate Miss Melton?
I was.
And did you end up finding out her emergency contact?
I did.
Who was her emergency contact?
Sorry if I mispronounced, Miss Cometer?
Was her first name Samantha?
Yes.
Did you end up being able to get in touch with her?
I did.
Did she put you in touch with somebody by the name of Stephanie Johnson?
Yes.
Now, during this time, have you yet located Christine Melton, or has anybody located her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point, did you learn that Christine Melton had been found?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in going into her home or helping with evidence?
No.
Did you actually ever go into her home and see her body?
No.
Now, did you try to see if you could learn more information from neighbors or going around the neighborhood?
Yes.
Can you just describe to the jurors what it was that you were tasked with doing?
A simple canvass of a neighborhood, if anybody saw or heard anything. So I knocked on doors, spoke to people. The consensus of the people I spoke to, there was nothing out of the ordinary they saw or heard. During that canvass on the 7th, I was able to locate also cameras on a building on that road, Tudor Drive, 4807. They had cameras pointing north and south on that road. So I just make note of the camera systems if I can't make contact with the people that day.
Okay. Did you actually review any footage or any camera footage that you noted?
I did.
Okay. And what camera footage did you note that had some interest to you?
So the camera 1 and camera 2 that was on the building of 4807 Tudor, that building behind it on Marine Drive, I believe is 4810. That was the business area of Mr. Bill Masters, owned both properties. I had made contact with him to try to get the video or review it. So I had gone back later, I believe on the 10th, to review that video of camera 1 and 2.
And when you reviewed that video, did you note anything of any significance on that camera?
I did.
Okay. And what did you see on that camera?
So the camera system was showing the hours that I recorded from 0300 to, I believe, 0620 hours. And I was able to identify a vehicle matching the description of the black Nissan Versa.
And was that the car that belonged to Christine Melton?
It appeared so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm approaching defense counsel and showing what's been marked as case exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Sir, I'm showing you state's exhibit number 12. If you just take a look at this, what is this piece of evidence?
It's a DVD of the video that I received with my initials on it.
Did you have the opportunity to review this video?
Yes, I've seen that.
And it's the same video that you collected?
Yes.
And did you put your initials and the date that you reviewed it?
I did.
At this time, the state would move 12 into evidence.
Okay.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I've never had the opportunity. I've never even been summoned. New gaming chair. I'd love to, but I'm not sure if they'll let me now. This video is already about 100 times better than any bank robbery footage we've ever witnessed. Zoom. There goes one car. That was it.
You mentioned you conducted a neighborhood canvass of the area. Did you also conduct several interviews of people that had information about this case?
I did.
Was one of those interviews of Stephen Testa?
Yes.
And what was his relationship to the case?
Father.
The father of who?
Mr. Wilson.
And did you record that interview that you conducted with him?
I did.
Did you also conduct an interview with his wife?
I did.
Was that interview also recorded?
Yes.
When you interviewed the two of them, did you make sure that they were separated?
I did.
And then did you also write a statement about your involvement in this case?
I did.
You have a moment? Nothing further, Your Honor. The state tenders a witness.
All right. They are just flying through these witnesses. I love it. It's refreshing.
Car moving down the street. I assume that's the object that you all were interested in. You have to
Yes.
answer that now.
Yes.
Okay. What time did that car travel?
So on video, the system, it was approximately 6:10 a.m. However, like most systems I've dealt with in the past, people don't change their time. Like my personal one, I don't. So they're typically an hour off. So that time, I was able to determine that was approximately an hour off the system for fallback. So the morning hours there, I was able to easily just figure out that the system was approximately an hour off. So even though the system shows that it's 6:10, it was probably 7:10 a.m.
Okay, so it's an hour behind.
Correct, because if it was actually 6:10, it would have been dark outside still during that time.
Did you interview someone named Andrew?
I spoke with her. I don't believe I did a formal interview with her.
Someone named Amber?
What was her last name?
Miss Johnson?
Okay, so you're calling her Andrea? Is that the Johnson that testified earlier?
I need clarification. There's a few women I spoke to.
Okay. Why did you not, if you talked to her by phone, am I correct?
Correct.
Why did you not do a face-to-face interview or a video recorded interview or something?
Which one is Andrea? The Andrea.
Well, you said Johnson.
Which last name are you referring to? Because I spoke to a couple women.
Right, and one of them was named Andrea.
Okay. Was that the one that I would have to recall my affidavit if that was the one that worked at Buddha?
May I approach?
You may.
See if this.
I'm not sure why they muted that. We should be able to hear this, but...
So Andrea was the one that worked at Buddha that I did interview at the station.
And worked where?
I believe at the Buddha nightclub.
Okay, so she was what, a bartender?
I believe so.
Do you know her last name?
Can't recall it right now. I have it in my affidavit.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
We were promised in the opening statements that we would hear a confession by the defendant. Generally, that's some pretty compelling evidence. But here we are in court with the jury. So, I don't know. Maybe they're going for sympathy, trying to get out of the death penalty. Just go with
All right, you can step down and you're excused. State can call their next witness.
Judge, state call Ms. Christina Fox.
Christina Fox, next up. He seemed to have had some concern about them himself because at one point he asked the judge if he could cover them up with makeup. I believe that request was granted, but he has not done it. Maybe his makeup skills are lacking. No relation to Megan. Thank you, Dreama.
Right, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
My name is Christina Fox.
And where do you work?
I'm a forensic technician with the Querr Police Department.
And that answers my next question.
Sorry.
And how long have you been a forensic
Potts.
technician for the Querr Police Department?
For 12 years.
And what is involved in being a forensic technician?
We're responsible for responding to crime scenes, all types of them, from burglaries to homicides. We photograph them, document them through notes, sketches, video. We also collect items and process them. And I also do fingerprint comparisons and digital forensics.
And approximately how many crime scenes would you say that you've gone through over the course of the years?
Over 1,000.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the 7th of October of 2019. Did you have occasion to go to a residence at 4838 Tudor Drive in Cape Coral?
Yes.
And what was the reason for you to go to that location?
We responded there for a search warrant for a death investigation.
And what did you do when you arrived at that particular location?
I met with officers on scene. They explained everything. I took photographs starting with the exterior and took overalls exterior and interior and then progressed through the scene.
What was the purpose of taking overalls as far as photography goes?
To document everything from a distance, so that way when you examine it closer, you can see the orientation and the location.
And then you also indicated that you went ahead and took photographs of the interior as well?
Yes.
Now, if I may approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm handing you a whole stack of photographs here that have been already previously admitted into evidence. I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
What does the little saying above his eye, his left eye, say? Why we something, and then it's got ha 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 below.
Yes.
And are those photographs that you took of 4838 Tudor Drive?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm also showing defense counsel's previously marked as states exhibit number 10F, 10G, and 10H.
I thought it said why we, but why so serious? That would be the another Joker reference.
May I approach this?
You may.
Possible also handing was previously marked as 10F, 10G, and 10H. I ask you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
No, it doesn't say wish me luck.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the interior of the items that you collected from Miss Christine Melton's body?
Yes.
Judges, they move 10F, 10G, and 10H into evidence at this time?
No objection.
All right, there'll be a minute.
Now, after you go ahead and photograph and collect the various items on the interior, do you also go ahead and prepare what's called a diagram?
Yes, somebody on scene usually does, yes.
And what would be the purpose of preparing the diagram?
Just another form of documentation to show the orientation of things.
When we say orientation things, you're talking about items that are contained within the residence in relationship to each other?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some previously marked as states exhibit number 11. May I approach?
You may.
Responsible handing with some previously marked as states exhibit number 11. Are you familiar with that particular item?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that item?
It's a diagram taken of, made of the residence at Tudor Drive.
And that diagram fairly and accurately depicts the items in relationship to each other based upon the photography and the photographs that you took on the 7th of October of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, state moves states exhibit number 11 into evidence at this time as well.
Be a minute.
Judge, if I may approach and collect the various items to publish.
You may.
Now, Ms. Potts, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen to your right. States 10, that's a photograph of the, obviously the mailbox, which orients us to the exact address to which you were dispatched. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when we're looking at 10A, what are we looking at there?
That is the exterior of the residence, a little closer from the mailbox to show the whole outside from the front.
Now, to assist us in when we enter this particular residence, I'd like to show you the diagram, states exhibit number 11. Can you orient us with regards to where the front door would be?
The front door is in the bottom right corner with the line that is kind of at a 90-degree angle in and out.
So directly where my pen is and where it says we're in entrance, is that right?
Yes.
And as we enter into the front door, directly to our left, what area am I referring to as I'm circling this, the first big rectangle that's to the left of that area?
The furthest to the left is the living room area and then the dining room table. There we go.
And if we proceeded in the front door and moved our way back into this particular diagram where it says kitchen, is that in fact indeed the kitchen?
Yes.
And then if we went to the left here and we see this item here that looks almost like a elongated cloud, item C, I believe, or L, excuse me. What exactly are we looking at in that particular photograph or diagram?
That is the female body that was in the doorway, wrapped in the bedding.
How far would you say that particular item was in relationship to the doorway?
It was in the middle of the doorway.
And from the front door, how far would you say it would be? Approximately.
I'm not sure on the distance, but
So if I directed your attention here to what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 10B, is that the doorway that you're referring to? That back where actually the cat is located, and in that doorway we see it looks like a pile of bedding?
Yes.
And that's that cloud object that's depicted in the diagram?
Yes.
So then as we make our way to 10C, what did you do when you observed that particular pile of bedding and clothing?
Photographed it.
Did you do anything more with it at that point in time?
No.
And then we're looking at 10D. That's a closer up photograph of the bedding and the clothing that's tied around it?
Yes.
Now, is this photograph one that you took as well, 10E?
Yes.
Now, after you took these particular photographs, what did you do next?
Waited for the medical examiner to respond.
Okay. And did they respond?
Yes.
And what did you do after they responded?
We had to take the bedding apart layer by layer and photographed everything as we removed it.
So when we're referring to State's Exhibit number 10F that you just identified, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
That is clothing that was tied together and wrapped around the outside of the bedding.
And what kind of clothing was that was being utilized to make the ties?
I believe that one is a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a bra.
And then we're looking at 10G. What are we looking at in this photograph?
That is a white scarf that was used it was wrapped around her hands.
And did you ultimately remove that scarf as well?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking here at item 10H?
Yes.
Now, when you discovered the body all wrapped up in those sheets and tied up with that clothing, what happens to the clothing that you had gone ahead and unwrapped the body with?
Each item was left tied as it was and was packaged separately and collected as evidence.
And what do you do when you collect evidence?
We submit it to our evidence unit, and most of those items were sent for additional testing.
Now, when you collect these particular items, how is it that you are processing them when you get them back to the lab?
They're laid out on butcher paper and photographed in the lab setting, usually with a scale.
And do you ultimately wind up going ahead and placing them into specific bags, into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And what's involved in doing that?
If something's collected from the scene, we put it in a bag at the scene, and then we transport it back to the lab, and it's in my custody that entire time.
Is that to maintain integrity and control over that specific item?
Yes.
Can I make a approach, Judge?
Yeah.
Let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel for Crimson Market cases of number 16, 17, and 18. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Response pending, which includes in market cases of number 16, 17, and 18. Do you recognize each and every one of those items that are currently before you at this time?
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
By the sticker on them with my handwriting and case documentation.
And are you aware of whether or not those items are in the same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state respectfully request assistance as it relates to all three items with a pair of scissors and a pair of gloves, so that way she may examine each item.
I was just working on the thumbnail, the second page. I highlighted why so serious. I spelled it out so you can read it if you're in there watching on the thumbnail. wire. The tattoo says, "Why so serious?" on his face. Don't want it on the logo, but it was helpful. I wasn't sleeping, that's all. I'm going to crank the volume on my TV. I've got to step away for just a second. I'm listening. I'm still here.
Please look into item that's previously been marked as Stakes Exhibit number 16. What is that item?
That is the black, white, and gray hide clothing.
Okay. And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And was that item sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing?
Yes.
Judge of State moves Stakes Exhibit number 16 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
For both of those items, the two items that we see here, it states Exhibit number 10D, which is the photograph depicting the tie here towards the bottom of this particular photograph near the leg area.
Yes.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit number 17. Would you kindly look into that bag and see if you recognize that item? How do you recognize those items?
They're the items I collected, and they are the two shirts, bra top, and jeans.
Now, are those items in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw them?
Yes.
And were those items also sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing?
Yes.
Judge, State would move State's Exhibit number 17 in evidence at this time.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Publish, Judge.
Yeah.
Ms. Potts, those items that you identified and looked at and published for the jury just a moment ago, are those items one of the same items that you had gone ahead and taken a photograph of here in State's Exhibit 10D, which reflects the ties midway up the torso in the particular photograph that we have before the jury at this time?
Yes.
And those were the items that you had to untie in order to place in that bag, is that correct?
I did not untie them. They were untied FDLE.
Fair enough. And I ask you to take a look at the State's Exhibit number 18. Recognize that item?
Yes.
What is that item?
It is a blind rod that was found inside the bedding.
So when you say inside the bedding, what do you mean?
We did not locate it until we had taken the clothing off and started to open up the bedding. It was inside with the body.
And did you obviously also send that off for forensic testing?
Yes.
And is that item in substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
Judge State moves Stacey Zimmer 18 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Now, was there anything of note worthy evidentiary value that you saw on this particular item other than it was collected and found with the body that was wrapped?
Yes, there was red stains on one of the ends.
Do you know which end?
The non-handle. This one.
Now, Ms. Potts, did you have any further involvement in this particular case after you had gone ahead and conducted the crime scene processing?
Yes.
What was that?
I also completed a body search warrant.
Okay. And what is a body search warrant?
When there is a search warrant provided to collect evidence from a body, usually photographs, possibly clothing, swabs.
And did you conduct a body search warrant on a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you see Mr. Wilson here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He is sitting at the right side table in a blue jacket and yellow tie.
Now, would you please describe for us, when you conduct a body search warrant, how you go about doing that?
First, I photograph the search warrant usually. Then I take overalls of the individual. Overall, closer head, close-ups of hands, then have them turn around and do the same. And also any tattoos, marks, cuts, scratches, anything of possible evidentiary value.
Does that also entail collecting what are called buccal swabs?
Yes.
And what are buccal swabs?
They are swab samples collected from the inside of the cheeks.
And what is the purpose of collecting buccal swabs?
To obtain a known DNA standard.
And would that be from the saliva obviously contained within the mouth?
Yeah, the saliva and skin cells.
Judge, not the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel from previously marked as Stacey 38. May I approach?
You may.
Spot some hand using previously marked as Stacey 38. Please take a look at that item and see if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it by the sticker in my handwriting with the case documentation.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes.
And what is different about that particular envelope?
There's additional sealing from FDLE and an additional sticker.
That means that it was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for forensic testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, say move Stacey Zimmer 38 in evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Potts. Did you untie? Apparently, there were some sort of clothing tied around the, what was it, a mattress?
It was like the mattress pad and the foam cover and sheets and blankets.
Okay, and what was tied around them?
Clothing items.
Okay. Did you undo those clothing items?
I did not untie them. We carefully pulled them off to keep them in the same condition they were in.
All right, and that's how you sent them to FDLE?
Yes.
All right. When you executed the search warrant, the body search warrant, some of Mr. Wilson's clothing had stains on them?
Yes.
Did you test for blood or any other substance?
Yes, I did test them for blood with presumptive testing.
I'm sorry?
I did do presumptive blood testing on them, yes, on the stains.
And were they negative?
Yes.
You processed Miss Melton's house for fingerprints, correct?
Yes.
And you took fingerprints from Mr. Wilson?
I did not take fingerprints from him.
Did you compare the fingerprints that you collected from the house against what you were advised were Mr. Wilson's fingerprints?
A different analyst did the fingerprint comparison.
Who was that, ma'am?
Lisa Lansky did the report.
Did you process any of the items that were around the body for DNA?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I collected swab samples from almost every item I collected, and I don't believe those were sent for testing.
They were what?
They were not sent for testing
Why not?
because we're allotted a certain amount of items that we're allowed to send, and we can only continue testing if there's not evidentiary value found from the initial items.
And I take it, since you weren't able to send these items, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in what was submitted.
No, that means there was.
There was.
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't they send the rest of the items that you processed, that you located?
It was not requested.
Did you process Ms. Melton's car?
I did not.
May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
So if they found no evidence, they would search for more. But if they found evidence, they wouldn't search for any more because they already had enough. Ella, thank you.
Just for clarification, when you conducted your body search warrant of Mr. Wilson, do you know approximately how many days or how much time after you processed the scene did that body search warrant take place?
It was the same night.
It was the same night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the items that you had gone ahead and collected that were not sent off, are you aware of whether or not Florida Department of Law Enforcement goes ahead and continues testing various items that are found around a particular item or a specific item of interest once they've confirmed specific DNA?
They usually will not continue testing.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Anything else?
Just one.
Go ahead.
So it's FDLE's position, to your knowledge, in a homicide case, that they only test a limited number of items?
Yes. Depending on the evidentiary results that they get.
So if the items test positive to begin with, they don't want any more?
They may accept additional items, but they will not take every item from a case, no.
Nothing further.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you can
May
step
I ask
down.
if she be excused?
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused. You can step down.
Is there an announcement we need to make, Tisha?
Everybody doing okay on the jury? Okay, state and call our next witness.
Judge, state would call Dr. Noelia Hernandez. Dr. Noelia Hernandez.
Noelia? Good luck on the spelling on that one. That's a tough one. Noelia Hernandez.
All right, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
You can take a stand. Do you need these items up here, Mr. Griffin?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You want to get?
Absolutely, Judge. May I approach clerk?
You may.
Did a sloppy job leaving all the evidence up there for the next witness to look through. Those are some big evidence bags. And just drop it all on the clerk's desk right there. There you go. She'll sort out your problems, sir.
Sure. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
I'm Dr. Noelia Alemar Hernandez.
Dr. Hernandez, would you please tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm an associate medical examiner here in Lee County at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
And what type of background do you have that allows you to be a medical examiner?
I did a bachelor's degree in chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico. Then I did 4 years of medical school at the University of Puerto Rico as well. Then I did a residency program in anatomic pathology at NYU. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
After training, almost 5 years now.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what pathology actually is?
Yes. So pathology is a branch of medicine that studies disease, just like internal medicine is also a branch of medicine.
And what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology would be a subspecialty of pathology, just like, for example, cardiology is a subspecialty of internal medicine. And what forensic pathology focuses on is determining the cause and manner of death by examining a dead body, as well as reviewing medical records and whatever information we have to make that determination.
And what is anatomical pathology?
Anatomical pathology is just, when you talk about pathology, you have anatomical and clinical. Anatomical focuses more on studying disease, like organs. So we do a lot of, for example, when you have a biopsy that would get sent to the lab, that's an anatomic pathologist that looks at that under the microscope. So it's not just doing autopsies, you're also looking at a lot of slides to diagnose disease as well in any organ.
Now, over the past 5 years that you've actually been a medical examiner, how many autopsies have you performed?
Probably close to 1,300, 1,400.
Now, in October of 2019, were you an associate medical examiner here in Lee County?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to perform the autopsy of a young lady by the name of Christine Melton?
Yes, I did.
All right. In general, could you describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury the medical purpose for conducting an autopsy?
So like I was saying, we conduct autopsies to, the main reason is to determine the cause and manner of death for a decedent, as well as to document disease and injury as well on a dead person.
Please explain for ladies and gentlemen of the jury what exactly a cause of death is.
So the cause of death is the disease, the injury, or it could be a combination of both that causes the death of an individual.
And when you refer to manner of death, what do you mean? So
manner of death is just a classification of how the cause of death came about. So it can be classified as natural, somebody that dies, for example, of old age or just heart disease. It can be an accident, like, for example, somebody that dies in a car accident. Suicide, when somebody takes their own life. Homicide, which is deaths at the hands of another. And undetermined, which is when it could either fit into more than one of those categories, or we don't have enough information to put it into any of those categories.
Now let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Ms. Christine Melton on the 8th of October of 2019. Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began conducting the autopsy of Ms. Melton?
So when we first received the body, it's sealed and locked in a body bag. So we begin the autopsy by doing an external examination where we document everything on the body, things like height and weight, and just the general appearance of the deceased, as well as any injuries or any markings that might be on the body. And we also collect evidence as well while we're doing the external examination.
Would you please tell us what, if any, injuries that you observed on the body of Ms. Christine Melton during that you were conducting the external examination?
She had some small bruises on her neck and the left side of her face, like almost towards her neck, as well as she had some small abrasions, which are kind of, like, I guess a layman's term would be saying like a scrape or a scratch, as well as some ecchymosis, which is basically like saying a bruise. Like when you just bump your hand neck at something, for example, and you get like a bruise, that would be an ecchymosis. Scattered, she had small ones scattered throughout her body, like her torso and her extremities.
Did you notice any damage or injury to her hands?
She had a minute abrasion on her right hand, and she had artificial nails, and so some of the nails on her right hand were broken or like you could only see fragments of the artificial nails.
And did you have an opportunity to go ahead and photograph all these external injuries that you had just described?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel some proofs and marks. This case is number 13A, 13B, 13C, and also 13D. approach it?
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you some proofs and marked stations number 13A, 13B, 13C, and as well as 13D. I see you take a look at those items, see if you recognize those.
Yes.
How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that were taken during the external examination and autopsy of Ms. Melton.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict Ms. Melton when you were conducting the autopsy of her on the 8th of October, 2019?
Yes, we do.
Judge State will move stations number 13A, B, C, and D in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted. You may.
Now, Dr. Hernandez, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 13A. Could you please orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the injuries that you are observing in this particular photograph so that give you any cause for concern?
So as you can see here, you're looking at the right side of her head, and you can see the upper part of her torso. The number 908-19, that's the number that was assigned to this particular autopsy, to Ms. Melton's case. And then if you looked to the, I guess looking straight at it, it would be below the number. There's like a darker bruise on the right side of her neck. I wish I had a pointer, but oh, there you go. So that's the little bruise I was referring to on the right side of her neck.
And what did that indicate to you?
That she had a blunt force injury or a bruise on that side.
As we're looking at State's Exhibit number 13B, what are we looking at in this photograph that gave you any cause for concern?
This photograph is the left side of her head, and again, you can also see the superior part of her torso. And in this photograph, the dark, I guess, mark is the best way to describe it in the picture on the between her neck and her shin on the left side. That's the abrasion, or an easier way to describe it. It could be a scratch or a scrape on the left side. And if you look towards her shin, it's a little bit hard to tell with the glare, but there's like a little pink area right here. That's also a little bruise on the left side of her shin.
Doctor, would it assist you to step down off the stand and approach the actual screen itself and allow yourself to orient the jury to what exactly it is that you're referring to?
Sure.
Court's permission.
Okay.
The abrasion I was referring to?
Objection, no question.
That's true.
Now, the abrasion that you're referring to in this particular photograph, would you please describe for us what gave you cause for concern in State's Exhibit number 13B? Would you please point to the abrasion that you're referring to? Okay. And what gave you any cause for concern as it relates to that particular injury?
Because it's an injury.
You're going to have to speak up louder because there's not a microphone over there.
At this point, I was simply documenting all the external injuries, so it gave me concern because it is an injury and it is on her body.
Okay. And because of its location, does that also give you any cause for concern?
Because it's on her neck, it's concerned given the other findings I found during the autopsy.
What other injury were you pointing out in this particular photograph?
Right here?
You're referring to the bottom of her chin?
Yes.
And what are we looking at when we're looking at the bottom of her chin?
There is a small bruise right there.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 13C that's been entered into evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this picture is after the hands have been cleaned and the fingernails have been left for evidence. So these are the two artificial fingernails that you can see.
I'm going to have her speak up louder if you're going to have her up there because I can't.
Just please speak up.
Like I was saying, can you hear me?
Okay.
This picture is after the hand has been cleaned and the fingernails have been clipped to collect evidence. What you can see here is these are the two fingers where the artificial nails, as you can see, are missing, and there's only some small fragments of them left over her nail.
And did these appear to have been broken off?
They appear to be broken off. I can't say when it happened, but they appear to be broken off.
Very well. Now, when we were talking about when we talk about some of this discoloration that is reflected here in State's Exhibit number 13B and 13A, could you tell us a little bit about the discoloration that we're observing in these particular photographs?
So she has a mix of lividity and congestion on her face. So lividity is a post-mortem change that is based on the position that her body is in after the person has passed away. So all the blood flows towards the side that you're laying on, and you get this discoloration on the face. And you can also get congestion with there are certain things that can cause the face to get congested as well. marked discoloration that you can see, as well as around her eyes. You can see it's markedly congested with the little, it almost looks like little red bruises around her eyes.
Do you know when those particular bruises actually occur?
I can't give you an exact time frame.
Well, what I mean is, would those have occurred before she died, at the time of death, or after death?
Somewhere between around the time of death or before. It could be either one.
Thank you, Doctor.
You can return to the stand.
Now, Doctor, the external injuries that you observed and photographed of Ms. Melton, after you conducted your external examination, what is your next step in the process?
That's where we do the autopsy, which is what you always see on TV, where we start with the Y-shaped incision. We reflect the skin, and we examine all of the organs. And in this particular case, we actually reflected the skin of the extremities as well to look for injuries.
Okay. When we're talking about a Y-cut incision, what do you mean?
You start at the shoulders, and you go down towards the center of the chest. So that's the top part of the Y, and then you extend it all the way down to the inferior part of the abdomen. So that's the Y-shaped incision.
Okay, and when you say we were reflecting the skin, that means basically pulling it back and opening up the body, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you conducted the Y incision on Ms. Melton and began the external examination or internal examination of her body, what did you find?
She had hemorrhage on the subcutaneous tissues of her neck, which are the tissues right under the skin. And I could also see hemorrhage over the muscles on her neck. Was the first thing we saw as we were starting the autopsy.
Now, with the court's permission, I'd respectfully request the doctor to step down once again and approach the screen. And
which exhibit do you have?
State number 13D, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Doctor, when we're looking here at State's exhibit number 13D, what are we looking at?
This is a picture of the neck from the inside. So the more, this area right here, that's the skin that has been reflected towards the top of the head. And these right here, those are the muscles of the anterior neck that have also been reflected upwards as well. So what you can see is there's hemorrhage in most of those muscles on the anterior neck. Here, all of these muscles as well. And what we're doing is we're reflecting those muscles layer by layer to see how deep that hemorrhage extends to. And in her case, when you keep reflecting those muscles, it goes all the way to the deeper muscles as well as on the surface of the thyroid gland, which is sitting right over the thyroid cartilage.
What do you mean when you say that when you began reflecting the muscles, it went deeper?
So we start with the muscles that are more superficial. They start with what's called the sternocleidomastoid muscles, which are the big muscles that are more towards the side right here. And then we start with the next layer on the anterior neck. And once you reflect that, you pull it up, there's another muscle under it. So you keep going deeper into the muscle. That's what I mean by sensation.
Does the deeper the muscle and the deeper the discoloration also correlate to the amount of force necessary to create that kind of injury and trauma?
In a way, yes.
What do you mean, in a way?
I can't tell you how much force, but yes, in order to make it go deeper, you would have to be a stronger force or a harder object or force.
So the more pressure, the deeper the damage or deeper the injury. Is that right? And when we're looking at this particular photograph in general, there are a number of dark discolored areas around the neck area that indicate injury. Is that fair to say?
Yes, those are hemorrhage, all of those dark areas.
Okay. And that's because the deeper or the more pressure that's used around the neck area, the deeper the injury that's caused. Okay. As you return back to the stand, please. What other injuries did you see on the interior of Ms. Melton?
So when we reflect, and again, it's the same thing, we pull it back, the scalp, which is essentially the skin around your head. There were hemorrhages or contusions on both sides of the scalp. She also had contusions on both lungs. She had a small contusion on her transverse colon, which is part of the large bowel that is going horizontal at the upper part of your abdomen. She had...
Let's talk about the scalp injury. You indicated that there was a hemorrhage there as well.
On the
Contusion?
There's contusions, yes, on both sides of the scalp.
What does that mean?
It's hemorrhage on the inner surface of the scalp.
How would one get damage to the exterior, interior of the scalp?
So those are consistent with blunt force injuries.
So someone actually striking someone, or the head actually striking something?
It could be either one, yes.
You indicated that there was also damage to the lungs or injury to the lungs?
Yes.
Okay. What damage did you see or injury did you see to the lungs?
So there's hemorrhage on the surface as well as extending slightly into the parenchyma or the inside of the lung. So those are what we call contusions on the lungs, which are also evidence of blunt force injuries.
When we're talking about contusions, is that just a fancy word for bruising?
Yes.
So when we're talking about bruising to the lungs, how much force or pressure would it take in order to do that?
I mean, that's kind of like a hard question to answer. I can't say exactly how much pressure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that if someone punched you in the lungs pretty hard, that would cause that kind of damage or injury?
If they punch you in the chest, yes, they could do that.
You also indicated that there was damage to the colon area.
Yes.
And would you please describe what injury that you saw there?
Same thing. It was hemorrhage on the surface of the colon, and it's a transverse colon, so it sits towards the top of your abdomen.
And what type of damage did you see there?
That's also a blunt force injury.
And once again, that's actually someone striking you, or you actually striking something. Is that right?
That's right.
Was there any other damage that you saw on the interior of Ms. Melton?
She also had a contusion to her liver and one to her bladder. She had a ruptured cyst in one of her ovaries, but that type of cyst could rupture due to trauma, but it could also rupture due to strenuous exercise and other activities, so I can't say whether or not that was due to the trauma.
Let's talk a little about the damage to the bladder. What did you see there?
So similar to where I was explaining in the lungs, it's also hemorrhage on the surface of the bladder, and it extends all the way to the mucosa, which would be the inner surface of the bladder where the urine is held. So it'd be like hemorrhage on the tissues right there.
And would that also be consistent with blunt force trauma?
Yes.
And as it relates to the liver, what did you know was trauma to the liver?
Yeah. So that one would also be blunt force trauma, the contusion to the liver.
So based upon your complete autopsy examination, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your conclusion was in this particular case?
So in this case, based on what I was explaining earlier in the neck, how she had hemorrhage extending from the superficial muscles all the way to the deep muscles, as well as the bruises on the outside of her neck. And also she had petechia on one of her eyelids and some petechia on her scalp itself. All of her autopsy findings taken together are consistent with death by asphyxia due to compression of the neck.
You just mentioned petechia of the eye and petechia of the scalp. Can you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury in layman's terms what that means?
So petechia are pinpoint hemorrhage. So they're like a tiny little dot, and they're caused when your venous pressure goes up. So it causes a backup of the blood, and all of that pressure causes your little venules to burst. So you just create this little, like pinpoint, tiny little hemorrhage.
And that would have been as a result of the asphyxiation?
That's one of the causes for petechia, yes.
And doctor, did you also complete a death certificate in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel to produce and mark the states of 14. Commissioner approach.
You may.
Doctor, I'm handing you some briefs and mark the states of 14 as controlled. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that appear to be?
This is the death certificate for Christine Melton.
And is that a certified copy of the death certificate?
Yes.
Judge statement would move Stacy number 14 in evidence.
Objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
I have no further questions at this time, Judge.
Okay.
Doctor, when you, back in 2019, that's 5 years ago. You just like a brand new medical examiner?
Yes, I had recently started at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. When did you start it there?
September of 2019.
So this was 1 month after being there.
Yes.
Did you take, or as part of your protocol, did you take DNA scrapings from under Miss Melton's nails?
We take the fingernail clippings where they cut the fingernails, and we put them in the little envelopes.
But you yourself, conducting an autopsy, are not looking to collect DNA, are you?
We collect a DNA card from the decedent where it's like a little card with circles and you put blood from the decedent on it.
Okay.
We collect the fingernail clippings, which I guess law enforcement would use to look for DNA under the fingernails. We'll do swabs if they request us to do a rape kit, like swabs of the mouth, the anus, the vagina. And if there's any secretions or anything we notice on the body, we may swab that as well.
Did you do a rape kit on Miss Melton?
I believe we did, yes.
And what do you do with that when you're done collecting the evidence?
We hand that over. We sign it, we seal it, and we hand it over to law enforcement.
And just what do you do to use a rape kit? I'm sorry. When you are going to complete a rape kit, what do you do as part of your autopsy?
You mean like how do I collect this? Yes. Oh, okay. So I usually have my technicians assist with that. And before we clean the body, once we open the body bag, we'll take swabs of, so the rape kit usually comes with swabs for the buccal mucosa, it swabs for the vagina and swabs for the anus as well. So we'll do all of those before we clean or start manipulating the body any further once we get it.
Do you as the doctor do those or are your technicians doing them?
They usually do those under my supervision.
Could the injuries to the neck area occur during rough sex?
Some of the injuries, I guess it's possible.
You mentioned various contusions on the body. Were there contusions on the exterior of the body that corresponded to what you found on the internal examination?
So, for example, one of the bruises on the right side of the neck, there was hemorrhage corresponding to that area. Some of the bruises on her extremity, I don't remember the exact locations, had hemorrhage under the skin corresponding to those bruises. But not all of them had a bruise that you could see on the skin over them.
Well, like you said, petechiae. How long does it take to, I think you said those were burst capillaries?
They're burst little venules, so they're some of the smallest blood vessels in the body.
How long does it take for that time, for one of those things to burst?
Legal Vices, welcome.
Can't really give you a time frame. That would probably depend on how much pressure you're applying. The higher the pressure, the faster they would burst.
So they could burst in basically seconds, depending on what's happening.
That's correct.
Okay, and you found those on an eyelid. Did you find any in the eyeballs?
She had ecchymosis or hemorrhage in the eyeballs. So I can't say definitively if those were petechia, that they can become confluent. So when you have petechia close together, they can kind of coalesce. So it just looks like one big ecchymosis rather than a bunch of little petechia. But that's pretty much impossible to say if that's what happened in that case.
I'm going to pause this for just
How did you note petechiae on the scalp?
When you reflect it.
I'm going to pause this just for 1 second. The case in the Young Thug is going off again right now. We'll follow that tonight. Just a heads up. The guy who's on the stand, who had the lawyer, I think it's the one who had the ex parte, hearing with the judge, just fired his lawyer. And it's going to be on the stand zone. It's like the gift that keeps giving. Just a heads up, if you start hearing some chat about that, we'll have to dig into that, see if we can get the full scoop and bring it to you after this is over. But wow, this mark my words, that trial will not ever end in a judgment, in a verdict. It's going to be a mistrial. Anyway. So there we go.
Petechia.
Okay.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Yes, that's it. You'll collect the evidence, the exhibits, and figures for the clerk.
No objection.
Okay.
You're going to ask them, please.
Oh, I don't. Did they? I don't think they have.
Yes, it should be released.
Okay.
No objection.
All right. You're released. Everybody in the jury okay? Okay. Call your next witness.
The state calls Luis Tabara Rodriguez.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You take the stand. Right, follow. All right. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Luis Tabara Rodriguez.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
I have two last names. It's Tabara is Taboada, and Rodriguez is Rod. Okay, spell again. Rodriguz.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am the director of clinical service at Nova University.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. What were you doing on that day?
That day was the day that I went to my daughter's school, so I went there to pay the after school programs.
Where did your daughter go to school at the time?
That was Hector Cabrera School, elementary school at Querr town.
Now, when you were going to the school, was there anything that caught your attention?
When I went out is when it caught my attention. And I went to the office, I paid the after school program, and I went out. I saw in the entrance of the school a woman purse, and this is what that caught my attention. So I turned and I grabbed the purse and gave to the police office inside the school, in the office.
All right. Now, when you saw this purse, where exactly was it? Was it in the road or on a sidewalk?
It was in the middle of the road, but it's in the main entrance of the school. I think it's a school property, not in the street.
When you saw the purse, what did you think at the time when you saw it?
I saw that probably some mom dropped it. I have seen people leaving stuff in the top of the car, and I saw that.
So you said when you saw it when you were driving?
Yes, when I went out from school.
And you stopped and picked it up?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel 23, 24, and 24A. Sir, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. Are these photographs of the purse that you picked up from in front of the elementary school and turned it to the school resource officer?
It was kind of brown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It was kind of brown, but it was a woman purse.
Okay. So you're not for sure whether this is it, but you did pick up a purse and turn it into the school resource officer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, when you left the purse with the school resource officer, did you give him your name?
No, basically they know me there because I already paid for the after school programs, and no, I just gave the purse and tell the office that I don't know what was inside. Just the purse was open. I saw some stuff there like cards or but I didn't open it and check anything, so I gave to them.
Okay. And did you then give a statement to Cape Coral Police Department about the purse that you found?
I did.
All right. This time the state tenders a witness.
No cross.
Very well. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you so much.
That he be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
You're also excused.
All right. Can I leave?
You can go.
Thank you.
At this time, the state calls Don Griffin.
I'm pretty sure at some point during this trial we're going to hear from the defendant's dad, who he apparently confessed to and took great pleasure in recounting his actions, which is just wild if we get to hear that. Yeah, maybe it was a walk the dog.
If you'll face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, and take a seat.
They bring former winners of the Masters to escort the witnesses to the stand, wearing their green jackets, which look beautiful. Look great.
May I inquire?
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Dawn Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, where do you work?
I worked at Benson & Associates.
Say it again, please.
I worked at Benson & Associates.
That was back on October 7th of 2019 you were working there?
Yes.
What type of a company is that?
Interior design.
What was your role for them?
I was just like a staff person that helped out in different areas.
Now, back on October 7th of 2019, about what time did you arrive to work?
6:30.
Was that in the morning or evening?
Morning.
When you arrived at work, where did you go?
There's 2 offices. I went into the administrative side.
Now, is the administrative office connected to the other office?
I don't think they're physically connected, no.
So you would have to go outside one office to
Yes.
get to the other office?
Yes.
Now, once you got inside the office, did something attract your attention?
Not till later, not till I moved to the other office.
And once you moved to the other office, what attracted your attention?
Someone passed closely to the door of the office I was in, did not have a shirt on. It was early. I think after 7:30, it was still pretty early. Not many other businesses are open at that point.
This person that passed by without a shirt on, were you able to tell whether it was a man or a woman?
Man.
And did you notice any tattoos?
There were tattoos.
Now, what happened after the man passed by?
Nothing. It was split second of my view. I just went back to work.
As you were working again, did something else attract your attention?
When I was in the back, I heard something that drew my attention to look outside.
What did you hear that drew your attention?
I don't remember exactly what it was I heard. It was enough to draw my attention to come out of the back.
Did it sound like a voice?
Yes.
And did it sound like a female voice or male voice?
I would, most likely a female, it sounded to me.
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Now, when you heard this voice, what was it that you did?
I continued to look outside.
What did you see when you looked outside?
Some kind of a struggle between this man and someone else I could not see.
The struggle between the man and the other person, were you able to observe any part of that person?
Of the other person?
Correct.
I could just see hair.
And what color was the hair?
Blonde.
Did you see whether the man had his hand on this person's hair?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Now, how long did you watch this struggle go on?
I would say it was a short time. Maybe a minute. I don't know.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the car that was next to them?
There were 2 cars. There was one parked in front of where the doorway is to this office, and there was another car behind that.
Did you know the owner of either of those cars?
I didn't remember at the time that the car next to the office was for an employee from the office.
The other car next to the employee's car, was that a car that you recognized or knew about?
No.
Now, after observing this struggle, what did you do?
I called the police.
And did they get there right away?
It didn't seem like it.
Now, was anybody else in either of your offices at that time?
I was the only one in this particular office. There were other staff members in the other office, the administrative side.
Were you able to let them know about what was going on?
Yes, after I hung up with the police, I called the other office to let them know.
And did you make sure that your door was locked?
Yes.
Eventually, did police show?
Yes.
And did they ask you about what had happened?
No.
So at some point, did you give some information to a police officer?
Yes.
And that was at a later date?
Yes.
I have nothing further and tender the witness.
Once again, very quick witness.
After 7:30, 8 o'clock?
The incident?
Yes.
Sometime after 7:30.
Nothing further.
All right.
Ask that she be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
You can step down and you're excused.
And we're going to need a break before the next few witnesses.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll send you back into the jury room. Please leave your notes here. Remember my earlier instructions. And we'll probably be on break for 15 minutes, maybe.
All rise.
We're going to check and see if we get to listen into anything that happens here on this break, or if it's actually a delay. If it's a delay, I'm tempted to jump over to Young Thug and show you what's going on here. It's going to be a very short trial, by the way. We're playing catch-up, trying to get through the rest of yesterday's testimony.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. We'll be
State's
recessed for about 15 minutes.
The state's going to rest this week. All right, so let's hold right here, and while they do that, let me pull up. Oh man, how are we gonna do this? Camera 7. Give you just a minute here. Sorry about that. Got lots happening here. Trying to get everything pulled up so we can watch this here. Let's see. Camera 7, where are we at? Time-wise. Just after the 2-hour mark. What's the negatives? How long ago is what I'm needing, Amber? Hang on. Let's see if we can get some audio in here. And then bring the video over. Okay, so a little bit of a catch-up. You guys missed our stream yesterday. We covered a little bit of a dust-up in the Young Thug trial. We haven't watched the Young Thug trial since, let's see. They had their Zoom bombing incident at the very beginning of the trial, and we aired that live and had to delete our video immediately before YouTube took down our channel. So that was fun, and we sort of kept arm's distance at the trial since then. But it's been a mess. It's been just an absolute mess, and today is no exception. Yesterday, Mr. Williams' attorney challenged the judge. Said, "Judge, we found out that you had an ex parte hearing in your chambers with the state and a sworn witness, and we demand to know exactly what went on. Give us a transcript." And the judge said, "You can't do. You're not supposed to know about that." That's what he said. "You're not supposed to know about that. There's no way you could have made this motion unless you had illegal information you shouldn't have been able to obtain. I need to know from you who told you about our little meeting." And he says, "Well, I can't tell you that, but you need to tell me what the meeting was about." And back and forth, it ends up that Mr. Steele, Mr. Williams' attorney, gets held in contempt and gets cuffed and taken to jail. And he does the whole strip off his suit coat, take off the tie, white shirt, walking out, leaves his shoes, everything. It was complete theater in the courtroom. Boss move. As he's leaving the courtroom, he says, "Your Honor, if I'm going to be held in contempt, I request that while I'm in jail, I get housed with my client so I can continue to work on his case for his defense." Wow. Anyway, 20 days, 10 weekends in a row, he has to go at the end of trial, check into the jail, and spend the weekend in jail, and then come back and work in the court. That's where the order stands right now. Now, as we jump back into to what's happening today, I believe what we have, the same witness, is my understanding, the same witness who was on the stand, or the same, let's jump so you can see here. The same witness who was, who met with the judge, and it's my understanding, in that secret meeting, who was a state's witness, took the stand, pleaded the fifth when he was asked what his birthday was, okay, and then got arrested himself. And it's crazy. He's back on the stand, and now we have some drama with him and the lawyer who was representing him.
All right, can we bring Mr. Copeland back?
So this was just about 30 minutes ago here. When he says everybody back,
Mr. Steele's not back.
We've got like the entire courtroom's full of defendants and their lawyers. This is a RICO case, meaning it's organized crime. Everybody is there, tons of lawyers, and which it slows down the process so much. It's terribly, terribly slow. Mr. Steele's not here. He's the problematic one.
I'm waiting on Brian Steele first.
He's standing right there.
Who?
Copeland.
No, Brian Steele.
Okay. He walking in the door now.
Okay. All right.
All right. Let me make this mono instead of stereo so we can hear better. There we go. Okay, let's give the judge a minute. He's going to tell us what exactly just exploded in the courtroom today. Oh, Mr. Steele is now also being represented by his wife in regards to contempt.
Sergeant Ingram, are all our participants back, sir?
Yes, sir. Everybody's...
Okay, counsels, if I get you to take your seats and gather your thoughts, please. Okay, before we call in our jury, it has been brought to the court's attention that Mr. Copeland's
the witness
counsel, Ms. Bumpus, would like to be released. Is that correct, madam? Okay, all right.
The lawyer wants to quit. Well,
sir, Mr. Copeland, is it your desire to release your counsel at this point in time?
She's fired.
She's fired? Okay. So do you wish to represent yourself in these particular, in terms of any issues you may have in this particular?
Do I got a choice?
I'm sorry?
Do I got a choice?
Yes, you do.
And what are those?
You can keep your lawyer that you have right now.
I don't want her.
All right. You could certainly hire another lawyer, or the court could appoint you a lawyer.
What I need a lawyer for?
Right.
What
No, it's just the court is just asking you whether it's your choice, sir.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Ms. Bumpus, did you file an entry of appearance? All right. Did you, under the Uniform Superior Court rules, file a motion to withdraw pursuant to the Uniform Superior Court rules? I mean, I know you give an oral notice, but usually it has to be in writing, and he has 10 days to object.
Well, Judge, just for the record, I was never his counsel.
Say again?
I was never his counsel. Attorney Melone was his counsel, and I was stepping in as a courtesy for judicial efficiency.
I was never his counsel. I was stepping in for a courtesy for judicial efficiency.
Well, given the fact that you have represented Mr. Copeland at this point in time, it would seem appropriate that you do need to, in fact, file a formal withdrawal. Even though you didn't enter one, you de facto entered this case by your representation of him, or you telling the court that you did, in fact, represent him. So at this point, I'm not inclined to release you until that's done.
Okay, I'll get that done now, Judge.
Okay, all right. And he's got 10 days to go ahead and do that. So you're still going to have to be here until I have, because he gets that particular period of time to go ahead and decide whether or not he'd like to hire a lawyer. That's the whole reason for the 10 days.
Well, I don't want to hire no.
Hold on. Not yet. You get that right as a party. Okay.
I do get right.
You do. Yes. You get that right to hire a new lawyer. You get the right to do a couple things. One, to decide whether or not you can release her.
Okay.
Okay. Two, you get to decide whether or not you want to get another lawyer to be with you.
Okay.
Okay, those are the two big things you get a chance to kind of decide. But what I'm going to do at this point in time is, since she's representing you, I'm going to make her file a formal notice to withdraw. She's orally told you at this point in time she wants to withdraw. But you're on the stand, you're testifying at this point in time. So I'm not going to let her withdraw at this point.
Well, Your Honor, I just would like to say, before he started testifying, I was fired.
I don't know that, ma'am. That's not something that I have notice or knowledge of. So, that's the whole purpose of the rule, so that we can flesh out all those things. So at this point in time, I'm not inclined to let you go at this point. I'm sorry that you put yourself in this particular situation with you and Mr. Melnick and whatever, but, Mr. Copeland does have rights in this particular circumstance. So file a proper notice to withdraw. I'll give once it's filed, if you file it today, I'll give Mr. Copeland the 10 days, but until such time as I rule upon that and he gets that and gets an opportunity to think about what he'd like to do, I'll go ahead and insist that you remain with us while he's on the stand.
You won't let her quit.
Okay, Judge.
Okay. Madam, I have one other bit of business.
Can I approach, Your Honor, with the state?
No.
No. Sidebar.
What does he want to tell me?
I don't want to say it in open court.
The judge is buffering. He does not want a sidebar. The sidebar was basically a replication of the meeting they had that everyone else is objected to. He's just not saying anything. He's just stalling.
All right, State, Ms. Bumpus, come on up.
Allows the sidebar. Okay, so sidebar. Who's up? Court recorder. State.
And I don't believe you have the right to be present, sir.
Oops. The clerk just bumped the...
State objection for the record.
The other attorneys want to be at the sidebar. It's an ex parte sidebar.
Case law to that effect. I want to object on the grounds that we are now being excluded from a conversation about material witness in prosecution state versus do not defender and material witness. Conversation about material witness and a conversation between the court and that the counsel for that witness and the state, which are now conducting a meeting with the court without the ability for me as the attorney for the defense in our case to be present and knowledgeable about those conversations. And I think that that ex parte communication creates an appearance. I say this with tremendous reservation, and I almost want to apologize for saying it, but I think it creates the appearance of impropriety and bias on the part of this court.
He's accusing the judge of bias.
Your Honor is doing that, but it creates the appearance of it, so I have to object.
Okay.
The appearance of it.
Your Honor, I'd like to just add, I'll adopt everything that's now said, but I'd like to just add also.
There's Mr. Steele.
Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 12 of the Georgia Constitution. It also denies Mr. Williams, if you ever think it's appropriate, his right.
Everyone's saying me too.
Critical stage of the proceeding.
And sorry, Your Honor, if I could just add to that for the record. I'm going to cite to the Uniform Superior Court Rule 4.1, which prohibits this type of communication. I'll cite to the Georgia Code of Judicial Conduct, Rule 3.4, which prohibits this type of communication. And I'll cite to the court several cases which I believe support that. The first is Monday versus Magnolia Advanced Materials, which is 815 Southeast 2nd 70. It's Georgia Supreme Court from 2018. I'm going to cite to the court Lynn versus State, which is 139 Georgia Act 355, 1976 case. Trial judge should not attempt to intimidate a witness to testify on behalf of the state either in or out of the presence of the jury. And it also creates a presumption that the court should have to recuse itself. In that case is Hernandez versus State, and that's 319 Georgia Act 432. That is the Georgia Court of Appeals case from 2012. And I thank you all.
Your Honor, I assume our rules in effect for all these
Okay.
The last attorney says, I assume the rules in effect that if one person objects, it counts for all of us. Because we all object. Judge says, go back. Go sit down. No sidebar. Sidebar has been canceled.
Your Honor, I just wanted to be given an opportunity to be able to respond to that on the record and to point out that the distinction between the assertions by counsel for the defendants and what is going on here, and the assertion being made that a trial judge should not intimidate or coerce a witness. Actually, can we?
Yeah, hold on a second. Mr.
Let's
can I
get the
just
witness
step
out
outside
here.
for just a second? Let me finish this argument, please, sir. Mr. Copeland?
Where, you want me to go out?
Yeah, just step outside in the vestibule if you wouldn't mind, sir, please. Thank you.
Mr. Copeland, the state's witness, who I believe pled the fifth, and then renegotiated in a closed chamber ex parte meeting yesterday, which ended up in everyone else complaining and one lawyer getting thrown in jail.
Your Honor,
Exited the room.
what I believe that Ms. Bumpus wants to address with the court is strictly and solely the civil matter that involves the motion of the state to compel her client, Mr. Copeland, to testify, the offer from the state of immunity should Mr. Copeland testify, and the motion of the state to the court to sanction Mr. Copeland if he fails to comply with an order of the court pursuant to 24-5-507.
I believe she just gave us the rundown of what happened in that
matter
meeting.
is a separate matter from the trial that is going on now. It is akin to the state moving the court for a material witness warrant for a person who refuses to obey a properly served subpoena. It is not something to which either defendant is a party. And for that reason, it is our position that counsel for the defendants are simply wrong in this instance. And that if Ms. Bumpus
You're all wrong.
chooses to address the court with the state regarding a matter to which the state as a moving party and her client as the person for which the state made that motion are involved only, then the parties to that matter are the state and Mr. Copeland. And so for that reason, I believe that Ms. Bumpus is entitled to address the court with the other party in that matter, which is the civil contempt order entered by the court on the motion of the state
Her argument needs more periods.
at the time that the state moved the court to compel the testimony itself.
All right. I don't know what she's going to say, so
I don't know what she just said.
That may make it not subject to ex parte or not. But what does he want to tell me, madam? Can you tell me the subject matter?
Yeah, about when he said he fired.
Well, no, that. We have to have a hearing on that issue. We have to have a hearing on that.
Okay.
We'll have to have a hearing on that issue. That's not an ex parte matter. Okay.
Well, what I'm trying to say is something that happened during the ex parte matter, which is why I don't want to say it in open court.
The meeting.
No, I'm good. Go ahead and reduce it to writing, and your request to withdraw, and your client, which will bring back in. Your client needs to be able to have a say so on whether or not you can withdraw, and he should get another. And if he wants to have you and wants to get another lawyer,
he needs another lawyer.
So
if you've got to
so that's it. No,
state,
I'm not gonna.
You need a lawyer.
It's not gonna be ex parte. Okay.
So,
Done?
As a result, Your Honor, if there's no ex parte communication, then I'm withdrawing my objection.
Okay.
I just want to make that clear to the court.
That's fine.
The court doesn't.
No, that's fine. You're doing your job. No, you're doing. No, Mr. Apple, I wouldn't say that.
Don't be mad at me for saying you were biased.
Objection only with respect to this particular meeting.
Okay.
I reserve it with respect to any other ex parte
All right.
communication.
No problem. Okay, can we bring Mr. Copeland back in, please?
Respectfully, Your Honor, as Mr. Copeland's reenters.
Can we hold off until Mr. Copeland comes back in? Okay.
All the other lawyers are standing up with and chiming on the Me Too. You look in the gallery. These are not public citizens here to observe the court. The gallery is full of co-defendants and their lawyers. This is a massive case that is so convoluted. There's so many moving parts and pieces and different personalities and people with different rights, and it is so big. It's almost too big for courts. And because of that, anytime they try to make any progress, everybody chimes in. Oh, I wish I was a fly on the wall. What was just said there? Lady in light green.
Just to put to the court on the record, it's my understanding from last week's proceedings that Mr. Copeland was actually represented by Mr. Jonathan Melnick, and that the court required Mr. Melnick to be here on Monday, and Mr. Melnick indicated that he had non-refundable airline tickets and that he would have someone appear in his place. So I believe Mr. Melnick is still this gentleman's attorney.
We don't know that. We really don't know. I don't even know if he's entered an appearance for the purposes of this, the circumstances thereof, but I'm dealing with it from the standpoint of Mr. Copeland is on the stand. He's a witness. He's had counsel. He's going to continue to have counsel. So that's the reason I'm stating this at this point in time. Okay, sir? But thank you for putting that on the record, okay? All right, so Ms. Bumpus, file your motion. But until such time, you're going to need to remain as long as Mr. Copeland is a witness. And once we've had an opportunity to hear that, then I'll go ahead and do that. But it's not timely to begin with because he's on the stand, he's testifying. Okay, so whatever arrangement you had with Mr. Melnick, I'm sorry that's put you cross purposes with not being able to be released.
They're not friends anymore.
I don't know what difficulties it causes you otherwise, but I apologize on behalf of the court, on behalf of that. But
Your Honor, the state wanted to put something on the record as well, that Mr. Copeland has satisfied at this point his contempt by testifying. So if he remains and testifies, then unless he wanted to, there would be no purpose for an attorney. So long as he remains and he testifies, that's the only if he pleads the fifth or fails to testify will he be subject to being placed in custody. So at this time, he has purged or satisfied his contempt because he is testifying. So long as he remains in this posture, then we believe the contempt will be completed and he would not need an attorney. So But I can't.
Well, but that's his choice. That's what the rule gives him 10 days to do. We're kind of saying, well, make that choice right now. We're telling him here in open court to do that. So that's what the court's concern is at this point in time.
But Your Honor, I was representing him for the civil contempt, not as a witness. So that once he purged himself, I should have been released.
I'm only his lawyer for the contempt issue, not for the witness side of it. I don't know. The contempt issue was the witness side of it. I'm not sure if she can parse it that thinly. Once again, judge is buffering. Oh my goodness. He's just moved to his computer. He's doing some paperwork. I want to know what this guy takes for heartburn. He must be like the poster child for Zantac. The judge is probably going to retire early. He's, dear Governor, I hereby resign my judgeship. I just don't find joy in this anymore.
Okay? All right.
I'm sorry, Judge.
You can have a seat. I'll call you back on this.
Judge, all you have to say is mistrial granted, and all this can be somebody else's problem. Oh, my goodness. The state's trying to talk it over. The lawyer's like, well, I can't really leave. You told me I can't be released. As soon as this the spicy bit is over, we're going to jump back to the Cape Coral killing spree trial. The judge has, like, his soul leaves his body every time he does that. It's just, he's dead. He's dead, and then somehow he comes back to life again. You don't think the judge? You think the judge enjoys this? The jury's still outside. They're not here for this, thankfully. I think the judge is calming down by surfing pictures of cats on Instagram. Letting that blood pressure drop down a little bit. Some deep breathing exercises. Judge Beverly would never stand for these delays, Judge. As far as court goes, I think this is day 89 of the Young Thug trial, I believe. And I think they've got 3 years to go. There are jurors who I imagine there are jurors who are missing out on college education because of this. Career opportunities were lost. Why? I served on the Young Thug jury. Well, say no more. Say no more. GoFundMe for your benefits. I only have one set of crickets, Judge, but I'll play them again for you if you're just going to not do anything.
All right, Ms. Bumpus. At this, go ahead, man. You can take the podium, please. At this point, the court is still of the opinion that you need to file a motion to withdraw and give your client an opportunity to respond to that. So once you do that, and he has the opportunity to respond to it, I'll calendar it, in fact, for
10 days
unless he decides immediately that he wishes to not hold your or require your services, but usually he gets 10 days. So.
And how would the court know if he's deciding immediately? Because
Well, usually he's hearing. I mean, we have either the time passes and there's no objection that's filed, and you get it immediately. It's granted, or I set it for a hearing, and he says, yes, I either don't want you as attorney or I want to have you as attorney. I'm going to get new counsel, or I've gotten new counsel.
The witness is ready to
and
say
so
it.
Jonathan Melnick is just able to be released.
See, I don't know what the arrangement was between you and Mr. Melnick. I have no idea. That's not my purview. All I know is that Mr. Melnick was here on Friday. He said he was going on a vacation. I don't know if he even properly entered an appearance in this case. I know that his leave wasn't appropriate in this case because he asserted himself as and represented to all concerned that he was in fact Mr. Copeland's attorney. So, and then Mr. Melnick said that he would have counsel for Mr. Copeland on Monday, and that was you. And then you appeared on Monday. So I do think that you do need to properly withdraw and give your client an opportunity to have the full range of options. So until that's done, now Mr. Melnick may come back and may decide, well, yeah, I'm going to pick up, and I still represent Mr. Copeland, but I need to. I'll take up that issue when it was presented before me, okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to set that, madam, for the morning of the 25th of June at 9 a.m.
It's the 11th today, the 25th. Puts it a little bit out.
All right.
10 days.
Let's summon our jury, please.
Judge, may I speak?
Hold on, Sergeant Ingram.
Can I speak? Here's the witness.
You want your your lawyer's not in here.
She's not my lawyer.
Well, but you still have the opportunity to decide that, okay? All right. Your client wanted to say something, and he said, you're not my lawyer. But as I told him, I was about to tell him that he has the right to decide that issue, and he has to be given due process to decide that issue. So that's why I want that done in this case, okay?
Okay, Judge.
Okay, all right. So at this point, anything else? As in respect to Ms. Bumpus?
You didn't give me time to say that.
Okay, I'm sorry. What else did you want to say?
Mr. Melnick told me that she was only going to be here for 1 day. And that she was going to make sure that after she's done then, it was going to be...
See, but I have no knowledge of those discussions. And because they asserted themselves as your lawyer, you have certain constitutional protections as being represented by an attorney. I don't know what was said to you. I don't want to know what was said to you, but I'm just looking at who showed up and what they told us, meaning that me and the other parties here. So I don't know, and that's my kind of pause in this particular circumstance is that, I need to find that out. So filing a withdrawal would help the court in this particular circumstance.
I agree with the judge.
Yes, Mr. App.
Just briefly, Your Honor, my obligation is always to help educate and inform the court. The uniform superior court rule does indicate that the 10-day requirement is waived if the client consents to attorney withdrawal.
Boom. She can quit. She can quit according to the rules. But then he doesn't have
I
a
tell you
lawyer.
what, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to send our jury to lunch. I'm going to let you talk with Ms. Bumpus afterwards, okay?
All right.
And then during the lunchtime hour, and then you can, hold on, wait a sec. And then after that time, I'll go ahead and make a decision at that point. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. Is that sufficient, madam?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Summon our jurors, please.
Do I leave out?
No, sir. Not yet.
This has got to be part of the plan between the lawyers and the defendants to cause as much chaos as possible, or it was done with a wink and a nod. You can't make this stuff up. It is so bizarre. The witness, the defense, who is the witness is testifying against that gentleman, the guy who just spoke, that lawyer, against his client. Okay, that's the relationship, and he just stood up to inform the court that according to the law and the rules, if the witness wants to fire his attorney and the attorney wants to be fired, or they want to call it quits and it's mutual, the 10-day thing is waived. She can quit immediately. So he's like, he can go ahead and proceed without a lawyer. Just think that one through. What's the benefit? What's the benefit to him if the witness proceeds with his testimony as a state's witness with an immunity deal without a lawyer to counsel and advise him as he moves forward? And what this poor lady in lime green? Have you ever read the Dr. Seuss Horton hatches an egg where the elephant gets talked into sitting on the nest and then the bird flies away to like the Bahamas and doesn't come back? She's the elephant. She's
all right,
like,
ladies and gentlemen,
I was just going to watch the egg for a minute.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, we've had to work some issues out, as I mentioned, that happens from time to time. And given the fact that it is into the lunchtime hour, I just brought you out to just formally recess you for lunch, okay? So we're going to go ahead and be in recess until 1:55 and thereabouts, and then we'll come back out at that point in time and see where the afternoon leads us, okay? All right. Okay. All rise.
Maybe the judge will feel better with a Big Mac or a double Whopper or something. I don't know what he's going to do. I'd suggest Panda Express, maybe some orange chicken, Your Honor, or possibly some honey walnut shrimp, some chow mein. Maybe go with an egg roll, and of course, got the fortune cookie. So, oh wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess until 1:55, and then we'll Ms. Plumpus, if you'll be back for that point in time, we can go ahead and take up that at that time, okay? We're in recess.
We're in recess. All right. So they're actually in lunch right now. We're caught up there. They've got about 25 minutes before they come back. We're going to jump back. Good. Buckle up. Whiplash is happening. We're going to jump back to the Cape Coral case, the double murder. The gentleman with the interesting facial tattoos, charged with killing two people the same day. So I guess that counts as a killing spree. It's not a double murder. Double murder would be two at the same time, two at the same day. I believe would qualify as a killing spree. So that's where we're going to go. But wow, we're going to keep. Obviously, I'll keep my ear to the ground when it comes to the young thug case, because 25 minutes from now, lunch will be over, and the witness may be Sand's lawyer and testifying under an immunity deal, which is just going to be great. All right. Lynn in South Carolina says, finally back. Did I miss anything important? Lynn. Oh, it's crazy. I just prepare here. We've got about an hour left of court. We're still on speed trial, catching up on the trial there in Florida. So I'll bring you the audio first, if it's working. I think it is. We're just coming back from their break, which they took a few minutes break, and we used that break to catch up on Young Thug. So, all right, are we good? I think we're here. That judge sounds like he's over his head in Young Thug. Just like it's terrible. There's our
all right,
defendant.
let the record reflect state's present, defense counsel, defendant are all present. We're ready to proceed.
Please, ready.
Ready to bring back the jury.
When the defendant walked out, the way his suit was standing straight out from his lower back around his waist level, it looks like he does actually have some sort of restraint device on his waist. But there's no cuffs, there's no ankle chains, there's no belly chains, there's no. It may actually be a shock device. Brandy Churchwell, welcome. Good to have you here. I hear you're going to be on a show tonight. Throw it in chat where you're going to be, or it might actually be here pretty soon. Is that STS? It's going to seem really tame to jump back to this trial after watching Young Thug during lunch break. There's our witness chair. And there goes the judge. Nope, jury's coming in. It's all right. Witnesses like 6'2", 215. All the facial tattoos we've learned occurred after he was taken into custody. So apparently somebody who's good at, or at least somewhat proficient at providing tattoo services is in the clink with him.
I'd like to call Ms. Amy Slobodian.
7 o'clock tonight. Awesome, Brandy. It's going to be great.
Slobodian.
Surviving the Survivor tonight, 7 p.m. I said 6'4". He shrunk a little bit. I forget which one it is. Is it 6'2" or 6'4"?
What was the first name?
Amy.
This camera has all, or this courtroom has all the angles, including the, what is it, the sinus cam, which just looks right up the nose of the questioning attorney. You'll see it when we go there. John O'Keefe was 6'2". He looks 6'4". He might be 6'4".
If you just stand, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Watch your seat.
Watch your step over the wires that have been gaff taped to the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
my name is Amy Slobodian.
And Ms. Slobodian, do you know a young lady by the name of Melissa Monz?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for over 10 years.
Does she have a nickname?
Mila.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the 6th of October of 2019. Did you go anywhere that evening?
Yeah, I did. I just recently came back from South Dakota, and I was like, I want to go see some friends, so I went down to the Buddha.
And about what time did you go there?
It was a little after 10,
And about how close to the Buddha do you live at that time?
maybe a mile.
And did you go there by yourself?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you see anyone you knew?
I saw Mila.
Okay. Did you see anyone else?
I saw Wade.
You say Wade. Who's that?
Wade Wilson.
Okay.
She introduced me to him.
And do you see Mr. Wilson here in court today?
Hmm.
See nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's in the blue suit.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses also identified Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Now, at some point in the evening, did you decide to leave the Buddha?
Yes, I did. It was a little before closing time. I usually leave before it's after 2. And I walked outside, and when I walked outside, I noticed Mila's car to the right of me leaving, and then I noticed to the left of me at the stoop, Mila was standing there. So I was like, why is your car driving away? And she said, Wade took the car, and he left. So I offered her a ride to my house if she wanted to just come to my house, because I was right around the corner.
Okay. And did she accept your
Yes,
offer?
she did, and she spent the night with me.
Okay. Where did she sleep that night?
She slept on the sofa.
Did anything happen the following morning?
Yes, I had my bedroom door open, and I heard her speaking on her phone saying, I don't know, let me check for a piece of mail, and I'll give you the address. And I hollered to her, Mila, I don't know him. I don't want him in my house. My son is here. I will take you wherever you need to go. Like, if you want me to drive you somewhere, I'll take you wherever you need to go. So she was like, we'll just meet you at my spa.
And you indicated that you heard, was the phone being utilized at that time?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say that phone was being used or called?
They were talking on and off. It just kept ringing and ringing, and the whole time, the whole ride, all the way to the spa.
So did you feel comfortable with him coming to your house?
Absolutely not. I don't let strangers in my home.
So did you ultimately wind up driving her to the spa?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for her to want to meet up with him?
She wanted to get her keys and her driver's license and her car. She wanted her car back. When you arrived at the spa, was Mr. Wilson there? So they were on the phone while we were pulling up, and she said, we're going to be pulling up soon. And he goes, I'm pulling in right now. And it wasn't her car because there was a black car in front of us that was turning and pulling in. So my car was little, the entranceway was here. So I just kind of pulled in and backed into the first spot right there. And the black car was right here next to me.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel Pierce Martha Stacy number 19. Can I approach, Judge?
May I?
Now, Mr. Bourdieu, I'm showing you some Pierce Martha Stacy number 19. As you take a look at that item, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's Mila Spa.
Okay. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict
Yes.
Mia Spa?
Mhm.
Judge, State move Stacy Zimmerman 19 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So you're pulling into this parking lot, and you've gone ahead and parked, and you see Mr. Wilson in a black vehicle that you don't recognize as the one he left the Buddha in that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you park and he parks, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. You get out of your car?
No.
Okay. Does Mia or Miss Montanez get out of her car?
Yes. Mila got out and went to the driver's side window.
What did you see?
She was just trying to get her stuff, and they were having just words back and forth, and then he tried to pull her in the window.
How did she respond?
She started fighting immediately.
What else did she do?
She wound up falling backwards, and then Wade got out of the vehicle after her, but the car wasn't in park. It was actually still rolling, so it almost ran them over. And then he slammed it in park and then went after her immediately. He was ripping her dress off of her. He was pulling her hair. Her extensions were everywhere all over the ground. And then he proceeded to drag her from the parking lot to the stairs, up the stairs. She was holding onto the banister like a monkey, trying to hold on, and he just kept ripping her more and more to the door upstairs.
How tall would you say Miss Montanez is?
I'm only 5'4". She's shorter than me.
About how much would you say she weighed?
She's got to be 125 pounds. She's light, little.
What color hair does she have at
Blonde.
that time? Did anyone else see?
There was a
what
lot
you
of
were seeing?
people. There was people walking on the sidewalk. There was I don't know if it's an upholstery shop or what it was, but design shop on the corner that has open windows. And there was a lawyer office. It was broad daylight.
Did anyone come to her assistance?
It happened so fast, and I immediately called 911.
When you saw them go upstairs towards the spa, what did you see Mr. Wilson do to Miss Montanez?
Instantly, when he punched her, well, he dragged her from the lower part of the stairs to the upper part of the stairs. He pinned her up against the wall by his hands on her throat, and then he punched her in her face. When he punched her in her face, her nose exploded. And I don't know if it was sirens in the background or the sound or the blood that came out of her nose that spooked him, but he immediately got into the black car and just started taking off.
Now, was he making any threats to her when he was beating her?
I mean, it was so fast, but he did threaten. He did say, he said to me if I got out of the car, he was going to kill me.
Say anything towards Miss Montanez?
No, he was trying to hurt her. He was trying to get her in the car to get away with her.
Was he saying anything to her at the time that he was beating her and striking her?
It was so fast. Honestly, he was just dragging her and beating her.
After he was dragging and beating her, you said he ultimately wound up leaving?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Left, what did you do?
We met with the police.
And did you ultimately end up finding her car?
Yeah. Afterwards, when I was leaving, I live off of, you have to get on McGregor to get to the place that I was living at the time. And when I was driving down McGregor Boulevard, in the peripheral of my vision, I noticed the Hellcat. It was almost at the corner of one of the blocks and McGregor. So I called Mila immediately and I said, I just found your car. It's right by the Edison Country Club. It was on one of the side streets on the water side.
And after you found it, did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement regarding?
Yes,
what
I
you
called
observed?
a friend of mine that he's retired now. He was a police officer. I called him and I let him know I found the car.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
This is what defense has for the witness, if anything. The court recorder is
is
mortified that.
Judge, at this time, state would respectfully be requesting that she be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
She's excused.
Thank you.
That she's
state
wearing the
calls
same
Melissa
color
Monz.
suit jacket as the
May I
defendant.
push the clerk, Your Honor?
Yeah.
But the court recorder wore it best. The Hellcat is an awesome car for those that like fast cars. It's not a Lamborghini, but it's a nice car. Got the mics turned down because defense table has not yet learned how to mute the microphone, which the defendant and his lawyer are leaning into to whisper together. So read the nice Challenger, yeah. Have you guys seen the Roche? There's a car called a Roche. I was driving by one or alongside one. We might have been, not racing, but yeah, driving. That looked like a nice car. I don't know who makes it. Audio. Aziz, sound. Roush. We have no audio. Can anybody read lips? Sound man ran to the bathroom. It's like, no one will need me for this brief minute. Cameraman's still working. Sound guy is not. Sound will come back. Do we know who this witness is? Probably the last witness of yesterday. She is a little nervous. You see her spinning in the chair, as I do when I see her as well. But she is making good eye contact with the attorney and responding strongly. That's the Hellcat right there. That's the car. It's a souped up Challenger. Is this his ex? Nobody can hear what she's saying right now. Sound is off. Is this Mila? Okay, I think it is. That's the girl who owns the Hellcat. We're just waiting for the sound guy to flip the sound on. This is what happens when there's a pool feed. Sometimes the guy makes a mistake and everybody loses. I have been given a heads up that apparently yesterday in Karen Reed's case, a word was said, or an acronym, that we can't say, and you should not say in chat either, because it will get us demonetized. And apparently it's said here with this witness as well. So we get that word twice. The word was said several times. Oh, good. How am I supposed to edit that out? I thought there was.
So did you tell him that you weren't going to go to this house with him?
Yes, I expressed at least 3 times he was trying to convince me to go to a house I did not want to go to.
So did you end up going with him to the house? How did he get there?
He stole my vehicle and went.
So did you know he was going to take your vehicle?
No.
How did you find out that your vehicle was...
I saw it leaving the Buddha.
Okay. So you were stuck at the Buddha without your car?
And Amy was out there. She was watching it drive away as well, and she said, it's okay, come to my house.
So did you end up going to her house?
Yes.
And did you spend the night at her house?
Yes.
Where did you stay?
On the couch.
Now, did you ever hear again from Wade Wilson?
At roughly 6, my phone starts either texting or calling. Around 8 something, 8:45, I start noticing and I start answering his phone calls.
Okay, so the first calls that he's making or text messages he's making, you don't receive those or talk to him at all?
I was sleeping.
When you first spoke with him, tell the jurors about how that conversation went.
When I first heard his voice, it was, "Where are you? Can I come get you?" I can't really remember, but it was more calm at first.
Okay.
As I started saying, "I want my keys, I want my car, where are you? I need to get them back," it escalated more into name calling and aggression and intimidation.
Okay. Now, let's go to where it starts to escalate. How are you able to tell that he's starting to escalate?
Raising his voice, calling me names.
What names is he calling you?
Bitch. All these different names.
I got
and,
it. I got it. I got the bad one.
Just, I can't remember the threats per se, but it was very intimidating.
Did he appear to sound angry?
Very angry.
I'm the
Did you
champion.
feel scared at this point? Now, the phone number that I'm going to, Judge, may I approach?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as state.
I'd never seen that before. Caught just that word. That's like a journal entry
I'm going
day.
to show you State's Exhibit 20, and I just ask if you look at it and tell me if you recognize that phone number.
That is my phone number.
Okay, and is that the phone number that he was calling you and texting you?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would move 20 into evidence.
Be admitted.
Have to do that on Karen Reed's tomorrow as well.
At this time, the state, pursuant to a notice of intent to rely upon certification of business records, would also move 21 into evidence. If I can show the defense counsel the records for Ms. Montanez.
Yeah, petrified I haven't figured out the exact wording I'm going to use. It's the first time I've seen the co-counsel do anything. He sat there leaning back with his arms folded on his chest like he was just there for moral support for most of the morning. They're acting like they... Oh, kids are home, by the way, if you hear them yelling in the background. They're playing. Okay. Quick informal poll, and it's not a poll. The defendant is writing on the bottom of the legal pad, like it's bound on the bottom, right on the top, so it flips down. They're going to approach. Yes, the defendant will also get to approach, which means he gets his friends with him. The ones with the badges. Look at that, right on his tail. And see how his coat is sticking up there on back? See how he's got that little tuft sticking out? That was how it was every time. I think he's got a device back there. And I think the bailiff has something in his hands that remotely controls that device. It's just my take on it. He has no handcuffs. He has no ankle cuffs. I have not seen or heard a belly chain. But I do think he'll be giving his best Flipper the Dolphin impression if he tries to jump over that bar towards the judge. That's what happens when high voltage meets deserving individuals. Rona, every court sort of handles it differently. In this court, the defendant gets to come up and participate in the sidebars. We've seen in other courts, say, for instance, I think it was the ice cream trial murder. That defendant had headphones and he would sit at the bench and listen in. That was in Florida. we saw in, well, this was another Fulton County, the YSL Young Slime Life trial. They had two defendants, one pro se and one represented by an attorney. The pro se got to approach the judge because he was his own attorney on that one. He is wearing a waist chain, but he's got something there on the back of his suit coat as well.
State will move Exhibit 21 into evidence of business records associated with 239-333-5924 pursuant to a business record certification.
Any objection?
No.
All right, be admitted.
Now, when he was texting you and calling you, did you recognize a number that he was texting you and calling you from?
No.
Had he ever called or texted you from that number before?
No.
What's her accent?
Now, did you end up agreeing to meet him someplace?
Yes.
What was your purpose in meeting with him?
To retrieve my car and to get my keys, because I was finale. That was it. I wanted my property back, to never see him again.
Now, did you believe that he would show up in your car when you met him?
Of course. That's what he left in, yes.
So where did you agree to meet him?
Mila Spa.
Now, when you arrived at Mila's Spa, did you see your Hellcat?
No.
Did you see a different car?
Yes.
And was it a car that you recognized?
No.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Does this look like the car that he was driving?
Yes.
And again, was that a car you had ever seen before?
No.
It's
Now,
definitely not a Hellcat.
when you got there, did you get out and try to talk to him?
Yes.
And again, what were you trying to talk to him about?
I went to the driver's side window. He wrote it down. I said, where are my keys? Where's my car? He was calm and just saying, get in the car, get in the car. And it escalated quickly.
Did you agree to get in the car?
No.
And when you would not agree to get in the car, how did he act?
Violent, aggressive, tried to pull me in the car physically. And I resisted, got plank style so that he could not grab me into the vehicle.
When you say you got plank style, could you just show the jurors what you mean by that?
And I was being pulled into the car by my dress.
Okay, so for the record, you just stood up and put your hands straight above your head.
Yes, so that I was not being able to be budged into the vehicle.
And you said he's pulling at your dress.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail how he's pulling at your dress?
He's pulling dress, probably a little hair, everything, and then the dress starts to rip off of my body.
And what happens after that?
Once he realizes that the threads were becoming, I was getting away from him and he was still holding onto the dress, he opens the car door, obviously forgets to put it in park. The car starts to roll forward. He tackles me to the ground. The car grazes both of our legs and I'm pummeled to the ground.
How hard did he push you to the ground?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. This is also fast and he's very heavy and I'm 5'2", he's 6'6", so.
Now, what happens after you are pushed to the ground?
I start to get beat.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say he was beating you.
It all went so fast and so slow, whether it be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the fight is happening around the car. Does the fight move at some point?
Yes, so I either get drugged, pulled, can't remember, by my hair, or arm, or dress, I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there's nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there was no reasoning with him. I got to the front of the staircase, and I'm holding onto that, and a crowd begins to develop. I'm expecting people to help, call 911. So I'm just trying to bide my time at that point as quickly as help can get there. And that's not working either. I'm starting to get punched and grabbed and choked and all kinds of things again. Somehow we move up to the upper level. I'm trying to convince him, let's just go in Mila's Spa. We'll talk about it there. We're safe there.
What was your thought process in getting him to your spa?
Elongate the amount of time it took to get help. I was trying anything that I could to expand the amount of time that I didn't have to go to his car where I'd probably never be seen again. It just elongate the
No
amount of time. I
objection
knew
there.
help was on its way. The cop even said that's the most amount of pings they've ever heard from a 911 call ever. There was a crowd out there.
Okay.
So
you're essentially trying to buy time,
Yes.
hoping police will get there
Yes.
to get you away.
help,
From him.
yes.
Now, you say so you're getting drugged by your hair, you're getting drugged by your dress.
Uh-huh.
Are the stairs to the left of the building the ones that the two of you go up?
Yes.
And where do you end up stopping once you get upstairs?
We ended up right outside suite number 6 is where my unit was at the time. And I didn't know whether, in my head, I didn't know whether I was going to be thrown over. I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body if they got me inside. I knew I was going to die that day. I was just buying time.
Okay, so at some point, does he continue to beat you
Yes.
as you're up there? Does he punch you?
Yes.
Okay, describe that punch.
The final and end punch that I remember, he got me so straight on and blood just went crazy everywhere. And it almost was like a minute where I could dunk under and run under his arm, run down the stairs. And then that's when my neighboring businesses, the design studio, were calling me, Mila, get in here. And then like, I didn't even realize how crazy I looked, but like they rescued me and I don't know what happened after that. I'm assuming he left.
So I'm going to stop. So it was the punch, was that the point that you were then able to duck and to get away?
I think, and also my friend, there was like a brief moment where it was like just so much blood.
So once you got downstairs, did you go into one of the design studios
Yes,
downstairs?
directly to the right, you'll see it on the thing. Looking at it is to the left on this picture. That's where they call me into their side office building.
Okay, so is it this door on the bottom right next to the steps?
Nope. Go over left.
This way?
Do you see the silver car? Go
this here.
That door right there.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm looking then, you're directing me or you're
I'm running
directing
down
me?
the stairs. They're calling me in that door.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this on the record that it was by the silver car in the bottom left quadrant of the photograph. There's a door, and that's the door that you went into.
Yes.
And did they lock the door to
Yes.
make sure you would be safe?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you talk to law enforcement about that evening and or that morning and what happened?
They came out immediately, interviewed me, took pictures of my injuries.
Okay. And I'm going to, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
For the record, I'm showing State's Exhibit 22. Ms. Montanez, I'm approaching you and showing you 22. Do you recognize this exhibit?
That's me.
Okay, and this area under your nose, is that
Blood.
blood? And is that after it was somewhat cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat cleaned up. Do you see the rag that's full of blood? That's me after cleaning my face. Yes.
Okay, so in your hand, in the photograph, you're holding a bloody rag,
Yes.
and then you also still have some blood on your face.
Correct.
And is that from the time that he punched you?
Exactly, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 22 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
You mentioned he was pulling your hair. Were you wearing extensions at the
Yes,
time?
my extensions were in disarray, somewhat pulled out and stuff, yes.
Now, do you, as you're sitting here in court, see the person who was threatening to kill you and who was battering you that morning sitting in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and
Right here.
identify him by his clothing?
Wade Wilson in the blue suit.
I'm going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
We have a moment.
You may.
Surprised there were no objections to her testimony. There was some speculative testimony there.
Would you just write on State's Exhibit
I think
20
the
your
judge would
name
have
that's
to
identifying that this phone number is yours?
Yes,
please?
and not only is this my number, if you Google Mila Spa, this is the
Sustain,
number.
hold on.
Okay, so
This
let
is
me,
my business phone
Ma'am,
number.
you have to wait for a question.
let me ask you, is this phone number your personal number or your business number?
Business.
Okay, and was the business number the one that he was calling?
They show
All right,
numbers
so go
here,
ahead and
but I don't know why.
put your name under that, indicating that that's your number.
Okay.
Can I have no further questions and tender the witness?
They put phone numbers on the Elmo and display it for everyone to see, and that's really hard for me to edit out. It's easier with audio, but
Ms. Montanez.
Yes.
When did you first meet Mr. Wilson?
I do not recall.
May we approach?
Okay.
oh, may we approach? She is not looking at him. Look at that. she has huge deep breaths, keeping her face turned away from him. Oh my goodness, this poor lady. Yeah, she should be scared to death. I mean, she nearly died at his hand, according to this testimony. There was nothing she could do. She was just hoping to stall long enough that other people would be able to help her or get help. If defense attacks her character here, oh man, this will look bad in the eyes of the jury.
Do you know a Josh Lukich?
Yes.
Did Mr. Wilson reside with him for
I do
a
not
brief
recall.
while?
I do not know the answer to that question.
When you were at the Buddha Bar, or before going to the Buddha Bar, were you using cocaine?
Yes.
Your cocaine?
No.
Whose?
He had some.
He being Mr.
Wade
Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Were you at the Buddha Bar? Were you in a conversation with a older gentleman?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Wilson that he could leave in your car because you were going with the older gentleman?
Absolutely not. I never gave him permission to leave with my car, and I was never going to be in a vehicle with another man.
You said he wanted to go to a house.
Yes.
You didn't want to go to.
That's correct.
Whose house?
I did not know the person. He expressed to me he wanted to go to this guy's house. I didn't know the guy. I didn't feel comfortable. He expressed at least 3 times, and I did not want to go to this house of a person I did not know.
So you didn't know. Okay, so it wasn't. You didn't want to go to the house because you knew what was going to happen. You just didn't know the guy.
I didn't know that person, and I did not want to be in harm's way, and I did not want to go to a stranger's house of any type. No.
Now, the phone number, 239-333-5924, that's your business.
Yes, you can look up Mila Spa, and that is our business phone number on Google. Yes.
That was on the phone.
That is
your phone.
My phone. I have multiple lines. That is one of my lines, yes.
Okay. Who is John Zakins?
John Zakins is one of my friends. Maybe I was on his phone plan at the time, but then I resumed the number later.
Now, you said that when he called you, what, about 6 o'clock in the morning?
I do not recall exactly. It's so hard to remember. 5 years. I don't know.
I understand. All right, but at some point you woke up and...
Yes, and noticed I missed multiple phone calls, yes.
Okay. And then you called him?
Yes. Whether I finally answered or whether I called him back is not... I do not recall, but one of those happened, yes.
But you said that he was name-calling...
Not at first. At first he was very like, where are you? How do I meet you? All the normal questions. When he realized that I was perturbed and just wanted my property back, it escalated.
Okay. And you said he was very angry?
Yes.
And you were very scared?
Yes.
Then why did you agree to meet him?
To get my $80,000 car back that he had stolen.
Zing.
The car...
This should be obvious.
Why did you expect him to bring the car? You knew he couldn't drive it.
He was with somebody that had drove it away. Why would he not be able to return it?
There you go.
You said when you met up with him, you said there was nobody behind those eyes anymore?
Yes, that's true.
What did you mean?
Dark serial killer eyes, where there's nothing to reason with. It's a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotion in somebody, and there's nothing behind those eyes.
Wow. That would be terrifying. This is not something you see on TV. This is something that she saw in arm's length.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Strong witness. What do you mean? Dark serial killer eyes. It gives you the chills. Man. Hope he falls out of his chair.
How did
Please,
Mr. Wilson
please.
get the keys to your $80,000 car?
Okay, so I never carry a purse. I carry 2 phones on me, and the flap of my cell phones is this place where I put all my credit cards, all my IDs, everything that I need, and I carry 2 cell phones with me all the time, and I have keys, and often the person I'm with, I say, will you put your keys in my pocket? And that is exactly how he had it. I do it with my husband every day.
So he didn't.
He didn't steal the keys. I asked him to put them in his pocket for safekeeping. He doesn't know how to drive a stick shift. Why would I assume that he would take it?
Nothing further, Judge.
You redirect?
Nothing further. I ask that she be released.
Any objection?
No.
She can be excused. Step down and you're excused.
Good job. This is 1.25 speed, but strong testimony from that witness. She's married.
The clerk has all the exhibits.
Now. Young Thug is delayed in starting back up. They haven't come back yet.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
I see a badge. Another officer testifying. No, because this started on Monday.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Well, I'm Officer Tyler Whitten with the Cape Coral Police Department.
Officer Whitten, how long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
A little over 17 years.
Were you working back on October 7th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Where were you assigned at that time?
I was assigned to Hector Cafarata Elementary School. I was the school resource officer at the time.
Is that school in Cape Coral, Florida?
Yes.
In Lee County?
Cape Coral, Lee County, yes.
Now, did you come into contact with the father of one of the students that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
The parent had previously been into the front office to handle some business, I'm assuming, with his student. He ended up leaving the campus, and then several minutes later, he was back in the front office, and he said he had retrieved a purse. And my office is right there in the front office, and I'm able to see the people coming in and out of the area.
Did you take that purse from the parent?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you look inside to see if you could identify whose purse it was?
Yes, we didn't know. I was trying to identify the owner. Yes, didn't know if it was a parent who maybe left it on the roof of their car, got distracted and drove out, or maybe it was someone who lived nearby in the area. Didn't know.
Were you able to identify whose purse it was?
Yes, I was able to.
And whose purse was it?
I found the name Diane Ruiz inside the purse.
Now, at that point, did you know anything about Diane Ruiz?
No, I did not know.
What did you do when you learned the purse belonged to Diane Ruiz?
I asked the front office ladies, the front office staff, to see if it was possibly a parent who had maybe been in recently. They couldn't find anything. Then I started looking through our local police records to see if I could find address, telephone number to be able to try to get in contact with Diane Ruiz.
What happened after you were unable to get in contact with her?
I found a telephone number. I attempted it several times, left a voicemail since I wasn't successful, and the front office was, couldn't find any records of a Diane Ruiz with Hector Cafarata. I found the address was nearby in the nearby neighborhood behind Hector Cafarata, and I asked a patrol unit if they could swing by the house and see if anyone was there and to try to locate and see if Diane Ruiz was aware of that her purse had been located.
Did you ever learn that she had been missing?
After the fact, this was before anyone was reported missing. I know the patrol unit spoke to her son, and I also met with the son, and that was, he at the time didn't want to report her missing right away. I wanted to give it a little more time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm approaching you and showing you exhibits 23, 24, and 24A. If you would have a look at these and tell me if you recognize these exhibits.
Yes, I definitely recognize the wallet.
Okay. And was this the item that was turned into you at the school by the father?
Purse is not, it's been a little while. The purse isn't jogging my memory, but the wallet definitely is.
Okay, so the wallet that's inside the purse
Yes.
is,
Mhm.
you remember that?
And the vape as well.
Okay, there's a vape that was in there.
There's a,
Okay, there's a vape, and that's in State's Exhibit 24A. And these items, did you look in the wallet to locate Diane Ruiz's items?
yes, and this wallet with the G's written on the outside.
So again, the wallet is in State's Exhibits 24 and 24A, and that's where you found Ms. Ruiz's wallet.
Yes.
Now, did you end up turning this purse over to Cape Coral Police Department or to her son?
No, I spoke with our detectives just because when the patrol officer initially met with the son at the house, he shared the information that she worked at the Moose Lodge, which just happens to be right across Santa Barbara Boulevard from Hector Cafferata Elementary School. So I decided, let me see if by chance she happened to show up there. Maybe I didn't know how she normally got between house and work. If she possibly had dropped it, if she maybe rode a bicycle and it fell off a basket. I really didn't know circumstances. It was a little unusual. And when I checked at the Moose Lodge, they said she was no call, no show that day, which was highly unlikely of her.
So based on that, what did you do with the purse?
I ultimately, after speaking to our major crimes detectives, just because of the unusual circumstances, but since the son didn't report her as missing at the time, they said I could give the purse back to her son for safekeeping.
Okay, so you ended up turning it back over to her son?
Yes.
I have nothing further, and tender the witness.
No problem.
All right, you can step down.
We're going to fly through a couple witnesses here just to complete
Any objection?
the day's testimony here in the next few minutes. Love the bailiff's facial expressions behind the
Judge, say we
defendant.
call Brandon Couillard to the stand, please.
Let's get the next witness to come stand on the trapdoor and answer the secret question or the oath.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Right there.
She'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
Judge, can we proceed?
Yes.
Another sidebar. And sidebar canceled.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Brandon Querr.
And Mr. Querr, do you know a lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, of course.
How do you
And
know
my
her?
mother.
Back in October of 2019, did you reside with your mother?
Yes, I did.
Who else resided with your mother?
It would be my sister and then her fiance, Scott.
And is that Scott Hannon?
Yes.
Could you tell me what your mother did for a living?
She worked server and bartender most of her life.
Okay. And where was she working at the time?
Over at the Moose Lodge.
How far was that away from the place that you lived at the time?
If it's by car, less than 5 minutes. If she had to walk, maybe about 10, 15 minutes.
And how did she typically get to work?
She usually had an Uber. One of her good friends from the Moose Lodge usually brought her, but I guess she wasn't able to get in contact with him, so that's why she walked that day.
And we're talking about the 7th of October, 2019, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake at the time that she left?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what she was wearing at the time that she left?
I believe she was wearing her Moose Lodge shirt with the dark blue jeans and then her black shoes.
What color was her shirt, if you remember?
I want to say it was, I think, a light blue or maybe a dark blue as well, but it's a little bit of a blur because since it was 5 years ago.
About how early in the morning was it that she was leaving?
I want to assume anywhere from 9:30 to almost 11.
So she walked to work that day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with any type of other belongings that she would carry with her to work?
It would only be her purse. Anything that she took with her, it would be inside of it.
Do you remember what her purse looked like?
If I was to assume anything, it would probably be the pink one, but I kind of blurred out that whole memory, so there's only a few things that I can really remember.
All right. Well, let's see if we can jog your memory here, sir.
Judge, let the record reflect on showing defense counsel's briefs and Marcus Stacy's in 25. As well as states 23, 24A, and then 24. May I approach?
You may.
Yeah.
Mr. Querr, show you some proofs in Marcus State's exhibit number 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, of course.
And how do you recognize that?
It's my mother.
Okay. That photograph fairly accurately depict your mother back in October 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, state move states number 25 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
This is
I'm showing you some precinct marked
one of
states
the
number
victim's
23,
sons.
24, and 24A. Do you recognize those items?
I would say the wallet though, but I don't recognize that purse at all.
No?
It's not the kind of purse that she would walk around with, truthfully. But the purse
remember-
and everything in there. I mean the wallet on the inside, yes.
Okay. And that's Stacy's exhibit number 24. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, state will move Stacy's exhibit number 24 in evidence.
Hey, DMB, welcome back. This is a killing spree murder. Defendant's accused of killing 2 people within 48 hours. 2 women, much smaller than him. Brutal murders, both of them.
All right, 24 be admitted.
Permission to publish Stacy's exhibit number 25, Judge?
Wait, which one did you use? 25?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, you may. Sorry.
And then we have Stacy's exhibit number 24. And that's a pocketbook that you definitively recognize, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Querr, are you familiar with your mother's phone number at the time?
I want to say yes, if I could take a guess at it.
Judge, at the reflect, I'm showing defense counsel previously marked Stacy's exhibit number 26.
200, 3223.
May I approach?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you some previously marked Stacy's exhibit number 26. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
You want me to read it out? Or?
No. What is that?
It's her phone number. It's a 239 to 200, 8319. Okay. It was one or the other, so that would be the other one that I couldn't remember.
Judge, at this time, state will move Stacy's number 26 in evidence at this time. No objection.
Be admitted.
Square, if you'd be so kind as to go ahead and write your mother's name underneath that phone number. Yes, sir. Permission to publish it?
You may.
Did your mother also carry a cell phone
Yes.
on a regular basis with her, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that cell phone looked like?
To my knowledge, not at the moment.
Okay. If I showed you a picture, would it help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I'm going to assume the phone case is pink.
5G, 5H,
5B and 5.
5G, and 5H.
G and H, sorry.
May I approach it?
Yes.
Querr, I'm showing you some previously marked Stacy's number 5G. And the corresponding back of that phone, 5H. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I remember phone case. I remember that being pink, if I can remember correctly.
Okay. Is that photograph 5G and 5H fairly and accurately depict your mother's phone?
Yes.
Judge, state move 5G and 5H in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Querr, did your mother have any identifying marks on her body?
You mean like tattoos?
Yes.
Yes, she had a dragon on her back.
And did she also wear any type of jewelry?
Rings on her fingers.
Judge, let the record reflect I'm showing defense counsel's previously marked Stacy's number 30D and 30I. Permission to approach?
You may.
Mr. Querr, I'm showing you some previously marked Stacy's number 30D. You recognize that?
We're on
Yes, of course.
1.25 speed.
What does that appear to be?
It's my mother's tattoo on her back.
And I'm also showing you what's previously marked as Stacy's number 30I. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It's her ring. It's my mother's ring.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the tattoo and the ring?
Yes.
Judge, state move Stacy's number 30D and 30I in evidence at this time. No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
That was a post-mortem picture of the tattoo. That's why it looked the way it did with the blood pooling.
Mr. Querr, when your mother left for work that morning, Did you subsequently receive any type of telephone call or contact from any law enforcement agency regarding her whereabouts?
I didn't get a phone call, but I got a knock on the door about her purse. And then I did tell them that take it over to Moose Lodge at first. And I was kind of worried at first, and then when it came a second time is when I asked them to report her missing.
And what happened after you asked that she be reported missing?
That would be a blur, honestly, after that.
Did you ultimately wind up giving a statement to law enforcement?
I would assume so. I would think so.
But everything after that's a blur.
A lot of it is, truthfully.
Why?
A lot of trauma.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Defense should go easy on him, too.
I asked you, you said, what time did Miss Ruiz leave the house that day? You know?
I don't know correctly, though, but I would assume somewhere around from 9 to 11. I don't remember correctly. I was just woken up because she told me to make some ribs for when she came home. So I'm just assume around that time.
So that's the closest you can estimate?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
Not from this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right. You can step down.
Defense says she got in his car willingly, but they don't have no witnesses.
So you can call the next witness.
Yes, Judge. They would like to call Mr. Scott Hannon.
That blue suit makes his lawyer's suits look purple.
All right, sir. If you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you can take the stand.
Please watch your step.
Defendant's a big guy as well.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Scott Hannon, the fiance of Diane Ruiz.
Mr. Hannon, I'd like to direct your attention back to the 7th of October of 2019. What were you doing that day?
I was working.
Okay. When did you leave for work?
I usually leave at 6:30 in the morning.
And I'm assuming you left from your residence at the time?
Yes.
Who did you reside with?
With Diane, her son, and her daughter.
And where did Ms. Ruiz work?
She worked at the Moose Lodge.
And where were you working that day?
I was working as a dock worker, carpenter at the time, and I, sorry, I'm a little nervous. So, yeah, I was working as a dock worker.
And you indicated that Ms. Ruiz worked at the Moose Lodge?
Yes.
And how did she get to the Moose Lodge on most days?
Most days, she had our friend who was an Uber driver. His name is James anyway. But I guess on that day he was not available.
Do you know how she got to work that day?
Yes, I know that she walked to work.
Do you know what Ms. Ruiz typically would wear to work?
Usually a moose shirt, blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes.
When you left for work that morning, was Ms. Ruiz still at the residence?
Yes, she was still in bed.
And you left for work around 6:30 in the morning, you said?
Yes.
So you didn't see her after you'd left, is that correct?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with her after you left for work that day?
A brief text message. She didn't think I gave her a kiss goodbye.
Had you?
Of course.
Direct your attention to the screen. Case exhibit number 25, is that Mr. Ruiz?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry with her a purse when she went to work?
Yes, she always had a purse.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
So I'm going to show you some precedent marked, State Exhibit number 23 and 24A. You recognize that?
Yeah, that's a new purse that she had just got.
And what's 24A?
All of her belongings in her purse.
And do State's Exhibit number 23 and 24A actually depict the new purse that she just gotten, and as well as the items that were contained therein?
I recognize everything.
And Judge, the State would move State's Exhibit number 23 and 24A into evidence at this time.
Objections?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
Now, Mr. Hannon, you indicated that this was a relatively newer purse?
Yes.
Okay. When had she gotten it?
Maybe a week before.
Did she carry a different color type of purse before she gotten this one?
I don't remember exactly what color it was, but she had a different purse like almost every month.
So then we have State's 24. That contained her the wallet?
Yes, that's her wallet.
And then 24A. That's the wallet as well as the vape and whatever else was inside. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did Ms. Ruiz have any identifying marks on her body?
The only mark that I remember is the tattoo on her back.
Showing you 330D up on the screen. Is that the tattoo?
Yes, that is.
Did Ms. Ruiz also carry a cell phone on her person?
Yes.
Could you describe that
ZTE cell phone.
A ZTE phone? Mm-hmm. Okay. What was her favorite color?
Pink. Pink or purple.
I'll show you what's been previously admitted. State Exhibit 4G, or 5G, excuse me. Recognize that?
Yep.
What are we looking at in that photo?
That is her cell phone.
And then 5H?
Yep, that's the back of it.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit number 26. Recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's her phone number.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to also show you, do you recognize this particular item, State's 30I, that was previously admitted in evidence?
That's the ring I got her.
Okay. And what did that ring signify?
Our love for each other.
Now, in relation to the distance between your residence and the Moose Lodge, how far would you say that was from your residence?
About a 10-15 minute walk.
Was she known to do a 10 or 15 minute walk to work on occasion?
Yes.
Could you tell us, after the last text that you received from Ms. Ruiz on the 7th of October, did you hear anything further from anyone else as to your wife's whereabouts?
Not until around noon, when I actually get to my phone, because I keep it in the truck as I'm working. Lunchtime, I got to my phone and noticed that everybody was trying to get a hold of me.
What did you do in response to everyone trying to get a hold of you?
I immediately called one of the people that was trying to get a hold of me, and they told me the situation. Luckily, my boss was on job at the time, and I told him there's a situation, I need to go.
And did you?
We left immediately.
Okay, where'd you go?
Right to my house.
What happened when you got to your house?
I met with Brandon there, and he told me the situation, and I don't remember exactly what we did after that, but I remember a police officer coming to the house talking to us about her purse.
And did you ultimately retain the purse there at the residence?
I believe it was there when I got there. I'm not absolutely sure because it was 5 years ago. But there was a Detective Jones who came there and, had me identify the purse.
After Mr. Detective Jones had you identify the purse, what did you do next?
We actually sat around our kitchen table and he asked me a bunch of questions. And then I guess as soon as we're done, he left and said thank you.
So in essence, you gave a statement to law enforcement?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Judge, at this time, except for the fact that the state would move a certified copy of
phone records, State's Exhibit number 14 in evidence, 27 in evidence at this time.
I'm sorry, what were the number of exhibits?
27, Judge.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
See if they go easy on him. Welcome to Broken Baker and the Baker clan. Good to have you here. 2 sad cakes in a row. This is a tough one. We're looking at Wade Wilson, accused of killing 2 women in a killing spree in 48 hours.
Was the Moose Lodge from the house?
Maybe 2.5 blocks.
And I assume Ms. Ruiz would have left through the front door?
Yes, through our front door, yes.
Okay. And what direction would Chief go up?
I believe that would be easterly direction.
When you come down the path to the street, you go right or left?
Well, we lived on the corner, so it's a right and or left and immediate right.
Left or immediate right, okay. And how long would it take to walk it?
About 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Ruiz wear different shoes to walk to work or back versus her work shoes?
Nope, she wore the same shoes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Anything else?
No questions from the state judge. We respectfully request that he be excused.
All right. Any objection? All right, sir. You may step down and you're excused.
We've got just a couple witnesses here to wrap up
State
the
calls
day,
Patrick Power.
for day 1. And then we will be following the spice. It's developing right now. We had yesterday afternoon as well.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take a stand.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Power.
Mr. Power, where are you originally from?
Originally, I'm from Ireland, but I've been living in the UK for 40 years.
Do you also have a home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I do.
And where is your home in Cape Coral?
It's 204 Northwest 4th Avenue.
How long have you had that home?
Since 2005.
Are you married?
Yes,
What is your spouse's name?
Linda.
Back in 2019, specifically on October 7th, were you at your home here in Cape Coral?
Yes, I was.
And was Linda also with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, on Monday, were you doing anything with your wife that day?
We were having breakfast in our lanai.
Did you notice anything unusual as you were eating your breakfast?
No, everything was like normal as I was eating.
Okay. And then what did you see?
And then after, we were probably about 30 to 45 minutes. A vehicle backed out from the lot next door right towards us and then drove off out onto the main road.
Now, the lot that you saw this vehicle leaving from, was that a lot with a house on it?
No, it's an empty lot with a lot of bushes and stuff like that.
And when you saw the car, did you see it back up and go forward numerous times?
No, just the once.
Okay. And when you saw the car, did you notice some twigs and branches?
Yes.
Can you just describe what you saw with the car?
We just see the back of the car. And from the front you could see from the wiper blades or whatever, and maybe from the grill or the bumper, there were branches sticking out like this on the sides.
Now, were you able to see who was driving the car?
No.
So what was it about the car, about the situation that attracted your attention?
Well, we've never seen a car in there before. It was the first time ever.
Right. Now, at that time, did you think to call the police or do anything about it?
No, not really.
So, at some point, did you decide that maybe what you saw was significant?
Well, I thought to myself at the time I must have a look later and see what's going on there, but then we went out somewhere for the day and I forgot all about it.
What reminded you of it?
When I come back and the police was there 3 days later.
When you say the police was there, they were at the empty lot?
Yeah.
And when you saw the police there, was there crime scene tape up?
Yes, everything was taped off.
Did you learn that a body had been found in that
Yes,
lot?
we found out then, yeah.
So based on that, did you then think it would be important to tell the police about the car that you saw?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibit 28.
There are so
I'm
many
going to approach you and show you states
aspects
exhibit
of this
28.
crime that were witnessed by
The
different
aerial
individuals.
photograph. Are you able to look at that map and see if you can locate your house?
Yes, that's my house there.
Okay. And you're pointing to the smack dab center, and it's facing Northwest 4th Avenue?
Sorry, say that again.
So you're pointing to the center of the photo?
Yes.
And is your house facing Northwest 4th
Yes.
Avenue?
Yes.
All right. And does it appear that there's a car in the driveway of your house?
Yes.
And I'm going to just, okay, so at this time the state would move 28 into evidence.
Any objections?
None.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Over his right eye, it says, "Why so serious?" Ha ha ha, on the written over his
Describing
eyebrow
where
and
your
down the side
house
of
is
his
on
face.
this map. I'm going to point with my pen. Is this the house
Yes.
where you and your wife live?
Yes.
Now, where is a lot where you saw that car backing out of?
From behind the house from behind the house next door.
Okay, so if I point to where this little red mark
her law
is,
firm's
it was
pen?
this empty lot behind your neighbor's
Yeah,
house?
that's the area there, yeah.
So when you observed this, you were in the back of your house eating your breakfast?
Yes.
You said that you saw the car back out of that lot. Did you see which direction the car traveled?
Yes. It went out and turned to the right, which is north.
Okay, so when it backed out, did it back out to Northwest 4th Place?
Yes.
Okay, and then which direction would be, if he backed out, which way would he have gone?
Up to the right, yeah.
Over this way?
No, the opposite way.
This way,
Yes.
okay, so he went right down Northwest 4th Place.
Yes.
And how did he drive away?
Quickly, but not a wheel spinning sort of thing. Drove away quickly.
All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. At this time, the state tenders the witness.
All right. Mr. Hollander.
Sir, what time of day was this?
I couldn't tell exactly because we're on vacation, so we lose track of time. But it would have been 12-ish, midday-ish, or maybe later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was light out.
Oh yes.
Okay. Now, from the back of your house, the car would have been going away from you to come out to 4th Street, wouldn't it? It would have been backing away from you.
No, it reversed out towards us. Yeah. From the bushes, it reversed out towards us, and then it drove away from us.
I apologize, Judge. Could this gentleman step down?
Yes.
Could you please indicate on
We're not gonna
that
be able to
aerial
hear him very well.
photo where you first saw?
Are those Adidas shoes there?
First,
Three stripes?
Okay. Now,
The jury
where
can't
did
see
the
a
car
thing.
go? Where do you first see the car?
Yeah, backs out from here and kind of backs towards us like this, goes out that eye, and then it drives out at this angle to the road, and then it goes back up that road.
Okay, so.
Let me just ask, can the jury see?
No.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, so the car sort of backs up towards you.
Yes, but directly towards us.
But the rear of the car.
The rear of the car,
Okay.
yes, yes.
And then the car moves out.
Yeah, moves forward at this angle. Yeah, it was like through these trees here, and then onto the road and up to the road.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You can sit back.
It's just a random individual who observed. It turns out to be, I believe, the defendant.
No further questions.
Okay.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Dumping
Any
the
objections?
body and running it over.
All right, sir, you can
in
sit
an
down and
empty
you're released.
field.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
As they approach, the defendant does get to approach as well. So watch the bailiffs. Right on his tail. Nothing's going to happen. This is going to be our last witness of the day in this trial, and we want to jump over to Young Thug, who just came back from lunch almost an hour late. But let's see what happens here. Let's let this one wrap up and let the defendant take his
The jury,
transport back
we
to
are ahead of schedule,
jail.
and it's a little bit earlier. I usually would go to 5 or a little after, but it's about 4:40 now. So we're going to let you go early this evening. Just remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything, and don't discuss anything with anyone about this case. Don't let anybody else try and discuss anything with you about this case. Leave your notepads here. We'll collect them, and I'll give them back to you tomorrow morning. And come back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise.
And yes, you can. I put my card in there, so that's the give out for emergency contact or anything like that from my office. Okay. You're excused for the evening.
Will the jury leave? Now we're just one day behind. And I know we're supposed to get all caught up because Karen Reed starts again tomorrow. But I want to see how this ends with the young
Let the record reflect the jury's attitude at the courtroom. Anything that we need to... Please be seated. I'm sorry. Anything we need to address prior to tomorrow morning?
The only thing I would just say is we anticipate will be done earlier in the afternoon, so I don't know if defense will put any witnesses on, but we would be prepared to go forward with jury instructions in the later afternoon if everybody wants to make sure they look good.
Okay. So I know you have circulated preliminary jury instructions. I would just ask, I'll tell you what, if have you all had a chance to look at those, Mr. Holler, the jury instructions?
Yes, but not.
I understand.
Really. I mean, we were expecting like 3 or 4 days.
Sure.
The state's case.
Sure. I would just say if you could look over those this evening, we can start tomorrow morning at 8:45. If you want to just let me know if you've got any significant objections or corrections, additions, or deletions. Are there any special instructions that you're requesting?
We don't anticipate anything.
Okay. All right. Then make sure, and you've got the copy of the state's proposed jury instructions? If not, can you just email them to all of us again? Sure. So that way we have a fresh, make sure you've got everything.
I think we're all good.
Up to date, and send them, and everybody can look at them this evening. Any other issues we need to address? How many witnesses do you think you have tomorrow?
I believe we have 14.
14 witnesses tomorrow?
Okay.
No, we only did 17 today.
All right.
We did 17 today. Wow.
10, Your Honor.
10. Okay. All right, then. Any other issues from the state or defense the court needs to address before we recess for the evening?
No, sir.
All right, very well. Then we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:45.
That's your cue, sir. All right. And with that, we're going to mute that one and jump back over to Young Thug, who is, let's see, down here. Let's go back. We want to see how it ends with.
You need to check.
Yeah. Okay, so as we pause for just a second, I've got too many things. I'm recording 8 different feeds right now. I kid you not. I've got 8 feeds going plus a hyperdeck, so I guess that makes 9. But it's busy on my end. Here's what we have in this trial, the Wade Wilson trial. This was day 1. We had opening statements plus 10 witnesses. They're very quick. They go through them very quickly. It's almost a speed trial. We are watching at 1.25 speed because we're a day behind. That being said, it's quick. It goes fast. This trial is very old, but his lawyer died, like tragically, I guess. Accident, natural causes, I don't know which, but he died, and that caused a big delay in his case. That's one of the things. He's been a piece of work. I believe there was an attempted jail escape in his history, in his time there, and we also know that at one point he made a motion with the judge asking that he be able to use makeup to cover his tattoos. That was granted, but it does not appear that he's done it, unless there are some other ones that he's covered quite well. I have not detected any makeup at this point. So this case is going very quickly. There is a ton of evidence, and according to the prosecution, there's even a witness confession in it. And so you say, why are we here in court? Well, That's his right. And so he is totally in control, and the one, it seems like, that has chosen to be in this position. For me, that means there's a high likelihood that he might take the stand, or maybe he just likes to watch the witnesses testify. It's sick. It's twisted. It looks like an open and shut case if what the prosecutors say they have, they can actually deliver. His dad may actually testify against him in the next day, which we might watch tonight. I don't know. But meanwhile, let's jump back over to the Young Thug trial. If you guys missed yesterday's live stream, we covered the Young Thug fireworks that went off, where you have a state's witness who's sitting on the stand under. He's got an agreement with the state, right? He's got his whole agreement set up, so he's not going to be charged as long as he testifies and cooperates, and it's all there. It's all good. They ask him, "What's your date of birth?" And he says, "I plead the 5th." Well, that happened, I think, the day before. Well, that's not what he was supposed to do. He's supposed to tell the truth about everything, including his day of birth. And he ends up getting arrested and hauled off immediately. And suddenly the state's star witness is, will he testify? Will he not? It turns out that the next day, yesterday morning, we have, so that was Friday and then to Monday morning. Monday morning, court's supposed to start at 8:30. Doesn't start till 11-ish, right? And those first few hours, the prosecutor, that witness's attorney, court clerk, couple bailiffs, the judge, they all met in the judge's chambers, an ex parte meeting, meaning some parties are not allowed, okay? Namely the defense. Defense was not there. They have this meeting for a couple hours, talk about it, then they come out, and then they start to begin, and before they begin, one of the lawyers is like, excuse me, Judge, it's come to my attention that you had an ex parte meeting with a witness, a sworn witness in this trial, and we'd like to know exactly what happened there. I'd like a copy of the transcript. And other ones are like, well, I'd like a recording of what happened there. And everyone just chimes in, and the judge is livid because they're not supposed to know about it. And he wants to know, how did you find out about this ex parte meeting? That's the whole idea of being ex parte. You were not supposed to know what happened in there. He's like the sacred, what do you say? The sacrosanct judge's chambers has been, desecrated by some mole who gave information. He says, the judge says to Mr. Steele, Mr. Williams' defense attorney, says, I need to know who told you. You have to tell me who told you. And Mr. Steele says, I can't tell you because I've got this, attorney-client privilege. If I tell you, then I'm in violation. I could lose my license. Okay. The judge says, well, you need to tell me because the motion you're making, you can't even make that unless you got information that was illegal. And he says, well, I have the information. I can't tell you who, but I need to know what happened in there. And there's a little bit of a loggerheads, right? Well, guess what happens? The judge wins when you get in a fight because this is his courtroom. And when he's sitting on the bench, he is the king. And so he says, look, Mr. Steele, if you won't tell me, I'll hold you in contempt. He's like, fine, I got to do what I got to do. And so he says, fine, you're in contempt. Turns out, judge says, lock him up. Bailiffs, take him away. Well, Mr. Williams has a second attorney. Okay, and Mr. Williams' second attorney, I think his name is Mr. Adams, he's like, Your Honor, for the record, I have the same information, and I also think you need to give it. The judge doesn't require Mr. Adams to say where he got the information, okay? Because if he does that and holds two of them in contempt, then both of Mr. Williams' lawyers would be gone. So we're sitting there, and he's like, well, Mr. Adams says, well, I refuse to participate if my co-counsel can't be here. And the judge is like, you can't do this. You're treading thin ice, professionally, and it just got spicy. Judge ends up holding Mr. Steele in contempt and ordering that he serve 20 days. But at the state's request, like the state stepped in and said, Your Honor, I think it would be beneficial if we didn't, the client, the defense, Mr. Williams actually had an attorney present for these hearings. So can you just let him be there during the week and then punish him on the weekends? And the judge says, great idea. For the next 10 weeks, you'll respond Friday night and you'll spend Saturday and Sunday in jail. And then you can come back out and defend your client during the weekdays. So 20 days served for contempt, which he keeps calling criminal contempt. And Mr. Steele, being the boss lawyer that he is, stands up, takes off his suit coat, takes off his tie, slips his shoes off, and he's like, let's do it. Here are my hands, bailiffs, let's go. And they haul him off. As he's going, he said, Your Honor, can I say something before I go? And the judge is like, sure. What do you have to say? He says, if I'm going to be held every weekend, I would make the request that I be held and housed with my client so that we can work on his defense over the weekends. Oh my goodness. He says, I want to be housed with my client in jail because we've got some work to do, Judge. And so that's where we are. He's going to be serving over the weekend. I don't think he was actually held in jail. He was held in a holding chamber. Then he was brought out at 5:30 yesterday and told he was going to be, held over the weekends for the next 10 weeks. Fast forward to today, that same witness who had that special meeting with the ex parte meeting with the judge without anybody else present, is on the stand again. He's willing to testify. He's had a change of heart, apparently. His attorney, who has talked to him, comes up and says, before he testifies, Judge, I'd like to say I'd like to withdraw as his attorney. I no longer want to represent him because he doesn't want me. And the guy's like, yeah, that's right. She's fired. And so we're trying to see the end of that dilemma of the attorney and client, Mrs. I forget what she's in. She's in a light green shirt. You'll see her in just a minute. Her name starts with B. She's like, I was just a fill-in. I'm not his normal attorney. This other attorney just asked me to stand in because he went on a cruise to Bahamas or something. I don't know where. I was just here supposed to be one day. He said it was going to be one day. I'm not his attorney. It was just for judicial expediency that I was here. And now I just want off the case, and the judge won't let her. So now we're coming back from lunch. The judge has been thinking this over. The jury was sent away. No progress has been made up until now. So we're coming back from lunch, and we're going to pick up where we left off in the Young Thug trial. So here we go. Let's see what the judge has had moments where he just stopped talking and worked on his computer. Here he is.
All right. Sergeant Ingram, are all our participants here?
Yes, sir. Everybody's present.
Okay. All right. Counsels, I have a letter from one of our jurors, which I'll mark as the next course exhibit in order. And because it references I'm not going to disclose what type of procedure our juror's going to have, but it'll be on the 17th of July. So we're going to take an administrative. I think we're going to take an administrative day anyways for that particular day, 17 July. So if you want to mark the calendars accordingly.
They can't lose jurors.
We're going to take the day on that day. And if you want to come up and take a look at it, it's just not for public consumption, okay? But she's going to have a procedure. And you can see which juror it is. But we'll be down that day.
They can't lose jurors because they'll have a mistrial if they don't have a full jury seated. And we're on day 89 already. And they've got 3 years to go. So if a juror says, hey, I'm going to be gone, guess what? Court's canceled that day because we're going to bend over backwards to make sure we can accommodate the juror's schedule. All the lawyers all want to come up and get their eyes on it. What do we have? 6 defendants. Some of them have 2, 3 lawyers each. It's a mess.
Yeah, objection to be sealing it. Counsel's given, and it's got PII in it.
Okay.
And reading that looks like she needs.
No, she does not need that. She's going to do her prep later.
Okay.
Okay. She's going to do her prep that evening. Just the 17th. Does anybody have any objection to the court sealing that particular exhibit?
Not from the stage.
Anything? Okay. All right. Okay. Just so you all know. All right. Okay, can we bring back in Mr. Arnold, please? Mr. Copeland, I should say. Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Copeland is the witness. He's a character. He's 1.5. I think by prep work, are they talking about? I was thinking like a waxing. I think she's going to have a waxing done. I have no idea what the medical procedure is. What prep do you do for waxing? Mentally, just get yourself for pain. I don't get, ladies, I don't know how you do it. As a guy, I would cry and run screaming.
Okay, Ms. Bumpus, good afternoon, madam. Again. Okay, did you have an opportunity to talk with your client, Mr. Copeland?
Yes, Judge. Let me talk to the phone.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. She wants to leave. He said no. You have to
Yes,
file.
and I got him to sign a written consent discharging me. I filed a motion to withdraw, and I proposed an order.
Okay, can I see it, please?
May I approach?
You can.
She's done all the work. She wants out. She does not want to be here, even for the next 10 days. Now, the witness sitting over there on the left doesn't want her either. It's like, she fired. She fired.
Okay, I'll mark this as the next court's exhibit in order. Do you have a formal order that you're going to prepare with the style of the case and the case number?
Yes, Judge. That's just his signature. I prepared an order, and I filed a motion with the clerk's office. I'm waiting on a file stamp.
All right, okay. Mr. Copeland, let me hand you this document. Did you read and sign that document?
Yes.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your satisfaction about pros and cons of her withdrawing as your counsel in this case?
Yes.
Do you wish for her to go ahead and withdraw as counsel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me have that back in mind. Okay, I'll mark this as the next court exhibit in order, madam. We got it. We'll just mark it as the next court exhibit in order. Do you need a copy of it to file with your? Because it'll be made part of the record. But do you need a copy of it?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right. All right. So I will go ahead and authorize you to withdraw as his counsel in this matter. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
I'm excused.
Not quite yet.
So now the witness,
madam,
is
as a result,
without attorney.
I'm going to also have you appear on the 25th of June. I have filed an order to show cause, and I'm going to give you a copy of it.
Show cause order. What's the lawyer?
You can read it, acknowledge it, just that you received a copy of it, and we'll see you on the 25th of June at 9:30 in courtroom 1C.
All right.
So you need to be here for that day, okay?
Okay.
All right. We'll see you then.
Order to show cause. What's the witness doing? He's just chilling.
Are all jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Summon our jurors, please.
So, show cause. The judge isn't happy with what happened. A show cause is basically the judge demanding that the party has to explain, justify why a certain motion or relief should be granted. It seems weird that he's granted it first and then he has the show cause hearing after. But yeah, that's our courtroom full of defendants is what you see right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we've got like 6, 7. I forget. We've got quite a few, and all their lawyers. Did he give her the peace sign? I'm getting words. I didn't see. Did the witness give his lawyer that he was firing the peace sign? Oh my goodness. This is they call this the Young Thug trial. But you've got it's a RICO case. like racketeering.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Organized crime. It was gang.
All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue, madam, whenever you're ready.
I want to see if he starts testifying. Then we might bail after that. But
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland. When we left, I believe that I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 373 Yankee. Looking at what's in front of you as 373 Yankee and what's on the screen, does that appear to be the same image that's in front of you?
It looked the same.
Okay. And is the image on the screen clearer for you than the image that's in front of you?
No, they look the same.
Okay. If I enlarge it, are you able to tell who's in the picture in 373 Yankee by me enlarging the picture on the screen?
No.
No.
no, I can't see who it is.
Now showing you 344 Yankee.
Which one it is?
Is this 348 Yankee? My apologies. Is that 348 Yankee in front of you?
You already showed me that one.
Okay. And before, I think you said it was blurry as well.
No, I answered you.
For this one. I want to admit if I haven't, thank you so much for correcting that 348 Yankee is in heaven. Oh, you like to admit 348 Yankee is in heaven.
Any objection to states 348 Yankee?
On behalf of Mr. Wood, Your Honor.
All right, states 348 Yankee is admitted. It's already been. I thought it was admitted already.
It could have been.
Oh, I thought it was admitted already. 348 Yankee.
Okay, I'm gonna bail on this.
Stacy did a 344 Yankee. Were you able to identify who was in 344 Yankee?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
It's blurry.
That's the one that's blurry.
Too blurry. Picture's too blurry. Can't tell you who it is. This witness feels trapped. We know that from the questions he said earlier. He says, "Do I have a choice?" Earlier. He feels trapped in what's going on here.
Yes.
Anyway, we're gonna bail on that because it looks like she was able to successfully get off the case, which was great. That's what she wanted. She has to come back on the 25th. We do have day 2 of today's trial with in Florida. Karen Reed is off today. I think this is the one that admitted to the unaliving. Yes. Wade Wilson, please. We're going back to Wade Wilson. We're going to start. This is crazy. So let's see. Let me get everything pulled up. Stop this recording. Stop that recording. We're good there. Okay, here's me. There we go. Give me just 1 second. I think I can hear my youngest son, who is reading and humming, and he has perfect pitch, and he will hum the same note, exactly the same, over and over and over. I don't know why, but he's having fun. One second here. All right, just trying to get everything lined up. I think we're good. we're here. Wade Wilson. We're back. Here we go. Day 2. Hang on.
No.
Hello, this is Scott.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, could you please tell me your name?
Hello?
Are you a bot?
Are you?
Are you a bot?
I'm not sure now, because I'm not sure what you are. That's funny. It's only funny because yesterday I was in touch with a company and accused a certain individual of being a bot, and he he hung up on me. That was weird. All right, here we go. We're gonna jump back to court here.
Chance to look at those from the defense side.
Sorry, just gonna not miss that part. We're gonna go jump back to him coming in. There we go. All right, I got a phone call from somebody saying, "Are you a bot?" You get 5 of those a week.
Go over the proposed jury instructions briefly. Have you all had a chance to look at those from the defense side?
Blue suit's gone. Yellow tie is gone. Black shirt is
I didn't know we were
gone.
doing jury instructions this morning.
We're not doing the charge conference. I just wanted to make sure when we left last night was just to go over if you had any significant disagreements or additions, corrections, or deletions.
Not that I was called.
Discuss those this morning, and then that way during the day we can work on those.
This morning of the offer, so.
Okay.
I didn't see. Were there any changes from the last set you sent me? Okay. Good.
Okay. All right then. And are there any special instructions that the defense is requesting at this point?
This time, Judge, when did we get the final instructions to control? Control what?
I'm sorry?
The second page of the. Here, okay.
I've seen those in other packets. We can discuss that if it's something you feel is inappropriate, but I think that's a standard instruction. All right. Other than that, then, anything else the court needs to address this morning from either the state or the defense?
No.
Okay. And then one thing, just wanted to make sure we didn't really go over it, but since we excused 2 of the jurors at the beginning, just wanted to make sure I have juror, I believe 315 and 309 would be taking their places. Those were the first and second alternates.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Very well. Then are we? Oh, do we know if we have the jurors in yet?
No.
Okay. Then we're not ready to proceed. You have some time to look over your jury instructions or whatever you need to do.
Jury's not here. Which means
I think I 10 more differences. They will just by lunchtime during the
hot mic. Hot mic.
Everybody. All right. As soon as Matt Shirley gets back.
Have they appropriately muted the mic? That's a conversation we're not supposed to hear, is any conversation between the defendant and his lawyer, which is all good. Hopefully the jury shows up quickly. I'm going to skip ahead, if you'll let me, because we can. We're on catch-up. This is today's proceedings, but we want to obviously not waste any time. Looking awfully smug again. What's his hand say? He's got knuckle tats. I think it says left and right. LEFTRITE. Is that what it says across his fingers? I don't know. I did notice his neck tattoo on the right side. It says bread, BER or BRED. I can't see what it says at the bottom, but war. I think it's bread for war, going from across the bottom of his face on his neck. I think it's bread for war. That's probably the better view. NMM? What is NMM? Is there a reference there? Bred in war? Might be bred in war. Is that a reference? Words above his eye are why so serious? Starts why so and then serious down the side, and this says ha 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 at the end of it. I believe that's a Joker reference. And then he has a like a light, like shading, and it's a design, but it's a shading on one half of his face as well. Sure, got to sue from his attorney. I would think that's a good thing for an attorney to provide. Just run down to Goodwill and get the stinkiest suit off the. We can ask during the podcast interview, Thomas. For those who don't know, we have a podcast on this channel every Thursday night. Thomas is my podcast partner. That's Weather Watch. No, we're not going to have the defendant on the podcast. That's some cold water. You can see the moisture collecting on the outside. The shirt's a little small, which just goes to show that you get what you get when you're asking for civilian clothes for trial. Let's see if we have everybody in. We're on today. Actually, we're on today's. Let me skip forward again. Let's see. There we go. They're going to stand up here in just a second. That's the jury's coming in. Didn't his attorney try to withdraw? His first one died. I don't know if this one tried to withdraw or not. Man, he's a giant of a man. Wade Wilson is a big guy. I've heard. I thought he was 6'4".
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Glad you were able to make it through all the rain. By a show of hands on the jury, was there anyone here who was not able to follow the court's instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your service as a juror on this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State and call their next witness.
State calls Justin DeRosso.
We're expecting 14 witnesses today. Yesterday we had the spicy C word that was dropped in Karen Reed's trial also, which earlier today we were able to edit that out, but that was in yesterday's testimony. Now we're back on today. Yeah, the women were tiny. He apparently chose his targets where his odds were obvious.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, you take the stand. Please watch your step.
I think the cameraman slept in today, so we just get this view until he gets there in court.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Justin DeRosso.
And sir, where do you work?
Querr Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 18 years.
And in what capacity?
I'm the sergeant of the K-9 unit.
Okay. And were you the sergeant of the K-9 unit back on the 10th of October of 2019?
I was.
Okay. What were your duties at that point in time?
That particular day, I was riding as a two-man unit with another officer because my vehicle was being serviced. So while I waited for that to be done, I was just driving around with a traffic officer.
About what time was that?
Late morning, early afternoon.
And while your car was being serviced, did you ask your partner to do anything in particular that afternoon?
Officer Wilson actually advised me he wanted to go check the undeveloped kind of area in the North Cape. We were looking for the missing female Diane Ruiz.
So you became involved in the investigation of the missing person, Ms. Ruiz?
Ruiz, sorry.
Was that in passing, or was that something that you were actively involved in?
That was in passing. I was not assigned to the case or anything like that.
So you had some spare time on your hands?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. And you and Officer Wilson then said, hey, let's go check out this area.
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go?
So along Northwest 4th Place in that general area, but kind of north of Pine Island Road, there was a what would have been a development back during 2005, 2008, somewhere in then, and they had roads put in and a pond. And Officer Wilson was like, let's go drive that area and just check it out, because not a lot of people even know it's there. So we just met up over there, and we drove over there. There was another traffic officer in the area, and we just started to drive the perimeter of the lake, which is kind of in the center of what the development would have been.
What prompted you to go to that particular location?
Just the general vicinity of where Mr. Ruiz was last seen. This would have been west of that location. Again, we knew that there was officers, detectives out looking for her, actively looking for her. We just said, well, let's try this area over here. Again, it was Officer Wilson's idea to really go check that area out. So give it, just go drive the area and see what we see.
So how many of you were there looking in that particular area at that time?
So me and Officer Wilson would have been in his vehicle, and then Officer Barkwell.
About how long had you been out there searching?
I would say, we were probably 15, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't very long.
And then what happened?
So we're driving the perimeter of the lake and just, looking down in kind of the weeds and things of that nature. Saw a single vulture circling a wooded area to our east. And Officer Wilson and I both looked at each other and said, well, let's go over there and see what we find. It was kind of it was like an undeveloped lot with some trees on it, really, kind of a wooded lot area.
What did that single vulture indicate to you?
Well, vultures usually circle, carcasses, dead animals, dead bodies, whatever. So we thought that might be something to go investigate.
About how far away were you at that time when you saw that vulture to the body?
Maybe 2 blocks. Wasn't very far. 2, maybe 3 blocks.
Okay. So you see this vulture in the sky. It's circling. You then what? Getting back in your car and go where?
Well, Officer Wilson drove over up along Northwest 4th, and kind of, again, the lot was wooded. He pulled his, he had a F-150, so we pulled the truck up around into the empty lot. And as we kind of started to turn north in the northern direction, there is when we both recognized a body in the woods.
About how far off the road did you see the body?
We were off the road, so we had to kind of enter the lot and kind of make that turn before we really saw it. So 30 feet, 40 feet maybe.
So did you ultimately wind up getting out of your vehicle?
We did. Again, we didn't really get very close, but we began to tape the area off. I advised the detectives working the scene or the case. They were on another channel. Advised them what we had located. And again, we just started to make sure that the area was secure, put up crime scene tape, things like that.
So directing your attention to the image that we trade up on the screen, states exhibit number 28. Does that fairly and accurately depict the area in which you found the body there at Northwest 4th Place?
Yeah, that would not be looking north. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right there on this lower part of the screen, that kind of loop that's the undeveloped community that we were investigating when we saw the vulture. So yeah, a couple blocks.
So after you went ahead and taped off that particular scene, what did you do next?
We just held the scene and waited for the detectives and other officers to arrive. And then later I returned because obviously they expanded the crime scene and did what they did. We have a mobile command vehicle, and I was just assigned to that for security of the vehicle, of the command vehicle.
And this was on October 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's here in Lee County?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Mr. Hollander?
No cross, Judge.
All right.
No cross.
So you can sit down.
Thanks.
Judge, at this time, the state respectfully requests that Mr. DeRosa be excused.
Any objection?
1 of 14 crossed off.
State, call your next witness.
Judge, state would call Ms. Jaclyn Fordham.
We ask for no spoilers, please, on here. We are a little behind today as we're trying to catch up on all today's testimony. This is today's video, but please no spoilers in chat here.
You just face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
You can take a stand.
You've seen some witnesses that what trial was it where the witness had that oath and they said,
You may
"So help
proceed.
me God, I do." That's
Morning,
how
ma'am.
they,
Good morning.
they added
Please
on
introduce
to the
yourself
end,
to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by
which
telling
is
them your
part
name.
My name is Jaclyn Fordham,
And Ms. Fordham, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department.
And what do you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm the supervisor of the forensics and the evidence units.
And what type of training experience allows you to do the job that you do?
I have a bachelor's in science degree from Florida Gulf Coast University in criminal justice studies. In 2007, I was hired on by the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic technician, which is basically your entry-level crime scene investigator. I was later promoted to forensic specialist, and then in May of 2021, took on the supervisory role.
So back in October of 2019, what was your role at that point in time?
Forensic specialist.
And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person by the name of Christine Melton?
I did.
Did you also become involved in the investigation of a missing person also known as Diana Ruiz?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the investigation that you conducted as it related to Miss Christine Melton. Were you involved with the processing of a black Nissan Versa that was attributed to Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. I'm showing what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 5. Is that the black Nissan Versa that you were involved in processing?
Yes.
Could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen in the jury what is involved in processing a vehicle?
For this specific case, the vehicle was towed into our secure evidence storage area. Once the search warrant was served, we photographed the outside of the vehicle, notate anything that stands out to our eye, such as damage or blood, any type of shrubbery, or anything that seems a little bit off or unique to the vehicle. We do a 360 view photography of it. Once that is done, if any additional processing needs to take place on the exterior of the vehicle, that is done as well. That can include collection of paint scrapings or blood, or just additional photographs if needed. We then make entry into the vehicle and do the same thing inside the vehicle. So 360 several views of all of the areas of the inside of the vehicle to include the items that are inside of it as well. We then start to document any specific evidence that we need to collect.
So directing your attention here then to what's been previously admitted as 65A, that would be the back of the black Nissan Versa.
Yes.
And then 5B, that is the driver's side of the black Nissan Versa.
That's correct.
I note that the driver's side door, or at least the window anyways, has plastic wrapped around it. Are you aware of how that came about?
I am.
And how is that?
I was informed that a officer made entry to the vehicle by breaking out that window.
Would that be consistent with State's Exhibit number 5C, which reflects all the broken glass on the driver's side door as well as the floorboard?
It would.
Also inside that vehicle in State's Exhibit number 5D, we have a series of name tags. Now, were those found where in the vehicle?
I believe they were in the center console armrest area.
And those items would have been placed on the passenger seat in order to photograph them. Is that fair?
Yes, that's one of the seats.
I'd like to direct your attention specifically what's been admitted as 5E. What's the significance of this particular photograph to you?
That is the glove compartment that is located on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And then, was there anything that was located within that glove compartment?
Yes.
Of any note?
Yes.
What was that?
A cell phone?
Would that be one of the same cell phone that's reflected here in 5G?
Yes.
I'd also direct your attention here to what's been admitted as 5F. What are we looking at in that particular photograph?
This is a photograph of the passenger side of the vehicle from the driver's side perspective. On the right-hand side of the photo, you'll see the backrest of the seat, the plastic piece that goes along the door, as well as the seatbelt of the passenger side of that Versa.
And I note that if one looks closely at this particular photograph, there appears to be some discoloration here on the plastic, as well as some here on the seatbelt.
That is correct. There is staining there, as well as if you're sitting in the passenger seat, the right-hand side of that, you can kind of see that area of discoloration on the seat itself as well.
When you noted that discoloration, what did you do with that particular discoloration?
It was tested using a chemical called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for blood. All areas that were just pointed out tested positive for blood.
Did you also search the rest of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything else of any note underneath the driver's side, or excuse me, the driver's seat?
Yes.
What did you see there?
An additional cell phone.
Would that be what's reflected here in State's exhibit number 5I?
Yes,
And then obviously the back, which is reflected here in 5J.
that is correct.
Did you also find a Florida vehicle registration within that vehicle?
Yes,
Did you photograph that?
I did.
Judge, let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel's part. State's exhibit number 5K. Commissioner Gross.
Yeah.
For handing us some precinct mark to State's exhibit number 5K. As you take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that appear to be?
It is the photograph of the vehicle registration that I took for the Nissan Versa.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the Florida vehicle registration that you recovered from that black Nissan Versa at the time that you processed it?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, State will move State's exhibit number 5K in evidence.
No objection. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
Be admitted.
Thank you.
This is a death penalty case. I think they're just trying. I think the defense is just trying to get life without parole instead of death penalty. They're not.
How long
they're
did it
not
take for
aiming
you to
too high.
process that vehicle?
It was processed over the course of 2 days, beginning on October 7th and ending on October 9th.
Were you also involved in attending the autopsy of Miss Christine Melton?
I was.
And what was the purpose for you to attend the autopsy?
To photograph the decedent and also collect any evidence collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect any items as it related to the autopsy?
I did.
Specifically, did you collect a DNA bloodstain card?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel Tracy Martin, State's exhibit number 15. Commissioner Cross.
You may.
Swear long handing with some Tracy Martin, State's exhibit number 15. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
It is the sealed envelope of the blood stain card of Christine Melton that was collected by the medical examiner's personnel and then turned over to me. It is sealed with my initials, 4-digit, and the date of collection.
And is that item substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with addition of the FDLE lab documentation.
When we say the FDLE lab documentation, you're referring to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And the reason why the Florida Department of Law Enforcement seal would have been on that is because of the fact that you sent it off for forensic testing?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 10th. Do you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of Miss Diana Ruiz when they located her body there at Northwest 4th Avenue?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your involvement came about on that particular day?
I was on duty at the time at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic specialist. We were advised by our law enforcement partners that an unidentified body had been located and that they requested crime scene to respond to it.
Did you?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We had several forensic vehicles respond to include our major crime scene vehicles. Myself, my supervisor at the time, and an additional technician responded out.
Were you lead in this particular case on that particular day?
I was not.
Okay. Who was the lead?
Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager.
Okay. And you were one of the individuals who was assisting and observed and essentially kind of almost supervised in a sense?
Correct. I assisted forensic tech Buckner-Brager in her examination of the scene.
So when you get to this particular location, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen there, State's exhibit number 28. State's exhibit number 28 is an aerial photograph of where Ms. Ruiz was found and a series of tire tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, could you please tell us where it was that you essentially set your crime scene vans up and began your investigation?
So we had a vehicle stationed at the house, if you're looking at that photograph, to the left, and then our major crime scene van was to the right. We're leaving that main scene in the center. We began processing the scene by just the same way we do a vehicle, taking overall photographs of the area from all directions, including any evidence or potential evidence that we may find leading up to the actual site. And then we walk into the site and begin to take additional photographs.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did not do that. Forensic technician Casey Buckner-Brager is the one who photographed the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to observe and review all of the photographs that were taken in this particular case?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you recall her doing and seeing on that particular day?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect. I'm showing defense counsel Mark 29, 29A, 29B, and then 29C. Commissioner Procha?
You may.
Board, I'm handing with some previous marked to station number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C. As you take a look at those items. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are photographs of the scene located on the photograph that is on the screen.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on October 10th of 2019?
Yes, they do.
And those photographs are one and the same that Ms. Buckner-Brager took on that scene that you had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
Judge State would move station number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C in evidence at this time.
No objection. To be admitted.
Commissioner Approach.
You may.
Commissioner Polish.
You may.
Showing with some previously admitted at station number 29. Ms. Ford, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the scene specific for where Miss Ruiz was found. If you're coming from that main street, this is into that field a little bit and to the left. It's where two bushes kind of merge together. Towards the right-hand side of the screen, you will see an image of the body that was located.
Was this body noticeable from the street?
No.
So it appeared to have been tucked away?
Yes.
And the only way you would have been able to observe this body is how?
You would have had to walk into that field and directly look at that bush.
So what we're looking at in 29A, what are we looking at there?
This is an additional picture of that scene, a little bit closer in and slightly to the left angle. The body is now located on the left-hand side of the screen.
29B?
Again, walking a little bit closer to the scene, the body is visible at the top center of the photograph, and underneath or closer to the bottom of the screen, you'll see one black shoe.
And lastly, 29C.
This is a photograph right next to the body that was located in the position that she was located in.
Was she missing a shoe?
She was.
Was Miss Ruiz immediately recognizable?
No.
Why not?
She was in an advanced stage of decomposition.
What do you mean?
If you look towards the center of the body, the belly area is bloated, showing the gases of the body starting to get larger and larger, which will expand the body itself. Her hands were very deteriorated. The skin was already starting to slip off, and her face was not recognizable. There was a very large amount of bug activity located all over her body as well.
When Miss Ruiz was discovered and recovered, was the medical examiner's office ultimately notified?
Yes.
Did they arrive on scene?
Yes.
Did they ultimately have Miss Ruiz removed from the scene?
Yes.
Did you touch the body at all while it was out in the state of decomposition out near the shrubs?
Sorry, no.
What did you do after you photographed Miss Ruiz in this state?
The medical examiner responded and took custody of the decedent. The area was searched once the body had been removed and additional photographs were taken. And then the scene was cleared once our investigation was complete.
Now, did you ultimately wind up attending the autopsy of Miss Ruiz as well?
Yes.
Obviously, the same purpose that you attended Miss Melton's autopsy?
Yes.
And when you attended Miss Ruiz's autopsy, did you also collect bloodstain cards?
I did.
And I'd also direct your attention to when you processed that vehicle, did you also collect and take a blood sample swab of that vehicle as well?
Yes, multiple swabs were collected.
Judge, let's recollect and showing defense counsel some previously marked states number 32 and 33. That's to carry out. Which one is that? That's 30. 33. Commissioner Posh?
You may.
Board, I'm pending with some previously marked states number 32 and 33. As you take a look at those items.
Hang on, guys. We need to pause for a second again. I apologize for this, but just had a motion to withdraw filed in the Sarah Boone trial. It just barely dropped. I had no notice of this. Filed less than an hour ago. Defense counsel, let's see if I can put this up on screen. I'm sorry, it's been one of those days. There's so much happening in the world of true crime right now. Let's get this full screen so you guys can see this. Here we go. Motion to withdraw. This is Attorney Cashman. Defense counsel Patricia A. Cashman, Esquire, respectfully moves this honorable court to enter its order allowing said defense counsel to withdraw from further representation in the above styled case. As grounds, therefore, defense counsel would state as follows. The defendant is charged with the above styled cause with second-degree murder. The undersigned counsel was appointed to represent Sarah Boone on February 9th, 2024. Trial is currently set for October 7th. 2024, which will allow new counsel time to prepare for said trial. Florida rule regulating the Florida bar, conflict of interest, current client states, representing an adverse interest, except as provided in the subdivision, a lawyer must not represent a client if there is any substantial risk that the representation of one or more clients will be materially limited by the lawyer's responsibilities to another client, a former client, or a third person by a formal interest of the lawyer. Irreconcilable differences, including but not limited to ethical considerations, have arisen such that counsel can no longer provide representation. Wherefore, defense counsel Patricia A. Cashman, Esquire, respectfully requests this honorable court to enter its order allowing defense counsel to withdraw from further representation in the above styled case. Oh my goodness. I thought we finally had one that would stick. But nope. Now I'm waiting anxiously. Sarah Boone had a hearing just in the last week or so. I think it was the end of last week. That she was there personally with the judge, and she delivered an envelope with letter inside. We've heard rumor that it was a 58-page letter. Some of those were probably copies of other letters, but 58 pages apparently hand-delivered to the judge. First it was checked by the bailiff, and then the judge was going to read it. We're waiting for that to be posted. The court is posting stuff right now from that day, but we have not seen that letter post yet on the docket, so we'll bring that to you when that happens. I just thought we'd like to break that news for you first. It just barely dropped. Wow. Okay. Anyway, so with that note, we're going to return back to court and.
Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the sealed bloodstain cards collected from the autopsy of Miss Ruiz, as well as the sealed swabs collected from the passenger door of the Versa.
Now, the bloodstain card, is that State's Exhibit number 32?
Yes, sir.
Is that substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Correct, with the addition of the FDLE lab stickers.
Okay, and once again, that would indicate that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had reviewed this particular item?
Yes, sir.
And you asked that it be forensically examined?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit number 33 is what?
The blood sample swabs from the passenger interior door of the Nissan Versa.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE documentation.
And lastly, that's due to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement having reviewed that particular item?
Correct.
And that you having sent it off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have it forensically examined?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Any questions?
Did he say, I can't think of anything?
Did you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall. It wasn't cut. And so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand. So you can actually get an impression. This is grass. So it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Thank you. Welcome.
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
What's that? Is that our second witness for the day? We've got 14 to go through.
Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request that Ms. Foron be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're released. State can call their next witness.
Judge, the state would call Dr. Coyne.
Dr. Coyne might be a longer witness here. Nothing in the AZ Kelly case. We're expecting a ruling from the judge in the Kelly case, George Kelly case down in Arizona, the Rancher border trial, if you guys know it by that name. We're expecting a ruling on whether or not the case will be dismissed with prejudice, which will mean they can't refile it or not. AZ, thanks for keeping an eye on that for me as well.
In the face of the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Can you take a stand?
Hey, Jenny, welcome. We're trying to get caught up with today's testimony. I know things are happening. We're
Good morning,
saying
sir.
no spoilers, please.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Sure. How you doing? I'm Dr. Thomas Coyne, Coyne.
Dr. Coyne, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner. I am the current chief medical examiner in District 2, Tallahassee.
The ME.
I'd like to direct your attention to October of 2019.
Sure.
Where were you working at that time?
I was the deputy chief medical examiner here at District 21.
Would you please describe your training and educational background for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that allows you to do the work that it is that you do?
Sure. I started out first with medical school. I completed my MD at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School at Rutgers University. At that same time, I also completed a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. I then went on for a general residency in pathology or anatomic pathology at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania. At that same time, I completed a fellowship training or subspecialty training in neuropathology. After that, I went to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for training in forensic pathology. So right now, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
All right. It's a lot of pathologies. Please describe for us what pathology is.
Sure. It's a branch of medicine, as internal medicine is sort of general medicine. Pathologists work behind the scenes. We have the same training as other physicians, but our job really is to determine or identify disease in tissues or in a deceased person. And we use our knowledge as a physician as well as other tools such as the autopsy procedure. We use our microscope to do histology to look at the tissues themselves and other tests like microbiology testing or genetic testing. And together we put all that information together with other physicians, hopefully to either identify your disease if you were in a hospital, or in my case as a forensic pathologist, to determine cause and manner of death.
You just anticipated my next question. What exactly is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology takes all the tools that you learn as a pathologist, and we also study how injuries occur, so mechanisms of injury, how force creates injury, whether it's a blunt force or a sharp type force. We also learn about gunshot injuries, environmental injuries like fire and chemical injury. We have training in toxicology. We learn about the process of decomposition, and we use all of that, again, to figure out how a person dies.
Brings me to my next question. Anatomical pathology is what?
That's just general pathology.
And when we're talking about neuropathology, what are we referring to?
That's specifically pathology of the brain.
How long would you say that you've been a doctor?
11 years now. Well, since 2009, a doctor, but training and as a forensic pathologist for 11 years. They go by so fast.
How many years have you been in medical examiner?
11 years.
So in that time, can you tell us approximately how many autopsies that you've gone ahead and performed?
Ooh, it's approaching 4,000 now.
Now, back in October of 2019, you indicated that you were the deputy chief medical examiner here in Lee County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
I did.
In general, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the purpose of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. An autopsy ultimately is to determine the cause and manner of death. But an autopsy is a procedure in which I examine a deceased person initially, much like what a person who walks into an office, to see your physician. You start with examining the person externally, making note of normal body features, their body habitus, and then begin working to see if there are any unusual features like congenital defects or injuries. You catalog everything you see externally, and then you work internally, examining all of the internal body cavities to, again, look for normal features as well as any signs of disease or injury. You add to that any microscopy or histology looking at their tissues under the microscope. You sample their bodily fluids or tissues to do toxicology testing. And then you take all that data together and you hopefully arrive at a cause and manner of death.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen the difference between cause and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is what actually led you to die on that particular day. So, for instance, let's say if you had heart disease and you had a heart attack. Well, physicians, we call that a myocardial infarction. So our cause of death would be myocardial infarction due to coronary artery disease, and that's your cause of death. And in that case, your manner of death would be natural. Whereas, let's say if you died in a car accident and you had head trauma, and perhaps maybe your cause of death is traumatic brain injury due to a motor vehicle accident, then your manner of death would be accident. In Florida, we have 5 manners of death. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and lastly, undetermined.
All right. Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Ms. Diana Ruiz. Did you perform that on the 11th of October of 2019?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began the autopsy of Ms. Diana Ruiz?
Sure. The body was transported to our office under homicide protocol. So it was in a body bag that was sealed with a lock. So the first thing we did was unseal that lock, open the body bag, and begin examining the body in its natural state. That is wearing clothing, sort of slowly documenting the clothing the person was wearing, removing the clothing from that person, placing that aside for additional photography, and then moving in towards examining the body.
What injuries did you note, if any, on the external examination of Ms. Diana Ruiz?
Sure. Most notably, so she was in the stages of putrefactive decomposition. So her tissues were being decomposed and degrading. She had some evidence of animal or scavenging activity on her body as well. And so portions of her ears and nose were removed already, most likely by avian scavengers. But I could see externally, first and foremost, that she had fracturing of the nasal bone. She also had a laceration underneath her left breast. She also had bruising or hemorrhaging in the skin on both sides of the left and right sides of the body.
Was that the extent of the external injuries that you observed?
The most significant external. There was, of course, a lot of significant internal injuries.
And did you document all these by way of?
I apologize. She also had, what I didn't talk about was bruising on the back of her left forearm, bruising on the back of her left hand. I can also see that she had a fracture of the fourth finger, the proximal part of the fourth finger, and she also had some bruising on her right arm as well.
After you noted these external injuries, did you ultimately document those particular injuries by way of a photograph?
I did, yeah.
Now, before we get into the internal examination, did you also document the internal examination by and through photography?
Yes.
Well? So, if I may approach defense counsel, Judge.
Yeah. I'm showing them the precinct marked states number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30G, and 30H.
Yeah.
Okay, while they're looking at that, the attorney that in the light green shirt that got excused from the represented that witness was just in LNC chat, apparently, defending her actions, saying that she didn't want to be part of this circus that's going to come to light. It looks legit. Her account on YouTube has been there since 2013, listed as an Atlanta attorney. That might come back and bite her. Ooh. I didn't run out of anywhere. I didn't want to be a part of the circus acts
actually,
and
it
the
might be a good time to
ex-partes
take a quick
going
break. I'll
on
send you all back to the jury
that
room.
will come to the light soon. That's apparently attributed to her. It's a profile image. Let's see. Let me see if this is a... We're trying to verify. It looks legitimate from what we can see. Anyway. Jury went to the jury room. Are we going to get to hear this part? Normally we get to. Why is this week like just absolutely crazy in court? What is is something in the water? Just as a refresher, the lady we're talking about is the one we talked about just about during the lunch break here, or the break between sessions. She had the light green shirt on. Attorney Bumpus is her name, I believe. She was withdrawing from representing the witness, and she was part of the ex parte meeting with the judge in her office.
Those three, Judge.
Okay.
Out of particular unduly prejudicial violation of 94-3.
Ooh. Probative versus prejudicial complaint here. Let's see which one the side's on.
Yeah.
First one.
Which 30?
30.
Okay.
Maggots are over doing the photograph, and then the other two were ejected also.
Okay. This one 403.
Yes.
Okay. Stay.
May I close, Judge?
You may.
Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to McWater versus State. It's 36-613, cited at the Supreme Court case in 2018. I'd like to direct the court's attention specifically to its analysis, which is directly on point in this particular case. It essentially discusses the condition of Judge McGuire talks about
Just direct me which page, column, and paragraph.
Page 21, Judge.
Thank you.
At the bottom right-hand side of the page. That's where admissibility of photographic evidence is relevance, not necessity. In this particular case, Judge, trial court did not abuse its discretion in allowing the admission of the autopsy photographs. They upheld the admission of the photographs when they were offered to explain a medical examiner's testimony, the manner of death, the location of the wounds, or to demonstrate the heinous, atrocious, or cruel factor. The court cites England versus State, held that the court did not abuse its discretion permitting medical examiner to testify using autopsy photographs depicting the victim's head, torso, and hands in moderately decomposed state with extensive discoloration, skin sloughing off, and insect larvae on the wounds. This court held that the photographs were relevant to establish the manner and cause of death and the HAC aggravator. In this particular case, Judge, those photographs depict exactly that, and states respectfully requesting this court to overrule defense counsel's objection.
So, okay, and let me ask you this, so Mr. Gardner, on the exhibits that are defense is subject to, 30, 30A, and 30B, what is the probative value you're seeking to elicit from the testimony of the doctor in regards to those specific pictures?
If I can take a look at those once more, I'm happy to explain it to you. Judge, as it relates to state's exhibit number 30, clearly we have a photograph that depicts the decomposition of the face as well as the hair of Ms. Ruiz at the time, which also depicts the damage to the nasal passage, which depicts the wound that was inflicted upon her at the time.
Let me see that. I'll just look at it as you get trained. Thank you.
State's exhibit number 30A, Judge, depicts an overall photograph of Ms. Ruiz from the waist up, depicting the damage and laceration to under the left breast. And under 30B, that is a close-up of the laceration underneath the left breast. Okay. Which also indicates the state in which she was found at the time. Mr. Wilson left her underneath the shrub and tree there on Northwest 4th Avenue. It also dictates the violent nature of the wounds that were inflicted upon her at the time. And clearly, Judge, it clearly goes to not only manner and cause of death, but it also assists the medical examiner in talking about the heinous, atrocious, and cruel manner in which Ms. Ruiz died.
Okay. Your response to that?
I'm not sure the relevancy of the HAC at this point. I don't think that's a relevant consideration. It may, Dr. Coyne may need to be recalled as part of the penalty phase if that's where the state's going. But at this point, I think that for purposes of the guilt phase, those photographs are their probativeness is outweighed by their unfair prejudice.
Judge, in our indictment, we've gone ahead and alleged that not only was Miss Diana Ruiz strangled, but we've also shown that she died as a result of blunt force injuries. These photographs clearly depict that. They're clearly relevant, and they clearly outweigh the prejudicial nature.
These camera angles are something
Judge,
else.
while we understand that they're prejudicial, they're not unfairly prejudicial to the defense. They're clearly more probative than not.
Let's see the other photographs.
Absolutely.
That you don't object to.
We may have at least 5 cameras in this courtroom.
Ms. Ruiz, during the course of her autopsy, and we've narrowed those down substantially to just these.
If the judge is going to think for a while, I want to pontificate about
Anything
Sarah's
else?
letter.
No, sir.
I've reviewed the photographs, specifically 30, 30A, 30B, as well as the other photographs, which are not objected to at this point, which is 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H. The court does find that there are proposed, I guess, in 30A, 30B, and 30, there are different perspectives of the autopsy that they do show different injuries to the body, that their probative value is not substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Their pictures are coming in.
Three.
All three of 30, 30A, and 30B. Okay.
Thank you. Next witness.
Are we bring the jury back in, or you need a?
No.
Okay. Thought you were looking at me like you needed a break.
No, they were already out, so I figured we'd take a break. But no, that's okay.
If you need to, we can. But okay.
Well, they're bringing the jury back in. Attorney
so other than that objection,
Attorney Cashman's letter.
Well, I'll let you do it in front of the jury. Just bring the jury back in.
Oh, don't show the door where the jury's coming in. Attorney Cashman's letter asking to withdraw. She mentions that there would be a conflict of interest, and she says that if representing this client would hinder her ability to represent another client. I think what she's hinting at there, not is that she has like an obvious conflict of interest, that more so that Sarah is requesting so much of her time that she's not able to serve other clients. I think that's what she was hinting at with that.
Sorry.
Everyone's wondering if the defendant's going to testify in his own case or if his lips are sealed. Is it too soon for that one?
All right, please be seated. Sure.
Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
Court, I'm handing with the precinct mark states number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H. Okay. I see you take a look at those items and see you right now there?
I do. So these are all photographs that were taken on the day of the autopsy in the morgue here in Fort Myers.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the autopsy conducted upon Ms. Diana Ruiz when you conducted it back on that day?
Yes, they do.
Judge, they moved all those items in evidence at this time.
Very well. And your previous objection is noted. Other than that, any other objections?
On this list, there was an F. I don't recall an F on the initial.
I'll let you take a look.
30D and 35. There's already a precinct.
Right, but you just said.
I'll let you all walk over and show them what you're. All right. Other than that previous objection, which is still noted, any other objection?
No.
All right. They'll be admitted.
No additional objections.
Yes, I understand.
Permission to approach.
You may. You may.
Dr. Coyne, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. What are we looking at on this photograph?
This is a photograph of the face of the decedent taken on the autopsy table. You can see here.
Do we have that identified? Which exhibit that is?
It's 30.
Yeah, because we can't see the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you.
And the picture shows the exposed nasal bone, which you can see is fractured.
When the defendant looks this direction, he's watching the screen. That's
we
when
look
he's
at
looking at
State's
the
exhibit number
images.
30A.
Sure, this is a view of the body again, lying supine on the autopsy table. This gives a view of the neck and torso. And here you can see under the left breast, there is a horizontal laceration.
In 30B, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is a more closer view of that same laceration under the left breast.
Now, doctor, when we are looking at the photographs, when a body is in a state of decomposition, what is the body doing at that point in time?
Sure. So all of our body is covered with bacteria and lined with bacteria. And so when you die, the ability of your immune system to protect you against those bacteria stops. And so that bacteria basically multiply and travel throughout your body, literally consuming your tissues. And so that is the process of putrefaction that we are seeing here. At the same time, too, because you are deceased, the enzymes in your body, as they're being released from your cells, will also aid or add to that process.
And is there also a series of bloating that occurs as well?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
That happens because the bacteria that are present within our gut that travel throughout our body are anaerobic bacteria, so they will produce gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide during the process of putrefaction.
Now, directing your attention back to the screen here at 30C, what are we looking at in this particular photo?
So this is a photograph now of the decedent on her stomach, and you're looking at her back and the back of her head. Her arms are up in the air. So her right arm is present, and although you see discoloration, within that area of discoloration is actual bruising or contusions of the back of the right arm as well as on the right forearm. She has bruising or contusions on the bilateral upper back regions or the trapezius muscles, which are in that area. And you can see on the left side, there's some red-purple discoloration, which is also contusions.
And would you please step down, if you would be so kind, as to point exactly what it is you're talking about with regards to the various contusions?
You have to speak up loud because there's not a microphone there.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, here is the right arm. And here is drying or desiccation of the skin. But you can see here, there's this red-purple discoloration, which is the hemorrhage or bruising. And she also has that mixed within this area of dry ear on her forearm. You can also see here now, looking at the back, this area right here and here, which is that same contusions or hemorrhage. Because when you reflect the skin, when you're doing the internal examination, you can actually see the hemorrhage within the fat tissue underneath the skin, letting you know that it's real hemorrhage and not just artifact of decomposition.
Now, on this particular photograph, closer to the left-hand side in the upper left, we note that there's an extremely darker discoloration. Is that discoloration that relates to a tattoo, or is that related to actual hemorrhage into the body?
This area right here is a tattoo.
And what's been previously admitted as State's exhibit number 30D, would that be an up-close photograph of that particular tattoo?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, before you go anywhere, you indicated that you conducted the internal examination of Miss Diana Ruiz.
Yes, sir.
What did you find as it relates to any type of internal exam or injuries to Diana Ruiz?
Sure. So the internal examination of this case, involved reflecting the skin of the neck, as well as the skin of the chest and the abdomen. In particular, we were able to see that there was hemorrhage on the right side of the neck within the back tissue, as well as the large muscle here on the right side of our neck called the sternocleidomastoid muscle. In addition, we have a bone in our neck, a free-floating bone called a hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone. The left side of that bone was fractured. That bone sits just above our thyroid cartilage. So in men, we have the Adam's apple more prominent than in females, but you also have the same thyroid cartilage. Top of that thyroid cartilage has two horns, and those horns sit right below that hyoid bone in our neck. These two horns were fractured. As well, she had a large number of rib fractures. So she had fractures to the 1st through 11th ribs of both the lateral and posterior aspects of the torso. She also has some anterior rib fractures. This photo here is a picture of the neck. You can imagine the head is here.
Hold on one second. What exhibit is that?
That would be State's Exhibit number 30D, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It says F. My apologies, 30F.
You can see this is, if I make a Y incision on the body here, I'm pointing to it on my torso. I reflect the skin backwards. That's what we're seeing here. And this is the neck. You can see that hemorrhage I was referring to in the soft tissue or fat tissue, as well as within the muscle.
How much pressure, or what would it take to cause that kind of damage?
I'd say probably far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure, because you have also corresponding fracture of the hyoid bone and the tracheal bone.
You indicated the hyoid bone as well as the.
Here is the thyroid cartilage. I don't know if you want to show the finger number, but
that's going to be State's Exhibit number 30G, Your Honor.
If we all feel that on the front of our neck right here, that ridge. So this is the front, this is the back, and these two horns are fractured. And here's our trachea right here. Right? That's the hyoid bone, which sits right above this, and you can see hemorrhage on the left side of the hyoid bone shows it's fractured. So you can see the hemorrhaging there, hemorrhaging. There's the fracture right there.
You made mention in State's Exhibit number 30E that I'm showing you here, that you noted that there were several rib fractures.
So this is now a picture after the skin of the body has been reflected. We've removed all the internal organs, and now you're looking, here's the spine, and here are the posterior aspects of the ribs. This hemorrhage here on both sides corresponds to all of the rib fractures. And you can see the little gaps here. These are the actual fractures on both sides. And there are fractures in rib numbers 1 through 11 on both sides.
Now, as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 30E, you indicated that there are multiple rib fractures. Is that on just one side, or is it front and back?
So on the back, there are 1 through 11. And then if you can imagine, the ribs kind of curve around. The lateral aspects also have similar fractures, which are not as well visualized here. You can see some of those fractures in here.
So essentially, when we're referring to multiple fractures, we're essentially looking at 2 sets of fractures on one side and 2 sets of fractures on the other side. Is that fair? What kind of force would cause multiple fractures such as those?
A significant compressive type force, because if you can imagine, the body's laying on the ground and my hands are the ribs, because of the top of the ribs and the bottom ribs. You have fractures in the top, lateral aspects, and the bottom. So it's more or less a compressive force that causes all those fractures together. So a significant weight bearing down, or force bearing down upon the body.
We'd like to take the conductor. So would you say that, I don't know, an automobile driving over a body could cause that kind of?
That would certainly cause that, yeah.
I'm going to also show you 30H.
I've had a request for a side-by-side image.
Yeah, it's a photo of a ring that we obtained during the autopsy, removed from the body of the autopsy.
And that's one that was taken, 30I, that was also previously admitted?
That's correct, yep, also removed it.
People in court look like someone else. So as soon as we get a close-up here of the defendant, I'll do that.
Now, doctor, when we're talking about damage to the thyroid cartilage as well to the tracheal aspect of the throat, could you tell us approximately what it is that would cause that kind of damage?
Those are the types of injuries we classically see in strangulation, where a person will pressure across another person's neck, whether it is using a ligature or even using a hand by grasping the neck very firmly and squeezing down upon those structures.
And does it take a tremendous amount of force in order to cause fractures to those particular items?
The fractures, yes.
Now, the hemorrhaging that you saw in the neck area underneath, how much damage or pressure would you say would cause that?
For the type of bleeding you see there, less pressure than it takes to fracture a bone. But The pressure, the real issue is the pressure it requires to compress the carotid arteries, because ultimately what happens is those carotid arteries that course down the side of our neck, it takes about 10 pounds of pressure really to compress those. And so if you compress those, you can also, with that same amount of pressure, you're also tearing apart those fine capillaries and small vessels, which are in the muscle around those main arteries. So that's causing the hemorrhage you see in there, but it's also compressing those carotids, preventing blood flow to our brain.
Now, given the various contusions and bruising that you saw around the body in your external examination, would those have been consistent with, say, someone who was actively trying to defend themselves?
Certainly the ones, on the arms would be in the distribution that would suggest that, on the backs of the hand and the forearms, which are classically where we say possibly in a defensive type region, where you're trying to parry a blow or protect yourself.
Now, when we're talking about strangulation and someone is attempting to strangle an individual, how long would it take for someone to ultimately wind up dying as a result of that?
It doesn't take much to cause a person to pass out. Probably 15 to 20 seconds of a hold around the neck, as you can imagine from people that have a sleeper hold. Or, you've seen it in videos or movies, and that's real. In other words, it's the lack of blood flow to the head. The real issue is if you maintain that. If you release pressure at that point in time, a person will return or regain consciousness. If you hold that pressure there for a greater period of time, probably beyond 30 seconds, you may not actually have a return to consciousness because the lack of blood flow to the brain was persistent. And that's really the issue. And in her case, too, the question I have, obviously you have these injuries, and then you have the other injuries, the compressive injuries. You have hemorrhage in the back of the neck on the spinous processes, or as you can feel here, the big prominent one back here is called C7. There is C5, C6, and C4. All those vertebrae, or the bones of our spine, have hemorrhage around them. The other thing is there was actual hemorrhage around the membrane between the first and the second cervical vertebrae. And so what that tells me is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was alive, because had she not been alive, I wouldn't have seen hemorrhage in those regions. And why that's notable for me is because that part of your spinal cord, as it goes upwards into our brainstem, is responsible for our ability to breathe. So we're sitting here breathing in, breathing out, not thinking about it. That part of our brain controls that involuntary activity. And so if a significant force is pushed through that region, you could also cause a person to stop breathing or die as well. So you have those two injuries occurring most likely while she was alive, therefore creating injuries that have hemorrhage.
So in other words, she would have been aware of the fact that she was in the process of dying at that time?
She very well could have been, yes.
Could she have also been aware of the fact that she could have been strangled, could have come and still been breathing, and ultimately then sustained the blunt force trauma that she sustained to her ribcage?
That's quite possible, yes.
You don't know the order in which those injuries happened, do you, doctor?
I do not.
Okay. So can one have those multiple rib fractures and then ultimately be strangled, or vice versa?
Yes.
Could Diana Ruiz have survived these?
Given the severity of the injuries to the neck, I would say no.
Now, doctor, did you also fill out a death certificate in this particular case?
I did.
Market States Examiner 31.
Death search. Death certificate.
You may.
Market States Examiner 31. That should take a look at the
I do. This is a Florida State certificate of death.
And is that a certified copy?
Yes, it is.
Is that this time, Judge, the state would move States Examiner 31 in evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Now, doctor, at the time that you were at the District 21 Medical Examiner's office back in October of 2019 as a deputy chief, did you also supervise the autopsy of a Miss Christine Melton?
I was involved in that, yes.
Could you please describe for us what your involvement was as it relates to that particular case?
Sure. At that time, I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and so it was very common for me to interact with all the associate medical examiners at the office at the time. They were all younger than me, a little less experienced, and so I would very often talk with them daily about their cases. I would always go into the back in the morgue to see what cases were there that day, to see if the associate medical examiners had any questions, just to discuss their plan of attack, if you will, how they would approach a case. So that was something I did on this day with Dr. Hernandez, who was the primary doctor on the case.
Did you also have active involvement in the examination of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did observe all of those injuries. Yep.
That was a bad
And
cut.
what, if anything, did you note were of any concern to you?
Sure. I mean, well, certainly just looking externally, you can see that she had a large number of bruises on her body, on her face, swollen eye, contusions around the eye, contusions around the mouth. She had bruising all over her torso, all over her arms. So it was suggested that she had blunt trauma. And being a young person, you always wonder if whether or not that could be, the cause of a person's death. And so similar to the injuries we describe here, when Noelle did the internal examination, you can see that there was a significant amount of hemorrhaging on both sides of the neck, within both skeletal muscles of the neck. She also had bruising in her scalp, all over her scalp, as well as within the subscalp muscles. So again, showing significant blunt force trauma. Also, if I can continue, what was notable about this case was when she did the internal examination, she also saw that there was contusions of her internal organs as well. So forces that were directed to the outside of the body also went inward. And so she had bruising or contusions of the lungs. She had a contusion of the liver. She also had contusions in the back of her bladder, as well as contusions to her colon, indicating that there was a significant force to the abdomen as well.
Now, as a result of having observed the external as well as the internal examination of Ms. Melton, did you also conduct an examination of her brain?
I did, yes.
And what did that examination reveal to you?
Sure. I mean, it was a structurally normal brain, so there wasn't anything congenitally wrong, any brain masses or anything that would cause a person to die. But the interesting thing that I did see was that the brain was swollen or edematous, and that to me fits with the injuries you observe on her scalp and around her head. It suggests that there was an underlying concussive trauma, because a brain can swell if a person is deprived of oxygen, but it needs time to have that process to occur. So if a person, let's say, you cut off oxygen or blood flow to a person's brain, and then you let them recover, that brain will swell. But if a person dies from injuries, and in this case, more than likely, she was asphyxiated from strangulation, she would have died not allowing the brain to swell because of that process. And so it suggests to me that that swelling occurred prior to that, probably from concussive trauma to her head.
And did you ultimately concur with the doctor as it relates to her findings that Ms. Melton died as a result of asphyxiation?
Yes.
No further questions for the science. Just a couple of questions up again.
Yes.
Doctor, let's go back to Ms. Ruiz. I'm a little bit confused here. You can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty as to what order these injuries occurred, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that she was unconscious from the strangulation at the time she incurred the injury to her neck and the ribs were broken?
It's possible.
Now, the injury to the neck, were vertebrae actually cracked or broken?
No, you just had hemorrhage around there. Which
So there was pressure around that area?
Force, yeah, that had gone through there. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, is that part of the strangulation process? Is that an independent trauma that the back of the neck was exposed to?
It could be a part of it's in the general region. So in other words, if I stretched my hands from the front all the way around the back, those vertebrae are in that general region, right? If you had a force wrapped around the neck. But you also have hemorrhage that goes deeper into the upper back muscles. And then you have those rib fractures that continue on behind that. So it's likely that that also occurred from that large force upon the body.
It sounds to me like your earlier testimony that the cause of death or primary cause of death was not necessarily from the rib fractures or from the asphyxiation, but was related more to the damage to the neck in the back?
Well, not necessarily. You have multiple injuries here, all of which could cause death, right? So take everything else out. The rib fractures alone would prevent normal chest excursion, really limiting a person's ability to breathe normally, right? So that certainly could cause death.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me just stop you there.
Yeah, sure.
She couldn't breathe. She may not have been able to breathe normally, but she still might have been able to breathe.
Yeah, but again, like I said, those injuries, if left unattended, you're asking me, did I only think that this could have caused death? No, there's other injuries that could have caused death. That's why I have my cause of death more generalized.
Okay. But once again, you can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty that she was conscious at the time that she sustained any of these other injuries.
I could not know.
With regard to Ms. Melton, she didn't have the same injuries around her vertebrae, did she?
No.
She didn't have any broken bones?
No.
You mentioned that there was blunt force trauma, evidence of blunt force trauma to the head because there was hemorrhaging under the scalp.
That's correct.
But you couldn't see the hemorrhaging on the scalp itself, could you?
That's quite common that you don't know.
Okay. So But I mean, I don't really understand. Well, that's what happens. I'm a lawyer, you're a doctor, so you explain these things to me. Somebody hits me on the arm, I get a bruise on my arm. All right, and that comes to the surface, and you can see that. How is it that you can get a contusion to your head where you can't see the bruising on the head? You can only see it underneath the scalp.
It's actually far more common than you think. Very common in injuries to the body. First of all, when you get a bruise or a contusion to the skin, it's because there's a rapid deformation or compression of the skin with a shear effect that causes a tearing of those capillaries in the skin. So it all really depends upon the level or surface at which that tearing occurs. If it occurs immediately beneath the skin, you're going to see bruising in the skin itself, right? Blows to the body. Very often you don't see bruises. Why? Because you don't have a bone immediately beneath the surface of the skin. So you're not compressing that skin rapidly against a structure causing tearing. So more common than not, you'll see nothing on the outside, but you'll see bruising on the inside to our internal organs, which we saw in this case. Now on the head, same thing. The head's a curved structure. If you have a glancing blow, you may not actually get a direct impact of the tissue causing rapid deformation and tearing of the vessels under the skin, but it may be more of a shear strain that causes the tearing of the blood vessels underneath the skin as scalp, skin, and fat move against each other like this. The blood vessels that course through there get torn, and that leads to bleeding in the tissues underneath. So very common, more common than you think. And as a matter of fact, it's very common for me to reflect the skin and see a greater bruise underneath the skin that I see on the outside of the skin.
Okay, well, and that brings us to a point too. You see a greater bruise underneath the skin than you do on the surface of the skin, yet we would expect to see some bruising on the surface of the skin if it is blunt force trauma from like being hit with a hard, solid object.
Possible, but not necessarily.
Okay.
Much more common in younger persons to not see bruising. And that's classic throughout the pediatric literature.
All right. But you did say you saw hemorrhaging underneath the scalp, but you didn't see any fractures of any of the skull or anything like that.
No.
All right. So it wasn't trauma such that it would have cracked the skull.
No.
And we didn't have any. You already told us she didn't have any injury directly to the vertebrae. She did no cracked vertebrae or anything like that. No, and no injuries to the spinal column.
Not that we were to see. No.
The injury to the head, could it have been from the same or similar compression that you had in the neck area? It didn't necessarily have to be a blow. It could have just been compression.
No, it would have compression to the neck would cause hypoxia or lack of blood flow. And if the decedent was alive long enough, then sure. But more than likely, again, me seeing just a generalized swelling of the brain, something I very often see in concussive head trauma.
Okay. Once again, with Ms. Melton, you can't tell us with any degree of scientific certainty how long she was conscious at the time she expired.
I could not know.
I don't have further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. You can step down.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so how many witnesses does that put us at for the day so far?
The state called Shanna Williamson.
Thank you, Laura. It's one of the few things I'm pretty proud of. We can do some good work with audio on this, just because I've got that's what I got my degree in, really. Has some professional experience, and I happen to have some equipment that makes it a lot easier. We are on 1.25 speed. Let's see if the new witness will come stand on that little circular trap door and get sworn in. If they give the wrong answer, the trap door opens and the witness is deposited in the jail. I don't know. We'll see what happens when they come in. See if they can get them to stand on the trap door.
You just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in. That's okay, right?
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
All right, let me take a stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Shanna Williamson.
Ms. Williamson, where are you employed?
Benson and Associates Interior Design.
How long have you been employed with them?
10 years.
I want to show you State's Exhibit number 19. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Does this exhibit show the interior design firm where you work?
Yes, our building is to the left, and we had a design library in the building on the right.
So if I'm pointing to where the silver car is this part of the building there?
Yes, that's our office.
And then this area to the right of that, is that the...
That's a separate rental.
Okay, so that's not yours?
The gray building on the right is the design library.
We're here?
Yes.
Okay. And which door is it?
It was the far right door. I'm not sure if you can see the door right there.
Behind this tree somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And are those still your offices today?
The building on the left is, yes, but the building on the right no longer is our office.
And you're still employed there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is, please?
Sure, it states Exhibit 19.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
What time did you get to work?
Probably 7:15, 7:30 a.m.
Now, did anything happen once you arrived to work?
I was in the office, and we had a design librarian at the time in the building to the right, and she was in there. She called us from the phone to the office on the other side, and she said, there's a commotion next door. Someone has hit one of my coworkers' cars. Looks like a fender bender, and there's an argument. You guys should lock the doors and not come out.
And did you, so again, your coworker had to call because she's in the gray building and you're over in the other building.
Correct.
When she told you to lock the doors because of the commotion, did you lock the doors?
No.
What did you do?
I went outside. I thought there was some type of a fender bender, so I wanted to go out and get insurance information for my coworker.
What did you see when you got outside?
I was walking out the building. The girls in the office were telling me not to go outside because they had seen someone hit our neighbor next door, Mila. So I ran out there, and as I turned the corner, Mila was up on the second level, and there was a man up there with her, kind of grabbing her by the throat, and they were having an altercation.
Okay. And you said Mila was your neighbor. Did you know her well?
No.
Just somebody that you knew in passing?
Right.
And what color was Mila's hair at the time?
Blonde.
So when you got outside, they were already upstairs on that second level?
Second level balcony.
Where were they at when you observed the man with his hand on her neck?
Second level balcony.
Okay, so were they, just going to point to the picture here, were they closer to the stairs or more over?
They were farther to the right on the second level.
And the man that you saw with his hand on her neck, could you describe what observations you made of him?
Tall, was not wearing a shirt, was being very aggressive with her.
Okay. And you say he's being aggressive. Could you just describe to the jurors what it was that you saw that caused you to determine he was acting aggressively?
Yeah, when I walked around the corner, I had heard the girls in the office say, "Oh my God, he hit her." And as I walked around, I could see him holding her up against the window, and she was screaming, saying, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And I saw that, immediately shouted, "Stop, let her go. What are you doing?" And he turned around and saw me, and I think it caused an interruption. She was able to get away.
So when he has his hand on her neck and she's yelling, "Help, he's trying to kill me," what type of voice was she yelling in?
Screaming.
Did she seem terrified?
Yeah, very scared.
And when you yelled at him, describe what he did.
He turned around and he was in a way defending himself. I believe he said, "She hit me first," or I know he was trying to kind of defend his actions, basically.
So when you yelled at him, did it cause him then to turn around and engage with you?
Right.
Once he engaged with you, was she able to get away?
Yeah, so I was saying, "Run, like come, run." So she was able to run down the hallway, down the stairs, and my coworkers were in the building at the time. The door you can see on the left there, they unlocked that door, and we both went inside that door and locked it.
And the door that you're talking about is the one by the car?
Correct.
So you told her to run, she was able to run in, and then you locked the door?
Right.
And did you keep it locked until law enforcement came?
We did.
Did you ever see the man that was strangling her again at that moment?
No, we did not see him again.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Okay.
The 6 charges charged with petty theft for stealing a sandwich.
And from your angle, how close
Fun
did you
fact.
get to that?
I was standing probably about where that silver car was, a little bit to the right, maybe.
The one on the left of the photo?
Correct.
And where were they?
They were on the second level balcony.
The building in the back.
The building in the back.
Did you ever see him hit her?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him hit her.
Okay. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and ask that she be excused.
All right. You can step down. Any objection for being excused?
Objection.
You're excused. State call the next witness.
Yes, Judge. State call Officer Tim McCormick.
Amber just sent me the paperwork from the Young Thug trial. Attorney Steele has appealed his contempt ruling. Oh, man. Let's go into the
You'll just face the clerk,
Court of
raise your
Appeals
right
of
hand.
Georgia
Swear
now.
you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I can take stand.
This case.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce the jury by telling them your name.
My name's Timothy McCormick. I was a police officer at the city of Fort Myers.
Doesn't make spices.
How long were you an officer with the city of Fort Myers?
Just over 15 years.
Back in October of 2019, were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And how long had you been working as a police officer at that time?
Just under 13 years, I believe.
And what were you doing? What were your duties and roles as the police officer back in 2019?
At that time, I was a senior patrol officer, and I was on alpha shift and assigned to patrol.
What's a senior patrol officer do, sir?
Basically, we respond to calls for service, assist the public in any way, shape, or form, and protect and serve the city of Fort Myers.
When you say alpha shift, what do you mean?
That's the assigned shift. Shifts are broken into 12-hour periods, and I was on the alpha shift from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the 7th of October of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving a battery that occurred at a spa known as Mila's Spa, involving a young lady by the name of Melissa Monz?
Yes, I did.
And what was the extent of your involvement in that particular case?
I was called to the scene of a reported battery on West First Street in front of the Mila Spa. Upon arrival with other officers, we made contact with the victim.
And was the investigation ultimately turned over to an officer to conduct that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do in response to turning that investigation over to that officer?
I turned the investigation over to the officer, and I patrolled the area to see if the identified subject would possibly still be in the area.
And were you able to locate him?
Not at the initial time, no.
At what time were you able to locate him?
I was contacted by an acquaintance and said that...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you receive information with regards to the whereabouts of a individual who later became known to you as Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And when you received that information, what did you do in response?
I responded to the area and looked for the described vehicle and the person that I had identified as Wade Wilson by his driver's license photo and the photo in the records.
And when you say you went to a specific location, which location was that?
It was Joe's Crab Shack on West First Street.
And when you made contact with that individual at Joe's Crab Shack, were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
What exactly is a body cam?
A body-worn camera is a camera that all police officers issue, and the standard policy at Fort Myers Police Department, as most police departments, is that as soon as you as soon as you get the call, you activate your body camera. Also in our cars, we have an automatic system where if you turn on the overhead lights, it automatically starts your body camera.
And were you wearing a body camera on that particular date and time?
Yes, I was.
Judge, let the record reflect on the defense counsel previously marked as cases number 34 and 35.
Is it 34 and 35?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on for just 1 second. I'm having the audio issue we're trying to fix.
Your approach?
You may.
It is what it is.
McCormick, I'm showing you some previously marked as case number 34. I asked you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack?
Yes, it does.
And I'm also handing you some previously marked as cases number 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the recording of my body cam.
Okay. And does that body cam fairly and accurately depict your interaction with Mr. Wilson on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, by my initials, it does. You showed it to me in your office, and I initialed it.
Okay. And it's essentially the same similar conditions when you last saw it?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, state moves cases number 34 and 35 in evidence at this time.
Objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 34. That is, in fact, the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack.
That is.
Where in relationship to Mila Spa is Joe's Crab Shack?
If you're sitting in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack as it's depicted, and your car was backed in
to a spot, say next to the white car right there. If you look to your left across the street is where Mila's spot would be.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was, he seemed nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that seemed to didn't fit him at the time.
And do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, will let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish
Which
the video,
also
Judge?
doesn't fit him. Just kidding. Long pause. Looks like we got through Young Thug. We got through Young Thug today without an issue. Let's see. Do we want to pick up? How long is this one?
Florida Supreme Court decision 1992, whereby they held that a witness's statement that he knew some history on the defendant, which apparently referred to the defendant's prior criminal history, was not so prejudicial as to require reversal. And the court emphasized that the reference was isolated and inadvertent and was not focused upon. The court even went so far as to cite a case, Ferguson versus State, 417 Southern 2nd, 639. 417 Southern 2nd, 639. Florida Supreme Court said in 1982, whereby the witness testified that the defendant knew the person who allegedly orchestrated the killings because, quote unquote, my first time in prison, all three of us was together. Trial court overruled the general objection and denied a motion for mistrial. Supreme Court observed that the statements concerning the prior imprisonment of a defendant may be erroneously admitted, yet not be so prejudicial as to require reversal. Judge, in this particular case, the reference made to LCSO records so innocuous, so mild, that we believe that the comment was so brief and isolated and inadvertent that mistrial is not warranted in this case. And we respectfully request the court to deny the defendant's request for mistrial.
Sure,
Requested a mistrial because
any case law to the contrary, Judge.
All right, very well.
Mentioned his
I have taken
incarceration.
the time. It's a significant motion, so I wanted to give it due time and consideration. So I have reviewed applicable case law. I do find that the comment was brief and was inadvertent, that it was not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial. And so I will deny the motion for mistrial.
We had a break.
All right.
This,
Are we ready to
this
proceed?
happened during the break. I don't know why.
Yes. I'm sorry, what? Oh, there's exhibits that you all left up here on the Miss Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's exhibits you all left up here on the witness stand.
Okay, that's a huge break. We lost something in there.
Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Not yet, Judge. Not yet. Let me let's see. There was a huge dropout right there. Hold tight. We're gonna find it. You can't just miss half a day of court. Here. Hang on 1 second. Trying to find a new copy that would have that little clip that just got cut out. It was a big clip. That's the problem. Man, we're struggling. I don't know. I wonder if the pool media lost it. If they had a problem with the computer or something. Let's see. Okay, I think I found it. Where were we at? Who was talking? Tim McCormick. Do we see the car? Oh, we didn't see the body cam yet. Let's go back and watch the body cam. Okay, here we go. All right, now we're cooking with fire.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was, he seemed nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that didn't fit him at the time.
Okay, we
covered. Do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish the video, Judge?
You may.
Here's our video. Sorry, it took a minute to find this, guys. Apologize.
know from me. Okay? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have you step out of the car, and I'm going to detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now. Okay? And I
It may
can't have
look
any
the same
problems.
to
Understand
you.
me? All right. What's that? Like 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you.
I promise.
Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery?
Pinky swears.
I will. No. Just relax.
Video was
Let me see the keys to the car. Let me see the keys to the car. Keys.
that promise is going to fade very, very quickly here in just a minute.
Wait, we're not going to have any problems. Just give me the keys to the car.
Oh.
Wait. Just wait till my partner gets here. Now, 4-1, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey.
Oh! It's a chase. I didn't know we got a chase.
Don't do it. He's in his car. He's attempting to take off. Back up. Yes, please. He's taking off, Fort Myers. Just ran a stop sign going up towards McGregor.
Oh, that's all we got? It's a weak chase.
Now, Mr. McCormick, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, did he appear to understand everything that you were telling him?
Yes.
And was he responding in kind to you?
He was basically denying everything that I was asking him to do.
When you're having a conversation with him, you were giving him certain commands and you were asking questions of him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was he responding appropriately? By appropriately, I mean if one asks you if you had breakfast this morning and one would respond, yes, I had cereal, that would be an example of appropriate response. Was he responding to you appropriately?
Not complying to my commands, but yes, he was responding appropriately.
And when you told him specifically about a battery that occurred that morning, what was his response to you?
That there was no battery.
Okay. And he continued to deny that.
That's correct.
And when you advised him that you were going to detain him, he opted to leave the scene as an alternative choice to what you were telling him. Is that right?
Ultimately, yes, that was the outcome.
Is there anything else in that video that we were not able to understand that you recall, specifically that Mr. Wilson had told you?
Not that I recall.
What kind of question is that? Was there something that we didn't
Did you
understand
follow,
that you
or
remember?
did you continue to follow him?
I did for a short period of time.
Okay. Why did you stop?
Because of the time of day and the amount of traffic on the road. It was around lunchtime. It's somewhere there near lunchtime, and the amount of people on the road. At the time, I only had a non-pursuitable offense.
What does that mean?
I only had misdemeanor battery at the time.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, there was no probable cause to continue any type of pursuit or have any other officers try to locate him at the time because of the nature of the offense we were dealing with.
Just admit it.
And would that have been the protocol of your office?
Yes, that is.
Okay, fair enough.
Life and safety of the community comes first.
Thank you. No further questions for this registration.
Any questions?
No cross.
All right. You can step down.
Thank you, sir.
No cross. There goes witness, I believe, number 5.
We approach.
Okay.
I think that was witness number 5. Let's see what's going on here. Was there a mention of Was there a mention of him serving in prison or serving some jail time or something from the stand? Did I miss it? It was very, very quick if it happened. I was going to chase, but my shift was ending. My food was almost ready. I made an executive decision. I used professional discretion and decided to go with the food. Okay, so we've got a bit of a break here while they talk this one over. Not sure why. The objection was
on the part of the state attorney's office, but when they inquired of that gentleman regarding the identification process he went through, he said he checked through the driver's license records, which that's innocuous and harmless, but then he said LCSO, which is Lee County Sheriff's Office records. Our concern is that the jury may infer from that he has a prior criminal history as recorded in Lee County Sheriff's Office records, and in doing so they are now unduly prejudiced because they are aware of a prior criminal history that our client has with that agency.
State?
Judge, the reference to LCSO records is so innocuous that I don't believe that it rises to the level of any type of prejudice whatsoever. LCSO records can mean just about anything, whether it's submitting fingerprints, for identification purposes, whether it's employment records, whether or not it's background check records. It's a lot of different things. There's absolutely nothing to reflect that LCSO records means anything other than the fact that it was just records. The fact that there is any type of criminal connotation attached to it is speculative at best, and we respectfully request the court to deny the objection from Mr. Out this time.
All right, your response?
I have no further argument.
Any authority from either side?
No,
Okay.
sir. I didn't expect that this was going to come up.
Certainly, I understand. All right. Take a short recess. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
Okay, if you have not, during the break, I'm gonna give you assign some homework. If you've never been to the Lee County Sheriff's Office website, you need to check this out. There's the link. I just pop out there. I'll let it play for like a minute. They've got like a whole intro. They've like produced a whole spiel, a full screen video plays on their homepage. So they've got they've done everything. Quite interesting. Even the horses standing underneath the pier in the ocean. It's got it all. So lots of drone footage as well. Apparently they're really proud of their drones. It is like a TV show intro. I've got my audio turned off. Was there audio on it? I mean, does it have like I can't play audio in case there was a song, but. And the pier is gone now, says Tipsy Tracy. Why does the defendant go up to the judge with the lawyers? Every court is a little bit different, but this one, that's how they operate. And it's unique, it's different, but that's how they roll. And so we just, as long as he's got the bailiffs with him, I'm cool with it. But if the bailiffs weren't there, I'd be like, that's a no-go for me. It's a hard pass. Looks like we're back. Break is over. I might have skipped it. You love their robot dog? Yeah, they've got a robot dog. This is your tax dollars at work, Lee County. The canine robot on patrol. I wonder if it bites. Asking for a friend. Rest in peace, Chloe. Patricia, let's see. Trying to find your message. Just saw I've been a member for 1 year, 20 days. Yay, me! That is awesome. Congratulations. I love the orange courthouse by your name. It looks great by you. Thank you for support. I don't know what we're doing here, waiting around. The lawyer, the court recorder there went with the floral pattern today. Sure that she definitely would not accidentally wear the same outfit as the defendant. You live in Fort Myers. What are your taxes like? How much is it high? Fun facts. The motion to withdraw from in Sarah Boone's case comes on Attorney Cashman's 123rd day of representation. You know who's going to remember that number? Sarah Boone. And it will be in the next letter, which we're watching for. I mean, we already know that there was 52 pages turned over. So any minute now, that might get posted. Let me do a quick refresh right now while they're waiting to come back to court. Okay, Sarah Boone. Not yet. Nothing yet. As always, when the documents drop, I like to think you can find it here first, but that's because I have some amazing help on this one. Thanks, Amber, for some of the help. I just wanted to do the math first, she says. I lost the internet today because of refreshing Sarah Boone instead. Greeners, you had a streak going. It was amazing. Kim came and reclaimed her throne. This courtroom, I think we might have 6 cameras. 6 cameras in court, which, wow. What will happen to Sarah Boone's lawyer? Lenova, a couple things. First of all, were this the old judge instead of McCormick? We're at, I can't even remember his name anymore. We're at the old judge who was got off the case himself. You would have had to explain to him why there was a problem and basically spell it out in detail. He's turned down requests before for people to get off the case, to be recused or be released from representing. So he's turned down withdrawal request motions before. In this case, I don't think she's got an open and shut case. Just saying, hey, I'm busy and she demands too much of my time. Sorry, some clients are a pain in the butt. I don't think that will win. The whole professional, we have disagreements, ethical, we've heard that argument before as well, and it might not fly here either. Her saying, hey, there's plenty of time for someone else to pick up this case and run with it. I think if she does get a new lawyer, I think even then she's probably going to have an extension again, and the judge doesn't want extensions. There are microphones hanging from the ceiling. They're part of the installation from the court. I think it's they're like choir mics in case like everyone sings in court for some reason. She is a public defender. She was assigned. She needs the judge permission to withdraw. How many public defenders are there in that part of Florida? If they run out of public defenders, which they don't think they will, but if they do, they can, I believe the court can start basically hiring private attorneys to fill the spot. Look what happened with BK. I think it would be something similar to that, but I don't think that'll happen. Sarah Boone's walked out of meetings with her twice. Oh man, this letter is going to be amazing. It was Judge Wooten first. Yes, Judge Wooten first. Now it's Judge Kranick or something like that. We're going to skip this. The delay is taking too long. Oh, it's a long delay, too. Glad we skipped it, guys. 3, 2, 1, and 0. All right. Okay, we're coming back from our break. There's a rotating list of private attorneys. Yeah, there's always going to be somebody on the list that they can pass the buck to. Defendant's on his way in. Just straightening his tie. There we go.
Yes, go ahead if you want to put something on the record.
Absolutely. Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to Ruger versus State. It's cited at 941 Southern 2nd, 1182. It's a Florida 4th DCA case. In this particular case, Judge, the prosecutor had inquired of one of its witnesses how they knew the other person, and the person responded, from my understanding, he just recently got out of prison. The court went on to do an extensive analysis on this particular claim when the defense counsel moved for mistrial and found that a ruling on a motion for mistrial is obviously within the sound discretion of the trial court, but it's only to be granted when it's necessary to ensure that the defendant reserves a fair trial or receives a fair trial. The court went on to cite a series of cases, Power versus State 605 Southern 2nd 856, Florida Supreme Court decision 1992, whereby they held that a witness's statement that he knew some history on the defendant, which apparently referred to the defendant's prior criminal history, was not so prejudicial as to require reversal. And the court emphasized that the reference was isolated and inadvertent and was not focused upon. The court even went so far as to cite a case, Ferguson versus State 417 Southern 2nd 639. 417 Southern 2nd 639. Florida Supreme Court decision in 1982, whereby the witness testified that the defendant knew the person who allegedly orchestrated the killings because, quote unquote, my first time in prison, all three of us was together. Trial court overruled the general objection and denied a motion for mistrial. Supreme Court observed that the statements concerning the prior imprisonment of a defendant may be erroneously admitted yet not be so prejudicial as to require reversal. Judge, in this particular case, the reference made to LCSO records so innocuous, so mild, that we believe that the comment was so brief and isolated and inadvertent that mistrial is not warranted in this case, and we respectfully request the court to deny the defendant's request for mistrial.
All right. Surely.
I don't have any evidence, any case law to the contrary, Judge.
All right, very well. I have taken the time. It's a significant motion, so I wanted to give it due time and consideration. So I have reviewed applicable case law. I do find that the comment was brief and was inadvertent, that it was not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial, and so I will deny the motion for mistrial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now we have
proceed.
We have all the information there.
Yes. I'm sorry. What? Oh, there's exhibits that you all left up here on the Miss Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's exhibits you all left up here on the witness stand. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury back in? Ms. Miller, are we ready to bring the jury back in? Okay. All right, let's bring it back in.
You will bring the jury.
Whoa, cameraman. Close up of the tats. What does it say? Anybody? Now we can't see.
Jurors entering.
That was a good one. Oh, that was a good one. I like it. Let's use that one. Life. Lie.
All right, please be seated. And statement call the next witness.
The state calls Fanny Amlin.
Vicky, you should become an expert and testify in court. Let's see if they stand on the trap door. Is that a milk crate on the prosecution desk? Is it a milk crate with all his files in it? Stand on the circle.
All right, good morning. If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Oh,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Fanny Amlin,
Ms. Amlin, where do you currently live?
Columbus, Ohio.
Did you have a house here in Cape Coral back on October 7th of 2019?
I did, and I still do.
Okay. What is the address of that home?
2227 Northeast First Terrace, Cape Coral.
Were you at that house on October 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Did you leave the house at any point?
Yes.
Could you just tell the jurors where you left to go?
We left to go to the airport to go back to Columbus.
What time about did you leave your home?
It was early morning, maybe 8:30. Early, I'm not sure.
When you left your house, was everything picked up and in its place?
Yes.
And were the doors locked?
Yes.
And did you plan on having any guests or company staying at your house?
No.
At some time, did you receive a call from detectives once you had gotten to Ohio?
Yes.
And did you learn that someone had broken into your home?
We did, yes.
Again, had you given any permission for someone to come to your home?
This is the stolen sandwich
Did you know the
charge.
person that they found in your home?
No.
Had you ever spoken to Wade Wilson?
No.
Had you ever seen Wade Wilson?
No.
When he was arrested, he had told detectives he had taken some things from your home. Did you ever give permission for him to take anything from your home? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
He's literally being charged for making a sandwich.
States Exhibits 36, 37, 37A, 37B as in boy, 37C, 37D as in dog, 37E, 37F, 37G as in girl, 37H, and 37I.
The sub clause. Lots of pictures. Bunty, his knuckles say live long or long live.
Ms. Amlin, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What does this exhibit show?
That's our house.
That's the house that you owned back in 2019 and the house you still currently own?
Right.
Then I'm going to show you the photographs. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize these photographs.
I can't tell what that is.
Let me just put it in perspective here.
Well, if she can't tell what it is, it's not coming in. I can tell you that much.
Goes with these three.
I would
okay,
object.
yes.
There should be objection right here.
Look at those.
She's explaining what the picture is. It goes with these three.
This is our kitchen.
Okay, you can just take a look and tell me and I'll
Judge, we can't. Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, so you need to speak
I'm
up.
sorry.
No, not you, ma'am. I'm talking to the attorney.
Yeah, you just look through them and I'll ask you some questions about them later.
CBD, this is a killing spree. He's accused of killing 2 women in 48 hours.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent your home?
Yes.
At this time, the state would move exhibits number 36 and 37, and then 37A through I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, be admitted.
All right, Ms. Amlin, is that your home?
Yes.
We identified the exhibit.
36?
Thank you.
Then I'm going to start with 37. Is this a window to your home?
Yes.
Now, it appears that there's a pane of glass or some screen that's been removed. Was that removed prior to you leaving for Ohio?
No.
Okay, so there was a screen and glass there when you
Yes.
left. Now I'm showing you 37B, the screen and glass. Is that the screen and glass that was part of that window?
Yes.
And were those actually broken?
Yes.
And did they need to be repaired?
Completely.
And how much did the repair cost approximately?
We think about $250. We bought a new window and put it in ourselves.
Okay, so around $250 for that. Then going to the inside of your home, actually I'll stay on the outside, 37A, we see the window and the screen behind that structure. Again, were those there when you left for Ohio?
No.
Going now to the inside of your home, 37C. Do you recognize that backpack or anything on the counter or the stool?
The backpack, yes.
Okay, and whose backpack is that?
That's ours.
Okay, and was that backpack left on the chair before you left? Where was the backpack located?
In the bedroom.
And then what about this looks like actually pants and shirt and belt that are sitting on the counter.
Those are probably my husband's.
And did your husband leave the belt or shorts or shirt on your kitchen counter?
No.
And if he had, you would have put them away?
Right. We don't do that.
Then looking at 37D, that's just a close-up of a hat and backpack. Do you recognize that orange hat?
Not the orange hat.
Okay, but the backpack.
The black backpack, yes.
Now, looking at 37E, that's just the clothing that was set on top of your kitchen counter. Is that clothing, does that belong to your husband?
Not those two,
Okay.
no.
And so you don't recognize those or know where they would have come from?
No.
But again, they weren't there when you left?
No.
Looking at 37F, do you recognize that belt?
Honestly, no. I don't pay too much attention to belts.
All right. And when we look back at, actually, I'm going to just go on to the next one. 37G, did you leave your cupboards open?
No.
37H, it appears there's some White Claw empty cans and some, like a plastic Solo cup. Did you leave those empty cans in your cupboard there?
No.
And did you
Solo
ever
cup,
keep
bingo.
White Claw cans in your cupboard in that area?
No.
Then 37I, there are 5 empty cans of White Claw. Are those alcoholic beverages?
Yes.
It's like a seltzer?
Yes.
And did you and your husband have some drinks before you got on the airplane?
No.
Okay.
Those are in the
And
refrigerator.
so were those White Claws left out empty when you left?
No.
So all these were are different from how you left.
Yes. Those are all full and in the refrigerator.
And about how much does White Claw cost?
I think about $15. It did then, probably more now.
Now, did you end up, both you and your husband, give a statement to law enforcement?
When?
Did you just tell them about what happened when they contacted you or that you didn't give him permission?
Oh, yes, I did. I was the only one up.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
There you go. Drank the White Claw, made himself a sandwich, rifled through the clothes,
No
grabbed the
cross-examination.
backpack.
All right. You may step down.
The state calls Stephen Testa.
Testa Saka? Is that the
I
name?
ask that she be excused from her subpoena.
Any objections?
No objection.
Should be released.
It's a tough name to spell. We're just going to call him Stephen. Steve. All that evidence was from Canton. Oh, man. He seems slightly amused at this whole process. And a little bit disconnected.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take a stand.
Thanks for helping me with the spelling, Greeners. I can always count on you.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testa.
Mr. Testa, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Melanie.
Do you live in Fort Myers?
No, ma'am.
What city do you live in?
Lakeland.
What was
About how far is Lakeland
Mother's
from
maiden
Fort Myers?
name?
2 hours.
How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
You mean?
Like, how did they?
Oh.
How were they known?
They went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
And have you spoken with them on numerous occasions?
I've spoken with Candy.
And that's his adoptive mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you're his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No. I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, October 7th of 2019. Did Wade Wilson get in touch with you through phone call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that he told you when he called?
The first time he said he needed help. He had done something that he couldn't take back.
Did he indicate that he and his girl had gotten into an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was his girl that you were aware of at the time?
I just knew her as Mila.
And did it seem that he wanted your help because of this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
When he called you, were you actually at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to really give your attention and time to him to try to help him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So what did you tell him when he was asking for your help?
I just told him to call me back around dinner time. I'd be done working and we'd figure it out.
And did you at some point have a conversation with your wife about him getting in touch with you wanting your help?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the time that he was supposed to call, about what time was he supposed to call back?
I told him around dinner time.
Now, between the time he first called that day and dinner time, did you receive a call from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that detective looking for your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the detective was looking for your son, did you have any idea at that point of what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did the detective want you to try to help them get in touch with your son?
She just gave me a number and said if he calls you back, we need to talk to him.
Okay. Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call?
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story,
So at this point, when he says that there were 2 people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Do you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a third time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these 2 people who are no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on during that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said...
And what did he say
he
he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while, and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so.
So he just told you that that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for directions. And she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when he realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
As he's telling you all these things,
my goodness,
what's his demeanor as he's telling you?
He was excited.
When you say excited, what do you mean by that?
I felt like he was wanting me to feel the way he felt about it.
Did he seem proud of it?
Yes.
Did he seem to show any kind of remorse?
No, ma'am.
And was he able to go into great detail about both of these ladies' deaths?
Yes, ma'am.
The second girl that he killed and left in this lot, did he think that she would be found?
No, ma'am.
He seemed to think he did a good job hiding her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now,
this is his dad. This is the
prior
defendant's
to
dad.
him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement initially?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in a house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber, and I needed the address of where he was.
Were you actually going to send him an Uber?
No, ma'am.
And so when you told him that you were going to send him an Uber, did he give you that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you then do with the address he gave you?
My wife was messaging with the officer.
Now, is your wife messaging with the officer during the course of these details that he's telling you?
The last part of them.
And so she's relaying what your son's telling you to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Giving them further details?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, this conversation you're having with your son is on October 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the evening hours?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that the bar, him going to the bar and meeting the first woman happened the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, when he's giving you all this information and you're giving this information to law enforcement, had the second girl's body been found?
No, ma'am.
Did it strike that? Now, that address you said your wife then gave to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on the phone with your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on the phone with him when law enforcement showed up at that house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you encourage him to go outside and turn himself in?
I did. I didn't want him to do anything stupid and end up getting killed. So I just told him to put his hands up and just go outside.
I have nothing further and tender this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do have one more.
Okay.
Do you see your son sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Dark suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness is identified. Actually, if you could just give it a little bit more description since there's other people.
White shirt, blue tie, dark suit.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'll let the record reflect that the witness is identified.
Okay. Any questions?
Just briefly, sir. When you were on the phone,
yes, sir.
He told you he was hiding out from the police in that house?
Yes, sir.
How often had you spoken with him before?
It was sporadic. One month it may be every other day, and I may not hear from him until he needs me again. 6 months, 2 months, whatever. It varied.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further. I'd ask that he be excused from his subpoena.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, you can step down and you're excused.
This state called Max Boredom.
Max Boredom? Is that the name? I'm hearing weird things when they call names. This is what I heard, Lenova.
Circular approach the clerk. And just, you can come this way and approach the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Stand on the trap door.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You can take a stand.
If you use the wrong hand, the trap door just...
Stand quiet, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Matthew Fordham, detective.
Matthew
Where are you, detective?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
Since 2006.
What type of training and experience do you have with them?
I went to the police academy in 2006. From there, I was a patrol officer. After patrol, I worked street crimes unit. And then from the street crimes unit, I was assigned to the United States Marshal Service Task Force here in Fort Myers.
And as part of the U.S. Marshals Task Force, is it your job to help detain and arrest various people who are wanted?
Yes,
Were you working on October 7th of 2019?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation to apprehend Wade Wilson?
Yes.
How did you become involved?
I was asked to attempt to locate him.
Okay. And were you able to locate him right away?
Within a few hours, yes.
And were you given an address location based on his conversation with his father?
I was.
Now, was his father able to give you that address where he was staying?
He was.
What did you do when you received that address?
I got with the guys that work on the task force with me, and we coordinated a location in the area to meet up so we could talk about our plan on how we were going to approach the residents.
And about how many people responded to the house where you believed he was at?
It'd be approximately
Sure.
maybe 10 individuals.
Do you have special type of training to respond to these types of situations?
We do.
I have a particular set of
And
skills.
how were you dressed that time?
I don't know exactly what I was wearing, but typically we wear a outer vest, and then under that we typically wear jeans and a t-shirt or something casual with markings on it that says U.S. Marshals and Police on the back.
So there's no question that you're with a law enforcement agency?
There's not.
Were you able to get anyone to come outside of the house once you were there?
We were, yes.
How were you able to do that?
Various ways. One of them was I didn't make it myself, but there was a telephone call to the residents, and we also used the vehicle PA system.
Did the residents have a landline?
It did.
And so you got that information and someone was able to call and make contact?
They were.
And did Wade Wilson make contact with the person?
He did.
And did he come out right away?
I was informed that he had to speak to his dad one last time and that he would come out.
And did he speak to his dad one last time?
I'm assuming.
Okay. So about how long after that did he stay in the house?
It wasn't much longer after that.
And then did he come out?
He did.
And once he came out, were there any issues arresting him?
No issues at all.
Now, once he came out, did officers go inside the house?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going inside the house?
Typically, it's a protective sweep to make sure that while investigators are on scene, nobody else is inside the house that could harm law enforcement.
When when the officers went inside the house, was anyone else present in the home?
No.
Do you see the person that you arrested from that house sitting here in court today?
I do.
And would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a black tie with a black suit jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant. No further questions. The state tenders a witness.
Just ask him what his demeanor
Did you
was
have
like.
contact with our client when he walked out of the house?
I did.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was cooperative with us.
Okay. But there's 10 officers there, right?
Everyone's in a different position. Not all 10 people are in the same spot.
Okay.
There's people on surveillance and everything else.
How many met him when he walked out of the house?
It would have been a contact team. So I was present, and there would have been a few others, approximately 6 individuals, probably.
Nothing further.
Okay.
The nothing further from the state, I'd ask that this witness be excused.
No objection.
All right, sir, you can sit down and you're excused.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Another sidebar. Everyone's in black today. Not much color up in the sidebars. 3 bailiffs, though. They've got the extra one, maybe a bailiff in training.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon. I'm going to let you all go and have lunch. Please remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research, look up anything, discuss anything about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. And we'll have you come back here at 1 o'clock. It's 5 till right now. Well, it's, actually, I tell you what. Yeah, it's 5 till. That's fine. And just leave your notepads there.
Huge guy. Defendant is massive, especially his attorney is like, comes to his shoulder, top of his head to his shoulder. Let's see if they have any business once the jury leaves. Otherwise, we're going to skip lunch because we have got to catch up. Karen Reed starts tomorrow for us. Okay. There we go.
All right, let the record reflect.
Let the record reflect. We're at lunch. Well,
their portion of the case this afternoon.
Yes, I anticipate that it will be no more than 2 hours to complete our case. We have our DNA analyst and then the statement of the defendant.
Okay. And then a couple of things for the defense side. Mr. Wilson, you will have the opportunity potentially, if necessary, for the defense opponent case, you'll have an opportunity to make a decision whether you want to testify or not testify in this case. You have an absolute right to testify if you want to. You have an absolute right not to testify if you don't want to. No one can make that decision for you. That is a decision that only you can make. You have the advice of attorneys to for one decision or the other, but ultimately you have to make that decision. So I would just ask, between now and the time the state rests, that you have time to talk to your attorneys about that, and we'll have a conversation later on where I'll ask if you've made that decision. Yes, Mr. Hollander?
If the state's going to, 1 o'clock, 2 hours, about 3 o'clock, are you anticipating the defense going forward today? I thought we were going to go until tomorrow morning.
I don't know why we would not continue on. I mean, it depends. If you tell me what your situation is, if you have, other than Mr. Wilson, do you have other witnesses that you would want to present if necessary?
No.
Okay. Then, yes, I think ultimately it depends on how long those witnesses really take.
This can be fast.
Sometimes it seems like they're taking less time than anticipated. So, anyway, yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to continue on this afternoon if it pans out the way the state's predicting at this point. If for other reason or anything like that, just let the court know. But I just wanted Mr. Wilson to be aware that that decision is something that we'll have to discuss later on today. All right? All right. Thank you. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
All right. As they go to lunch, we're going to skip their lunch and continue because we're over halfway through today, and we'll be 2/3 of the way through by the time lunch is over. Maybe even 3/4. Man, it's going fast. Oh, there we go. All right. And we're back. How was lunch? Good for you guys? What'd you have? I don't know if his attorneys are related to each other. I don't think they are. There's the
all right, let the
defendant.
record reflect defense counsel, defendant, and the state are all present. Do we have the jurors back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready.
Let's bring in the jurors.
I wonder if we just had that one blue suit and he thought it was going to be a single-day trial. It just took longer. Now he has to wear a regular black suit. Matthew Harris, you can go back for seconds, but only because you asked nicely. Greeners went to my fridge and made a PB&J. Nice. That was a weak jurors entering. Do you think he stomps his feet? Has somebody been in this courtroom and can tell us if the bailiff stomps his feet and says jurors entering, or if he claps or knocks on something or uses the gavel? I'd like to think that he has a huge staff like Gandalf and bangs on the ground twice and then says jurors entering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Just by a show of hands of the jurors, was there anybody on the jury who was not able to follow the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State and call the next witness.
The state calls Daniel Baker.
Daniel Baker, next witness. The state says they can do this in 2 hours. We're on 1.25 speed, so it's going to be, I don't know, that's hard math. That's like a train left the station going 60 miles an hour. That's advanced math for me. I can't do that. It's going to be less than 2 hours, though. Defense says the only witness they have is the defendant himself.
Sir, if you'll just come up, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
I think he's 32. Oh, he's on the trap. He's on the trap door.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You may take the stand.
You got it right. It's like the African swallow question. You got one shot at it.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Baker.
Where do you currently work?
I work for the Indian River Crime Laboratory.
What is your occupation?
I'm a criminalist assigned to the DNA unit.
What is your current role that you have?
As a criminalist in DNA, I screen items of evidence for the presence of biological fluid and material. This would include blood, semen, saliva, and hairs. I then attempt to develop DNA profiles from those items of evidence, perform DNA testing, write reports, and testify when needed.
To become a criminologist, what type of education do you have?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology from the University of Colorado. With this degree, I completed coursework in biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, and statistics. I also obtained minors in biology and astrophysics. In addition to that, I have a Master's of Science degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
After getting your degrees, where did you become employed?
I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Fort Myers Regional Operations Center.
What year did you start with FDLE?
Would have been January of 2012.
Is FDLE a state crime lab?
Yes.
And are items of evidence sent to FDLE for testing?
Yes.
Was your role specifically to biological testing?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they also have testing for drugs?
Yes, it has a full suite of forensic analysis.
So firearms, drugs?
Yes.
Now, how long were you with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement before going to your current agency?
I was there for approximately 8.5 years.
What specialized training do you have that prepared you for your duties as an analyst?
When I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I underwent an approximately year-long training program. This training was broken into two main phases. The first phase involved me learning about the theories behind all the testing that I would be performing. I took practical exams and written exams to prove my competency in performing the tests that I would be employing. The second phase of that training involved working on actual items of evidence under the supervision of another qualified analyst.
Now, were you required to attend continuing education through your employment at FDLE?
Yes.
What did that training entail?
Part of the requirements for the laboratory to maintain its accreditation is for analysts in the DNA unit to undergo continuing education. This is a minimum of 8 hours every year, and it essentially involves going to an outside training where you learn about current topics in the field. Typically, most analysts will attend much more than 8 hours per year, but that's the minimum requirement.
Now, you mentioned accreditation. What did you mean by accreditation?
Accreditation is a public statement of the laboratory in which the laboratory is stating that it meets and maintains a set of internationally recognized standards set forth for the science labs.
Now, is FDLE accredited?
Yes, they are.
And who accredits that agency?
They are accredited by ANAB, which stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Were you required to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is another way that I can demonstrate my ability to perform the testing that I employ as part of my job. What will happen is an outside agency will provide DNA samples to me, and they know the results of that DNA testing. I do not know the end result. I'll perform DNA testing on those samples just as I would in casework and submit my answers to that outside company who will inform me if I essentially got the correct answers or not.
How often is that proficiency testing done?
It's required to be completed twice a year.
So through your course of employment at FDLE, did you undergo those proficiency tests twice a year?
Yes.
Did you ever fail such a test?
No.
Are all the tests and analysis you perform validated and generally accepted in the forensic community?
Yes.
Could you just, DNA is something we hear a lot about on the news, but could you just describe what actually is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and just put very simply, it's a blueprint that gives your body and organisms a set of instructions on how to carry out its day-to-day functions.
Where is DNA found in the human body?
DNA is found in every single cell inside of your body, with the exception of red blood cells.
Can anyone have the same DNA?
Identical twins can have the same DNA profile, yes.
What type of DNA testing do you perform?
I perform something called STR DNA analysis. STR is just an acronym that stands for short tandem repeat. And a short tandem repeat is essentially just a piece of your DNA that will repeat itself over and over again. The number of times that this piece repeats itself is different from one person to another. So throughout my testing, I take advantage of that to be able to distinguish from one individual to another.
Now, how do you go about getting a DNA profile from a biological sample?
I would undergo the DNA analysis process.
Okay. And are controls used in the testing process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control, there are two different types. There's something called a positive control and a negative control. These are items that I perform DNA testing alongside whatever evidence samples I'm working, and they ensure that my testing is working properly. So a positive control is a DNA sample in which I know what the DNA should be. So when I perform DNA testing on the sample, at the end of the testing, I should get an expected result. If that happens, then I know that all of my chemical reactions and all of my testing worked as I expected it to. On the flip side of that is a negative control. A negative control is a sample that does not have any DNA in it. So when I go through my testing procedures, at the very end, that sample should contain no DNA. And that ensures that no contamination occurred during my testing.
What happens if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work properly, then as an analyst, I would reassess what went wrong, and the testing would be reperformed.
Did you have the opportunity to analyze evidence in a case that involved Wade Wilson, Christine Melton, and Diane Ruiz?
Yes.
How did you come to be assigned to or involved in this particular case?
It was assigned to me by my supervisor.
Now, when you get a case assigned to you by your supervisor, are you given any details as to why those items of evidence are sent to FDLE?
Typically for DNA testing, yes, I am made aware of certain case scenarios or circumstances.
What is the reason for getting that information?
The biggest reason is to help me decide how I'm going to test an item. So just to give you a very generic example, say that an investigator submitted a bed sheet to me for DNA testing. With no background information, I don't know what to do with that bed sheet. I might assume maybe a sexual assault took place, so I'm looking for any semen. But what if in reality it was used in the course of a homicide and a body was wrapped up in that bedding, and they're looking for maybe the DNA of someone who could have wrapped the body in a bed sheet? I wouldn't know that without that type of information, and I can't perform every single type of testing on every single item of evidence. So for that reason, we need additional information to help guide the testing.
So would that additional information also guide you where you might want to swab on that piece of evidence?
Exactly.
Were you sent a number of pieces of evidence to analyze in this case?
Yes.
Now, sometimes when items of evidence are sent to you, do you just receive swabs that are from swabbing a piece of evidence?
Yes.
And then other times are you sent actual physical items for you to swab?
Yes.
Were you sent a number of physical items in this case for you to determine where you might want to swab?
Yes, I was.
Now I want to start, and let me ask you this too. Does FDLE have a certain number of items of evidence that they'll accept for testing at a time?
Yes, there is an evidence submission policy.
And what is the point of an evidence submission policy? Why is it narrowed down to a certain number of pieces?
The biggest thing is to help in the expedition of getting things tested in a timely manner. If it was left to investigators, they would probably submit hundreds of items of evidence to be tested. Unfortunately, that costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. So in order to get answers quicker, there's a submission policy that's implemented.
Now, once those items are tested, are investigators allowed to send more items of evidence to test if it's relevant?
Yes.
Now, if FDLE receives items that would identify a perpetrator, is it typical for you to continue to receive more items of evidence if a DNA hit has already come back?
That would not be typical, but it depends on case circumstances.
So would you say that one of the main advantages or reasons for DNA is in order to identify people?
Yes.
Now, I want to start with the case involving Christine Melton. What items of evidence were you initially sent?
Initially, I was sent buccal swabs from Wade Wilson. A buccal swab is a swab that's from the inside of somebody's cheek, and it's used so that I can develop a DNA profile from that item to make comparisons to any crime scene samples that I obtained DNA from. In addition to that, I obtained 2 tied shirts, a shirt, a pair of jeans, a bathing suit top that were tied together, along with an additional untied shirt, a curtain rod, and a blood stain card from Christine Melton. A blood stain card is blood that's collected at autopsy. Again, used very similar to how I would use a buccal swab. It's used to develop a DNA profile from that so that I have the DNA from the individual it came from to make comparisons to evidence.
So the unknown items of evidence from the scene, is it your goal to develop a known profile from each of those items of evidence?
Yes, if any DNA is present, obtain a DNA profile from those evidence items.
And then ultimately, do you compare the profile from something from a scene or an item of evidence sent to you to those known samples that you've created?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you mentioned there was a buccal swab from Wade Wilson. Why is the swab taken from the cheek? Is there any scientific reason for the DNA coming from there?
It's a very DNA-rich portion of your body, and it's easier to collect than blood.
Now, when you received these items of evidence, did they appear to be properly packaged and sealed?
Yes.
And was there an identifying case number from the agency on each of those items?
Yes.
Now, did you give each exhibit an identifying FDLE number?
Yes, when evidence comes into the laboratory, it gets an FDLE lab case number associated with it, and each item gets a unique exhibit number.
Then may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you an item that's already been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
These are buccal swabs from Wade Wilson.
And are your initials and date on that item of evidence?
Yes, they are.
This red tape, if you can just show right here, this red tape that's on that envelope, is that from Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
This tape up here is, no, that would be from an original seal from the submitting agency. The red tape along the bottom is my seal after I completed my testing.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you received the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, were you able to complete a DNA profile of that swab?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile.
And how were you able to do that?
I performed the DNA testing process on that item.
And what does that DNA testing process entail?
The first step would be to actually take a sample for DNA testing. So I'm actually cutting a little piece of the swab that was submitted. And then the next step is to actually access the DNA. In order to do that, I need to break open the cells. So I use heat and chemicals to break open the cells to get to the DNA. Once I've done that, I need to know how much DNA is present in my sample. That's because the chemical reaction that I'm going to perform needs a certain amount of DNA present. So I like to refer to it kind of like Goldilocks. Too little DNA is not good. Too much DNA is also not good for my process. I need just the right amount. I have to know how much DNA is present in order to know the right amount to use for my chemical reaction. That next chemical reaction is where I actually will make millions of copies of the DNA. I'm making copies of the areas that I'm testing for. DNA is very small, so by making the millions of copies of it, I'm making it so that I can visualize this at a later step in my process. That next step is to put it on an instrument that will separate it and generate graphical data that I, as an analyst, will look at and make my determinations from.
You know, at this time, I'd seek to move State's Exhibit 38, the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 15, which has already been shown. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
This is the blood stain card from Christine Melton.
And how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
And at this time, the State would move Exhibit number 15 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now, with this blood stain card, were you able to come up with a complete DNA profile for Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm going to approach you and show you some items of clothing. There's some gloves if you need over to your right. And the first item I'm showing you is State's Exhibit 16. And then the second item is State's Exhibit 17. If you could start by looking at State's Exhibit 16 and tell me if you recognize it.
These are
My hands aren't sweaty at all, so these gloves go on easy.
Is he saying his hands are sweaty or they aren't?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, and how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
On the outside of the packaging is the FDLE case number, exhibit number, and my handwritten initials, and then I recognize the items inside.
Now, obviously, this was opened in court, but when you received it, it was packaged and sealed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move Exhibit 16 into evidence.
16 was what?
The shirts. The wrap bedding,
Two tight shirts.
black, white, and gray tight shirts.
No objection.
Be admitted.
And I'll have you look at State's Exhibit 17.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
How are you able to recognize that?
Same as before, the FDLE case number, the item number, my handwritten initials, and the contents inside the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 17 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I want to start by asking you what you did with these items of clothing and bedding that you received.
Okay, so as alluded to before, I received case information that these items were potentially used in the tying up of some kind of apparatus or the victim herself. And so the area of note on these items of clothing were any DNA that might be on the knotted portions. So to start, this first package is two tied shirts. They were knotted together at the sleeves. There were two knots. So what I did was I start by performing just a visual examination of the evidence. Though I know I'm focusing on the knots, I am still going to give a visual exam to the entire of the item to see if there's any characteristic staining that would potentially warrant testing for bodily fluids. In this case, I did actually perform a chemical color change test for the possible presence of semen. Sexual assault was potentially suspected in this case, and there was staining that warranted potential testing for semen. In this instance, the items were negative for the presence of semen. The next thing I did was collect potential hairs from these exhibits. So the shirts had what appeared to be hairs. I'm saying what appeared to be because I didn't actually examine them with a microscope, which is how I would confirm that they were hairs. These possible hairs were collected and then returned to the original package in a separate little envelope that I have in here. That would be for any possible future testing if for some reason the hairs needed to be examined. After that, I focused on the knots of the shirts. So what I did is go to the first knot and I swabbed it for any potential DNA that would be on the outside portion of the knot. That then became my first sample. I then untied that same exact knot and then took a separate swab and swabbed the inside portion of the knot. That then became my second sample. And then I repeated this process for the second knot that was present on these items. Swabbed the outside of the second knot, untied it, and then swabbed the inside of that knot.
How many knots total on those shirts did you examine?
Can I refer to my notes?
That will refresh your recollection, yes.
I believe it's 2, but I just want to verify in my bench notes for you. Yes, it was 2 total knots for this first item.
Could you please pull that first item out and just show the jurors that item?
So this is the possible hair package that's in here that I told you I collected.
While you're pulling that out, is hair something that's very easy to test for DNA?
It's not difficult to test for DNA, but it's not commonly performed at DNA testing just because a lot of hair is shed on your body throughout the day. Approximately 200 to 300 hairs can be shed in a day. And typically those shed hairs are dead, and dead hairs don't contain the type of DNA that I'm looking for. I'm looking for hairs that are in an actively growing phase, and usually those have to be ripped out to find those. So most times I don't even examine hairs unless there's something about a case circumstance that would suggest I should. So shirt 1. shirt too. They were both knotted by their sleeves together at each of the sleeves.
So these shirts that you're holding up are after you've untied them?
Yes.
So let's talk about the knot. Is it 2A? Is that the right reference that I'm using?
Yes.
First knot? Okay. So for 2A, were you able to obtain DNA results from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2A to the profiles of Wade Wilson and the profile of Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparison?
So to start, the actual result of my testing on that knot, it demonstrated a presence of a mixture consistent with 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. So what that means is that there's DNA from 2 people on that knot, and at least one of them is male. Once I obtain that result, I then do the comparison to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton. And Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and Christine Melton is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Now, were you able to put a statistical significance to those comparisons?
Yes.
What is that statistical significance?
So to lay a little bit of groundwork for you, because I can't DNA test every single person in this world who has lived, is living, and will ever live, I can never 100% say that something is someone's DNA. Because I can't do that, I have to calculate some type of statistic that will give you some weight to this inclusion. I do that by the use of something called a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio compares the probability of getting my DNA under 2 different explanations. So the first explanation, as an example, when I'm comparing Wade Wilson to this DNA, it would be what's the probability of the DNA if Wade Wilson is the source of it along with someone else, because it's a 2-person mixture. The alternative explanation is what's the probability of the DNA if someone unrelated to him is the source of the DNA. The higher the number that I report is, the greater the support there is for that first explanation, the inclusion explanation, if someone is the source of it. So with that groundwork laid, when I compared Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
So you said 700 billion?
Greater than 700 billion.
Is 700 billion the cap that you use, the highest number you use?
At FDLE, the procedure is to cap the number at 700 billion.
Now, about how many people are there now in this world?
Approximately 7 to 8 billion.
Now, this result you just gave, that was from the first knot untied, is that correct?
No, this would be from the first knot as it was tied.
Okay, so then you untied it and swabbed that, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so is that 2B?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA results from 2B, so that untied knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2B to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes, and just to back up, I never gave you the statistic for Christine Melton on the knot that was before it was untied. It's a very similar number. The DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and 1 unknown unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
So the profile that you were able to compare to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton from 2B, what were the results of that comparison?
Item 2B demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 individuals. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. And the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And then likewise with Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
Okay, so those are the results from the outside and the inside of knot 1?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the second knot. Is that 2C?
Yes.
So is 2C, did you swab from the outside of that knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile or DNA profiles from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profiles from 2C to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparisons you did?
Okay, so the results from the knot itself demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. Likewise, for Christine Melton, the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Now, the second knot, did you untie it and swab the inside of that second knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any DNA profiles from that second knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able then to compare those DNA profiles to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
Okay, the results from item 2D demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 4 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to the mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 3 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, similar. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 3 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated individuals.
Now, did that complete your testing for those 2 shirts tied together?
Yes, it did.
What was the next item or clothing item that you tested?
The next clothing items would have been the tied shirt, jeans, and bathing suit top with the untied shirt.
Is that 3A? Is that one of those knots 3A from that?
Yes.
Could you please show the jurors the items of clothing that you tested next?
Okay.
I can just
you can't see the handle very well, but it's got a little mouthpiece that's invisible. It's green. If your dogs are stinky, you put that on your face and you pull the trigger. Fresh air, pure oxygen, good stuff.
This is the pair of jeans. One of the shirts. The bathing suit top. And the other garment.
Now there's 4 pieces, is that correct?
Yes.
Were all 4 of those pieces knotted together?
No, they were not.
Okay. What parts were knotted together?
The shirt that I showed you that had the small hoodie attached to it was tied to the pair of jeans. Also tied to the pair of jeans was the bathing suit top, which itself also had some knots done within itself. The other shirt was not tied to these items.
So let's talk about the first knot you tested, 3A. Which knot was this?
3A is the knot that was connecting the shirt to the jeans.
And were you able to complete any DNA profiles from the outside of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Were you then able to compare the profile from that knot to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The knot 3A demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you then swab the inside of that knot once you'd untied it?
Yes, I did.
And again, this is the pants and the gray hoodie?
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain DNA profiles once that knot was untied?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare that DNA profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results were the exact same as the untied portion of that knot. So I obtained a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, 1 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Now you mentioned another knot. What 2 items of clothing were knotted together? Not for 3C.
Yes, the next knot, which would be the second knot on this cluster, was the knot that was connecting the jeans to the bathing suit top.
Were you able to get a DNA profile from the outside of that knot connecting the bathing suit top to, it was the jeans you said?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to get a DNA profile?
Yes.
And were you able then to compare that with Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes, I was.
And what were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. Wade Wilson, for him, the statistic is that the mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, did you untie those items of clothing and swab the inside of that knot?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to obtain DNA profile from untying that knot?
Yes, I was.
And did you compare that profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results are the same as the untied portion of the knot. A mixture consistent with 3 people was obtained, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from him with 2 other people than if it came from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from her and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, were those the only knots you tested on those 3 items of clothing?
No, there were additional knots.
Okay, so let's talk about the next knot. That would be 3E.
Yes, this would be the 3rd knot with this cluster of clothing.
Okay, and where was the 3rd knot located?
Can't believe we're spending more time with this than
this was on the left back strap of the bathing suit.
And where was that tied to?
Itself.
Just itself. Okay. So did you swab the outside of that knot on the bathing suit?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is approximately 5.1 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is approximately 2.1 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, did you mention there was another knot in that bathing suit?
Yes.
Okay, and is that 3F?
It is 3G.
3G. Okay, so what is 3F? What knot is that?
That is the untied portion of the knot I just talked about.
Okay, and if you could, were you able to develop a profile from the untied portion of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
And what were your results of that?
There was a mixture that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
Okay.
I then compared the 2. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from him and 2 unrelated people than if it was from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from her and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Let's talk about then that second knot on the bathing suit, 3G, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to swab the outside of that knot and obtain a profile?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare that profile to Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and an additional unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from her and 1 unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people.
Did you then untie that knot and swab the inside of that knot?
Yes.
Is that 3H?
Yes, it is.
And were you able to obtain a profile from that knot?
Yes.
And did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Other limited data which is not interpretable was observed in this sample and may suggest the possibility of additional contributor to this DNA profile. So what that means is rarely I can get DNA signal from that could indicate that another person is present in this sample, but it's not a lot of data. Because it's not a lot of data, I can't make any comparisons to it. It could be DNA, it could actually be a technical artifact of the testing process that I perform. Because of that, it's not interpretable. So then I compared Wade Wilson and Christine Melton to this mixture. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from him and 1 unrelated individual than if it was from 2 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from her and 1 unrelated person than from 2 unrelated people.
Now, did that conclude your testing of the clothing, the knots?
Yes, it did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 18 and ask that you just
At what point, when the odds are that small, at what point can we just say, yeah, it was him? Tested it. Yep, it was his DNA. It was him. Yeah, that was him as well. That was him and 1 other person.
Do you recognize State Exhibit 18?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 18?
The FDLE item number, the case number, and my handwritten initials.
And at this time, the state will move 18 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'd ask that you just pull out and publish what is inside of that. And what is this item, sir?
This is the curtain rod.
Okay. And were you able to test this curtain rod?
Yes, I was.
And
we read that earlier.
how did
That's
you
crazy.
choose which areas to test?
Okay, so similar as to before, based off of the case scenario, it was alleged that this was potentially used in a homicide or potential sexual assault. And so what I was doing with this item is looking first for the possible presence of semen. In this case, it was negative for the presence of semen. The next thing I did was test this for possible blood. So on this portion of the rod, it's difficult to see now because I have swabbed it, but there was staining that's consistent with what looks to be potential blood. So I perform a chemical color change test for the possible presence of blood. This is only a presumptive test. It can't confirm blood to the exclusion of all other substances, but it's just a test that can guide my DNA testing to see where I might want to perform DNA analysis. That gave positive indications for the possible presence of blood. So I swabbed that staining at this portion of the rod.
Now I'm just going to ask for the record, the portion of the rod you're pointing to looks like maybe the top of the rod with a little hook.
Yes, the hook that would connect towards the top of the blinds.
And what was the other area that you chose to swab?
The next area would be where I would expect maybe someone to be holding or using this item. So I swabbed this portion just to see if there's any DNA present on this portion of the rod.
Now, item 4, were you able to obtain DNA results from this item?
Yes, I was.
They've got
Were
big
you able to
evidence
create
bags.
a profile?
Yes, I was.
And did you then compare that profile to the known profiles of Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And when I say 4, is this the top of the rod or the bottom of the rod?
So 4 was split into 4A and 4B. 4A would be the staining that was at the top of the rod.
Okay, so what were the results for the profile from the staining at the top of the rod?
That it was a complete DNA profile that was consistent with a female individual.
And were you able to compare that DNA profile to Christine Melton?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
The DNA profile from that staining matches the DNA from Christine Melton. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Now, when you have an item of evidence that has a lot of blood on it or blood, can it often happen that that blood might mask other DNA that might be a part of that item?
It could be possible, yes.
Now, as far as the rod handle, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the handle of that rod?
Yes, I was.
And is that part of 4B?
Yes, that is 4B.
And were you able to compare that profile to Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
From the handle, it demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated person than if it was from 2 unrelated people. Christine Melton is also included as a possible donor to that mixture. The DNA is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 1 unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people.
Now, did that complete the testing then of that curtain rod?
Yes, it did.
Did you complete a report and detail these findings?
Yes.
And was that date of that report October 16, 2019?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, sir, when I asked you initially about the items of evidence that you received, was one of those, I don't know, did I introduce 18? Yeah, I did. One of those items I believe you said you received was a blood sample from, or I'm sorry, yes, passenger door swabs from blood sample. And it states Exhibit 33. I'm going to ask if you look at that and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
And at this time, the state would move 33 into evidence.
No objection.
Did you also receive a bloodstain card from Diane Ruiz?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
The bloodstain card, how is the blood, is it just like dabbed on the card, or how does that card actually work?
I don't actually know.
Okay, so you just know it's blood from that person and you're creating a profile.
Exactly.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 32, and if you can tell me whether you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this exhibit?
FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials.
At this time, the state would move 32 into evidence.
No objection. Be admitted.
So let's start with State's Exhibit 32, the known DNA that you received. Were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, I was.
And then for State's Exhibit 33, which were the swabs from the interior passenger door, were you able to develop a profile for that?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare those 2 profiles?
Yes.
What were the results of the compare? Actually, let's talk about this first. Did you also compare the DNA sample from the passenger, the blood on the passenger door, to Wade Wilson?
Not in this instance, no.
Okay, so just to Diane Ruiz.
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
The DNA results from that swab demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 2 people. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors, that data is not interpretable. So this sample is a little bit different than all the other ones that I've talked about. All of the other samples I talked about, there was enough DNA present on those items where I could make a definitive decision on how many people were present in those mixtures I obtained. Sometimes there can be DNA from 1 person in a very large amount, and then a very, very insignificant small portion of DNA that's left over. There's such little amount of DNA that's left over that I can't actually use that portion of it to make any comparisons to. But because there's DNA from someone in a much higher amount, I can compare to that portion of the sample. So that portion of the sample is what I have called in this report a major DNA profile. And that is what I made my comparison to Diane Ruiz from. The major DNA profile matches the DNA from Diane Ruiz. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Diane Ruiz than from an unrelated person.
Now, did you also complete a report detailing your findings for that one?
Yes.
And was that a November 4th, 2019 report?
Yes.
Let me have a moment.
Yes.
And at this time, the state tenders a witness.
Right.
Okay, we were catching up quickly. We got a little bit left here to go to catch up with today's testimony. No spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. Thank you.
Sir, did you test any other items than the ones you mentioned today?
Yes.
And were those consistent with Ms. Melton, Ms. Ruiz, or Mr. Wilson?
It would be easier to probably go through them individually. Yes, there were some inclusions with at least one of those individuals.
Were there exclusions?
Give me this one moment.
Good.
The defendant's father did testify already. Very interesting testimony.
Yes, sir. There were a range of outcomes. There were exclusions.
By exclusions, what do you mean? What are you saying are exclusions?
An exclusion is where I'm determining that someone is not contributing to the DNA profile. So when I make the comparison from their buccal swab or blood, I'm stating that those DNA profiles are not the same origin.
Did those DNA profiles come back to people other than Ms. Ruiz, Ms. Melton, or Mr. Wilson?
Not that I have identified, no.
They came back to other profiles?
Yes.
Did you receive swabbings from the front of a Nissan Versa?
Not from the outside of the car, no.
Just from the inside?
Yes.
Why do you use the phrase possible contributor?
It's just semantic-y. Again, as a DNA analyst, I can't say for sure that someone is or is not the source because I have not tested every single person in this world. So because of that, I can say they're a possible contributor and then provide the weight with a statistical calculation.
Lame excuse.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask that he be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down. You're excused. State can call the next witness.
You call Jim Lazenby.
That might be the most lengthy testimony we hear today.
Sir, if you'll just face clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I can take the stand.
Not sure what he was carrying with him. Looked like an umbrella, maybe?
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Jameson Lazenby.
And sir, where do you work?
Lee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Since '96.
And what do you do for the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a supervisor in the Civil Division.
What does that mean?
I supervise court procedures such as subpoenas, depositions that are served, subpoenas, things of that nature. I have people that work for me that serve them.
And did you have an opportunity to work at the Lee County Jail back in October of 2019?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing for the Lee County Jail at that point in time?
I was a shift sergeant.
Now, while you were a shift sergeant there at the Lee County Jail, did you have occasion to come in contact with a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
Did he make any requests of you at that time?
Yes.
And what were those?
He requested I reach out to the detectives involved in the case and speak to them.
Okay. And what did you do after he requested that of you?
Made a phone call to detectives.
And did you arrange for the detectives to come down and meet with Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And was that the extent of your involvement in this case?
That's it.
No further questions for this witness, Judge?
Right.
No cross.
All right, you can sit down.
No cross. See, this is how we fly through
Judge,
witnesses.
call Nick Jones.
Have him standing by the door so we don't waste time. It takes longer to walk in than it does to get him on the stand and testify.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Nick Jones, Your Honor?
Angela, it just depends on the trial. We've followed civil cases. I mean, we've got that paternity case from Owen V. Eckert over on Top Mark Media. We've got some. We did the Park City ski crash civil suit. We've done some smaller drug court cases pretty recently.
All right,
so,
sir.
yeah.
If you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That was foundation for the detective testimony.
You may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Master Corporal Nicholas Jones of the Querr Police Department.
You say Master Corporal?
Yes, sir.
When did you obtain that rank?
It's been a while now. I don't recall.
Very well. How long have you worked for the Querr Police Department?
I'm in my 19th year.
Back on October 10th of 2019, what did you do for the Querr Police Department?
I was a detective in the Major Crimes Unit.
What was your role as a detective in the Major Crimes Unit, specifically as it relates to the 10th of October 2019?
I was assisting Detective Bell in an investigation regarding Christine Melton, and then I became the assigned detective for a missing person, Diane Ruiz.
Did you become intimately familiar with the facts and circumstances surrounding the missing person, also known as Christine Melton?
Yes, sir.
And also as it related to Miss Diane Ruiz?
Yes, sir.
As a result of having received that information, did you ultimately receive a telephone call from a sergeant by the name of Jim Lazenby from the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he request of you to come down to the Lee County Sheriff's Office jail to meet with Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you go and meet with Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you meet Wade Wilson with?
I was with Detective Jason Hicks.
Okay, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this meet was set up?
When you go into the Lee County Jail, there are a number of different rooms that they can provide you, so you can interview potential witnesses, suspects, things like that. This particular room was a rather large room with a table in the middle of it and some chairs set up. Makes it kind of difficult sometimes in that setting to interview somebody. It creates a large echo. You're trying to hear each other. But that's there are a couple of windows in the back, so jail personnel can watch.
It's going to be terrible audio.
So who were the only people in this room?
It was myself, Detective Hicks, and Wade Wilson.
And did Mr. Wilson indicate to you that he wished to speak to you?
He did.
Did you make any threats or promises in order to get him to speak with you?
No, sir.
Did he request, was the only request that he made of you to get some French fries?
It was a burger and fries, but yes, sir.
And as a result of that, did he sit down and speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And was this conversation recorded?
It was.
And did you read him Miranda rights?
Yes, sir.
What are Miranda rights?
Miranda rights are to afford the defendant, suspect, the opportunity to counsel an attorney prior to any questioning from law enforcement when there's a custodial setting.
And after you had read those particular rights to him, did he agree to speak with you?
He did. I had a form with me that I read Miranda rights from, and I had him initial it and sign it, as well as myself.
And did he also verbally acknowledge to speak to you?
He did.
And you indicated once again that this was in fact recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's nothing to reflect on showing defense counsel previously marked State's Exhibit number 40. Commissioner, your approach, Judge.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, I'm handing you some previously marked State's Exhibit number 40. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
With my initials and badge number.
And what does that appear to be?
The recorded statement with myself and Wade Wilson.
Have you listened to that statement?
Yes, sir.
Does that statement contain the entire interaction between you and Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the State will move State's Exhibit number 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Somebody requested the counter from Maya right
He has
now.
taken the liberty of going ahead and preparing a series of copies of transcripts.
I'll just put it up on screen while we keep the audio going from court.
Given the light of the fact in which
That's where it's at so far.
the recording was actually took place. I have a jury instruction for the court
Yes.
as well. If I may approach.
You may. Any objection to the instruction? I'm sure you shared it.
Can I have one moment?
Yes, absolutely.
Oops, just hit the camera.
No objection, Judge.
All right, very well.
He confessed for a burger and French fries. Was it, hey, Mrs. R.A.? He walked in right as I started talking.
Mr. Cabot, can I have one of those? Mr. Cabot, can I have one of those? I think one goes to the clerk. And, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You're also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen closely to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Thank you.
This sounds terrible. They're dragging a chair down the hall. I'm going to be working on this, see if we can clean this up for you. I'll take the noise out of that.
Trying to neighborhood? Yeah, just like, I don't know the area at all. And I was lucky I found with that big world for my life as well. That's when I finally got that. I was lucky I didn't found with that. When after you were done choking her out, okay, and you turned around and you went back north, okay, up the main road, and then you went back into the same neighborhood? A different neighborhood. Okay. How do you know where to stop? Is it a random spot? Okay. I'm good at making sure that things to see it where you get right on the spot. I don't know there is nothing with it. And see, when you guys have to bring it to school, I'll be able to see which is like, after when you go over to where you go over, you said that she wasn't, you took her out of the car, you had to drag her out of the car? She was still alive. She came back out of that period of time, she was part of that, sure. But you can do that, you know, and I was down the seat, she was out of the seat, and I still was out of the seat. Door, just push her out. And when I push her out, she's still alive. Still alive. Back it up, ran into it. When you did that, did you check to make sure that she was dead? That was like your arm or something? Or so, I figured I pushed her to the company. I didn't have to take it out of the car. Didn't check. Didn't have to do nothing. I know. When you broke her arm, like, you don't want to know because of the arm. Did you say anybody else out there walking around? Good. As soon as I backed out, I was leading her back driver inside the pool, like, she saw me back up our house, and she knew what back there was. She saw me right away there. When you ended up leaving, you said you didn't know how to get back to Fort Myers.
This is a confession. It's full-on confession. He's spilling everything.
Is that when you ended up going back to the Joe's Crab Shack and the officer and all? Yes, correct. Did you think he would come to talk to you because of what just happened? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm still with Joel because now I know what the level was better. And where did you go after you left the crab? Then where did you go? I got over to Fort Myers. I was laying out Fort Myers. It's not recorded. She took a picture of that place. She wasn't home. And I pulled her in that yard, parked the gate, and then I went to her shed. And she came home, and I found out the shed. She was like, oh shit. I was like, sorry, I found out. I was like, oh, she was okay. Picture of my life place. I backed out. This is Fort Myers? Good. Yeah. I can tell you this, right? Nobody ever comes to me about that. I figured you would have. That's so crazy. I'm a pants on, no shirt. I'm not comfortable with it. No shirt. No shoes, no nothing. You know, and I didn't do anything to her. You know, I got in the car. I drove with it. And then from there, I went to these places in Geographic. Okay, parked the car. And then we came there. I think about the house. Whatever. And I saw a lot open. I ran out back. And I sat across the street. There was some phone around. I get there. I got right there. And then I see out. I just watched the guys back and forth. And I took it out right there. I woke up. And then from there, I went down the other ground. Went to the house. I walked back in. That guy Josh, how do you know him? I work with a guy that just showed up at work. They're friends. This is what she was just part of. We all work together. Anyone else? So we get to remind them, we're like talking about that. Because I know, I think they call them also that I know you're doing this, but I go by that. So once you left, after you left your mother, once you left, did you ever go back to that train? Yeah. Did you ever go back at all? I didn't. I didn't. So, are we at the phone?
He's asking, once you left, did you ever go back? sexual assault. I'm going to turn this down just for a minute. I am recording this into my my editor so I can take some of this noise out. So I have to keep it playing here. We're not going to skip through. But if I can make this better, I'll let you hear it. But it's going to be in post because I'll have to do some work on it. There's just no hesitation. He's spilling everything. He says he's going to show them where it is. He says, I'll show you where it is. This is terrible. They've got like 3 people talking at the same time in an echo chamber, literally.
Lovely.
describes both situations, both murders. He's completely nonchalant about it, like just matter-of-factly. During all of this, the court reporter has typed one thing. It says, unintelligible. That's all she's typed. I think we're almost done. Are there any questions you have to ask that we haven't taken through? What strikes me about this testimony is how quickly he responds and answers every question. There's no pausing to think about anything, and he's just giving all the answers. He's spilling all right here. At some point, this is going to end. Something the bar you were at. So before we've asked you these questions, were you straight up lying? He says, yeah. Asking if his dad told him to turn himself in. They're wrapping up the interview right now. And they're done. We now have a new leader in worst audio ever for a confession. Wow, that was terrible.
Now, Detective, the person that you sat down with on the 10th of October of 2019, do you see him sitting in courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Please point him out and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's sitting over here in the black suit with black tie, white shirt.
You guys let the record reflect this witness is also identifying the defendant.
Okay.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Mr. Oliver.
Are they going to try to throw
No
this confession?
cross-check.
No
Sir, you can sit down.
questions.
Thank you.
Yep, that was a fair confession. You got him. Got him. No questions, sir.
State and call their next witness.
State rests.
All right.
Boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few minutes. Bring your notepads.
Rests. You know what that sounded like?
The moving sidewalk is for your traveling convenience. Please stand to the right in single file so the others can walk past you on the left.
It sounded like an airport announcement with a terrible echo.
Let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. You can be seated. There are some exhibits up there if you want to approach and get those off the stand.
Also, we'll need to make sure we get those transcripts back too. Since
Yes.
they're not evidence.
right, the state is rested. Any motions from the defense?
Pardon me?
The state is rested. Any motions from the defense?
We'd move for a directed verdict. I can't cite anything in specific at this time, but in order to preserve the record, nevertheless, we'd move for a directed verdict of acquittal.
All right.
In response to a directed verdict. We
The
have
state has met prima facie case
no
on each and
grounds
every
for
single
it.
count alleged in the indictment. We respectfully request the court to draw all inferences in favor of the state as required by the law at this point in time, and respectfully request the court to deny the request for directed verdict.
I have presided over the trial, listened to the testimony, the arguments of counsel. I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Now, Mr. Wilson, we spoke earlier about whether you wanted to testify or not testify in this case. Do you need to speak with your attorneys anymore regarding that decision?
Yes.
Okay. We'll give you a few moments. I'll take about a 15-minute recess. I'll come back.
All right.
Okay, while they do that, we're going to see if we can get a little audio out of that. If it can be fixed. It's so bad. It's so bad. Is this a little better? It's just so bad. The echo is terrible. We're going to skip ahead. The break's over. Where the state has rested. We've already heard from the defense that the only thing they get to decide right now is whether or not the defendant is going to testify. And he needs a minute or two to talk to his lawyers. So let's give him his time. And
in that regard,
oops.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Okay, very well.
There it is. I spoiled it for you. Here we go. We're going to back up and play it again. What I can tell you is he said everything. Where he picked him up, what he did.
Made a decision in that regard?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Okay, very well. Is anyone forcing you not to testify? Okay, and you understand you have the right to testify if you wanted to?
Yeah.
Very well. And any other witnesses from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
So let's talk about scheduling then here. We'll bring the jury back out.
Defense rest.
We'll let you rest. And then I'll send them back out again. I'll hear any other motions if there are any. And then what is you all's preference?
What our preference would be is to, and I think I speak for defense, if not, they can correct me.
I meant all of y'all.
Our preference would be to excuse the jurors for the day, go ahead and go through our charge conference, jury, make sure we have the instructions correct, and then start fresh tomorrow with closing arguments.
I think that makes sense. Okay, I think that makes sense. All right, then, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, this was just funny, Paul, even though you put it in all caps and yelled at me. Wow, just got a new 4K TV, and Karen looks so different in HD. Never noticed the tats in SD. You're funny, Paul. Don't yell at me, though. There's no defense. There's no defense. They did put a motion of acquittal, a judgment of acquittal, saying, Judge, they haven't proven their case.
Mr. Hollander.
I know.
It makes sense. I just heard him say it before release ice.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Hollander.
This time the defense rests, Judge.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, both the state and defense have rested. What we're going to do is I'm going to let you go home early today and have you come back tomorrow morning where we have closing arguments. And so remember the same instructions I've been giving to you ever since you first started. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything. Don't watch local television, read any local newspapers. Don't discuss anything about this case with anyone, including close family members, any household friends or guests, anybody. And that includes even on the internet or in person to person. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Does everybody understand and can follow those instructions? Yes. All right, then we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And just leave your notepads here.
I guess the late night podcast idea is off the table, with that instruction. Just kidding. Yeah, we're done. We're going to do a poll tomorrow because it's been a long day. We've been live a long time, and right now, actually, this very moment, Brandy Churchwell is going to be a guest in 30 seconds on STS, Surviving the Survivor.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Both the state and defense have rested. Were there any other motions, Mr. Hollander?
Not at this time, Judge.
Very well. Then on jury instructions, does everybody have a copy of the latest editions?
We're going to skip the jury
instructions. And I'll just go through
ready?
title by title. And if since the state promulgated them.
We're going to stop right there. We're not going to go through jury instructions tonight. We're not going to do them tomorrow either. Let me see if we can portal to STS. Just 1 second. I'm not sure if they allow me. Let's see if they give me a ability. Oh, back. That wasn't what I wanted. If I can find it. Live now, Surviving the Survivor. Is that it? I can't see if this is the right one. Oh, there it is. Upcoming day 23. They're not live yet, right? Oh, that's tomorrow's. Let's try this again. Is it 7 Central? Here we go. Surviving the Survivor, Proctor's testimony. Did Trooper Proctor's testimony? This will spoil it for tomorrow. It'll spoil it for you guys. That's my only concern. Yep, we'll send you over there anyway, because they're live right now. They just barely started. But if you don't want a spoiler, I'd suggest you don't follow the portal. You just bail before the portal happens. It's been a busy day. Oh my goodness, we've got the Young Thug, we've got Sarah Boone, we've got Wade Wilson, we've got Young Thug's lawyer. Oh my goodness, it's been a day and a half. A day and a half is going to be awesome. All right, tomorrow we're going to have Karen Reed. We also have this trial. I'm not sure which order we're going to do it in because we're on replay on Karen Reed, but it's going to be a full day as well. So yeah, we are pushing 10 hours on this live stream. I want to thank everybody, especially my mods, for helping make this possible today. Great work. Thank you, each and every one of you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning about 8:45-ish. 8:45-ish. You guys, it's been a wonderful day. Thanks for spending it here. What I like to think is the best place to watch true crime. And that's because of you guys. You guys will get to each other. We'll see you tomorrow.
There's a lawsuit.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?